Hi everybody, good afternoon. Thank you to Sewing Street and thank you to Jewellery Maker as always, Zena, and great to have your company on this Saturday afternoon. It is Hobby Maker, right the way through until 6 o'clock. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday. It's not very nice out there. Stay indoors, we'll keep you company. And it's going to be a lovely, lovely afternoon ahead of us. We've got, of course, the wonderful Craig from Crafter's Companion in the building for a couple of shows. We've got your last chance a bit later on to get hold of the Gemporia die cutting and embossing machine. Don't miss that, that's at 5 o'clock. And when that's gone, I think that's it. That's all the stock we've got. So if you want to get hold of it, maybe shop ahead early, get it in your basket and check out. And we've also got one of my favourite ladies and one of my favourite shows. Lovely Sandra is with us. Sandra Rushton is here with Sanntangle for a couple of shows. Hello.
I was going to say good morning. It feels morning, but it's not Saturday.
It does feel morning, doesn't it? Yeah. You're right.
Hi, you?
Yeah, good.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
So pleased.
Oh, I'm over the moon. I was telling you before, when I was at the NEC a couple of days ago, I met so many people that were fans of yours and were tanglers.
I know, it's so exciting.
It's really kind of gone.
I wish I'd have been there, but...
Yeah. Well, we're glad you're here.
Yeah, we're here instead.
Absolutely.
And of course, my mum's coming tomorrow, so I couldn't sort of say to my mum, don't bother.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you're wondering, if you're a newbie to Hobby Maker and newbie to Sanntangle, you might be thinking to yourself, Sanntangle, what's that all about? It is basically doodling, but posh doodling, and doodling that will actually make you into an artist. And this is what I've heard from absolutely everybody that's tried it. They didn't think they'd be able to do it, and they surprised themselves, and they can do it. Everyone can do it. If you can draw a line, draw a squiggle, that is a tangle. And lots of tangles make amazing art.
That's it. It's almost like making impossible art possible with a few bubbles, a few lines, and a few waves.
And what Sandra's brilliant at doing is she gives you the stencils to do the outline of the picture, and then she gives you the book that shows you step by step by step, one by one by one, how a little line or a little mark or a little squiggle can make the big picture. And if you follow it step by step, you will create art just like Sandra can do. Don't think you can't do it, because you can do it. Now, everything that's in the show is available to pre-order. If you go to our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, you'll see all of these fantastic little projects for you. And what I love about Sanntangle as well is that you don't have to have a massive outlay to start tangling. All you need is basically a pencil, a pen, maybe a tile or two, a bit of card, and of course a little booklet from Sandra. And the booklets are really affordable. Everything's really affordable.
And that's what we wanted. We make everything ourselves in-house, so we keep it as reasonable as we possibly can. And of course, we all know everything's gone up. Yeah. But this, we've kept it at the same price as much as we can, because we think it's important. If you're having a little bit of anxiety, if you're a little bit stressed, I find that what it does for me is you get involved in one of these and it chills you out. And it's not just about drawing what I've given you the instructions for. You can then go on and do your own things with it. So it's not just one thing. You've got hours and hours of fun and pleasure, and even the work that you then produce, you can sell on if you want to. Now,
let me just show you. This is an amazing framed picture just here. This is what Sanntangle can be, okay? You could have things like this on your wall, or like Sandra just said, you could actually sell your art if you could be better to part with it. I don't think I'd want to part with it, but this is Sanntangling. Now, if you have a look at the website, you'll see all of the items that are in this show. Everything has been put on there for you, so if you have got things to do, you can't spend the hour with us, and you want to shop ahead, maybe shop ahead for some Christmas gift ideas, have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk, and you'll see all of this fantastic Sanntangle products for your delight and delectation. We've got books, we've got stencils, we've got all sorts. And we're going to start with what I know has been incredibly popular in the past. This is the native wolf, the wolf. Now, this is what I was saying. If I just open up the little booklet, inside the booklet you'll find your stencil, and the stencil will give you the outline. So there you can see the first thing is to follow the stencil to create the outline of the wolf, just over here, where number 1 is, just there. And then the next bit, put the nose in. Next bit, start to draw the eye. And it's stage by stage, step by step by step, until you end up with the outline of the picture. And then you can start to tangle inside it, until eventually you get something like that. And you can do it. You really can. Don't think you can't, because you can. And these are the stencils you get inside it as well. Now, the key thing to do, and Sandra will back me up on this, is to number your stencil, because
Absolutely.
Sandra refers to numbers. Use this shape, use that number shape, use that number shape, and so on. And then if you follow the lines and follow the rules, you will be able to create the most amazing wolf with this project. And look at the price, it's only $15.99.
I know, and you know, it's not just about that one wolf. You've got a wolf that you can do with the full body, if you want to, like crying at the moon. But then you've got the actual portrait. How do you draw a wolf's face?
Yes.
Honestly, and it's one of those things that you think, I never can do it. But with these instructions, with these stencils, it's going to be then, every single one you do is going to be different. So you're going to get the characters in there as well. Sure. It's going to be lovely.
Well, on the back of the booklet, look, those are all the shapes and those are all the numbers. So just with a permanent marker or permanent pen, there we are, just turn it up there for you so you can see. Just basically mark your stencil and then you're off. You're off and running. You can't go wrong. You really, really can't. £15.99 is the price for this today. It's LV1289. And just a quick word, if you want to order and you've never shopped with us before, what I recommend is you ring the call centre. It's a free phone number, 0800 001 4433. They will set up an account for you in seconds, free of charge, and then just tell them you'd like LV1289. That's it. You're part of Hobbymaker. You can do it on the website as well, hobbymaker.co.uk. Put in your email address, make up a password, and you're off and you're running. And we are totally convinced everyone can do this. If you can hold a pen or a pencil and draw a line,
absolutely, yeah. If you've got the mindset, you think, do you know what, I'm going to give this a go. Absolutely. I mean, certain things are more easy than the others, I would say. Yeah. But as long as you have a go, you're not going to get it the same every single time, then that's what it's all about. It's not about how perfect can it look. Is it going to look exactly like mine? Because it never is. They're going to be completely different.
There's no right or wrong.
Just have a bit of fun with it. Don't put so much pressure on yourself to get them perfect. Just
and some people prefer to do monochrome. Some people prefer to add colour. I mean, look at this work of art in a frame. Imagine that on a wall. Amazing. Look at this. That's another angle on it. And we've got another one just here, just in black and white.
So each face is different, isn't it?
Yes.
Just like a wolf would be. Every single one's going to be different.
And look at this. Look at that. Oh, that is amazing.
Great, aren't they?
So don't think about just doing it on plain card or plain paper. Think about your patterned papers that you've got, the patterned cardstock that you've got as well, because that's a background, isn't it?
Yes.
That you've just tangled over the top of.
Absolutely, yeah. So whether you ink your own backgrounds, whether you decide you want to use a patterned paper, whatever you want to do. You don't have to use a black pen. If you want to use a pencil to start to draw it, then fine. You do whatever is sort of suit for you.
That's what I did. I did pencil first
and then went over with
the pen
afterwards.
Just to get my confidence up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Okay, well, that's our first item. That's going to be our first demonstration as well. Now, if you've got any questions for Sandra, feel free just to message in. You can do that via the website where it says contact the studio, or you can actually send an email to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, we also want to bring in the heart stencil, which is over here. And of course, you can actually incorporate the heart stencil with the wolf if you want to. You can put the wolf in the middle of the heart.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
You
stole my thunder.
I didn't know that.
But no, yeah. And this is actually the only set of frames that we've got 2 stencils in there, not 1.
Right.
So if you look on the website, you think, oh, why is this one a bit more expensive? You actually do get 2 hearts in there. One's a little bit thinner than the other.
Oh, there we go.
I couldn't make my mind up. So honestly, I wanted to sort of, put both in.
Okay, now we'll show you how to use them. Now, I don't know why or how, but we've actually got a really special offer on this. SW1257 is $18.99 for all those different sized hearts, thinner and slightly wider. But again, everything step by step, how you can make these wonderful frames, what shapes to use. You can go your own way if you want to and do different shapes. It's entirely up to you.
Oh, you certainly will. After following those instructions for a bit, you'll do your own thing. You will.
SW1257 if you want to stock up on the hearts. And today, everything's available as individual items. Sometimes we do bundles and that sort of thing. So if you just want something individually to add to your collection, I know lots of you have said to me that you actually, every time Sandra's on, you treat yourself to another stencil or treat yourself to another project, and you've got a few of them on the go at once. I mean, on days like this, I mean, when we come in early in the morning for Wake Up with Hobbymaker, it's pitch black. When we go home at night at 6 o'clock after a day's work, it's pitch black. It's raining, it's cold. So why not stay indoors of a weekend maybe and just Sanntangle and just enjoy it. Lose yourself in it as well. That's what people love about it.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's very, very addictive. Once you've done one, you'll think, I'm just going to try it a different way. I'm going to do something a bit different. And before you know it, you're creating work just like that. You really are.
Are you doing it on a macro tile then?
I am actually working on a macro tile, yes. I've got one of those sat here. Sometimes it's nice to go a bit bigger, but again, it gives you that little bit of structure, doesn't it? You've got a certain amount of space to work within, and certain ones of the stencils we can do. So having said that, if you look at this and look at my shape fits an 8 by 8, and this isn't. This is not. It's 50 centimetres square, which is almost 6 by 6, isn't it? Something like that.
I'll take your word for that.
Conversion-wise, yeah, something like that. So I don't have to use the outside. I've got lots of different sizes here, so don't think you've got to use the same all the way through. What I have done, I've put a vertical line down my tile there, or my piece of paper, whatever you want to work with, and I'm going to draw the frame in first because then I can position my wolf. So I've just lined up my little dot in the middle there, and then my lines vertically with that line I've drawn. And then you can choose. I could go with the out one here. I could go with this one here. Let's do this one. So frame, they're quite flexible. It depends what you want to do with it. So there we go. Drawn that bit in. And then I'm going to come in and do this little bit here. There we are. Now you'll notice that there's slots. We didn't want to sort of do them all as separate. We did once, but we found that you lose pieces and it can be a little bit hard to hold. So
And I suppose those little circles help you to kind of divide up the heart equally?
Yeah, they are. Sorry, I'd got two people talking to me at once there. But yeah, the dots you can actually use. I only ever use the largest ones, so I'm not going to draw them here. I'm going to draw them inside my frame there. And what they're going to do, they're going to split the space up for me. We talk about that a lot, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Splitting up space. So there you go. There's my heart and there's the dots. So what I'd do now is I've already got one joined here. So I'd take this dot and this dot. So you see I'm sort of going to do a twisting motion there.
Okay.
So if I put my sort of shape, and this is my wolf stencil I'm using as a straight edge, turn it this way, and then I can draw in that line and that line, you see?
Yep.
And then follow it all the way around, this one and this one.
So each little section is now like a little picture?
It is, and it's giving you the angle, rather than drawing it a straight line, it's giving you the angle that you need as you're going to work your way around.
Right.
I have got one of those done, so I'll not take too much time up with that. What I've also done now is I've actually drawn a little mask. So I've got my heart shape, but I've got a little mask on the inside.
Right.
So what I can do with it, actually I'll do it on this one because this one I'm going to work on, is, there we go. I've just drawn it and then I've cut it out with a little bit of pair of scissors. So I can add just a little bit of ink in there. So again, just because it says frame, it is a frame, but you can do so many different things with it.
Yeah, using it like a stencil.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we were on Sewing Street with some frames earlier on in the week, and we were patchworking with them.
Ooh.
Not with hearts, but the hexagons and things.
Global domination, Sanntangle's taking over all the channels.
So I've got a little bit of ink around there. It's, you know, just because it's the same shape, it's going to work really well. So then let's bring our wolf in. There's a couple of things. You can do the portrait one, or there is actually a wolf that will howl at the moon.
Okay.
In this case, he's going to howl at the heart. And you've got two sizes, so you could do a mother and baby. You could do a family if you wanted to. And of course, you don't want it facing to the right. You could turn your stencil and have it facing to the left.
Right.
So there's lots of options. I've got myself a little horizontal line there because I just want to sort of rest him on something. Now, of course, you'll have numbered all your stencils, wouldn't you? So you know what you're doing. That's the plan. And I've actually put them in a certain order so you can sort of start to sense where the body's coming in. So if I draw in, that shape, let's just bring that one in. There we go. So I want those two to touch that one there.
Right.
I've got this one, and then I've got this one. So you see I've actually got just some bubbles there and a few little lines.
See, the stencil just looks like a mass of circles, and you can't really see a wolf in there at all.
No, not really. I'm just going to move that one round a little bit because I want it to be closer. This is why, you know, you can create your own. I'm going to use that same shape to give it a little bit of an ear along there. Now, this is all in the instructions.
Right.
So if you have a look, here we go. I'm on step number 3 there. So I'm just going to start to shape the mouth.
Oh, I see.
So again, you could come in with pencil if you want to, or straight in with pen.
So you're basically joining the circles up with a line.
Exactly, yeah. So there we go, into
This is
there,
so
look.
clever, isn't it?
And then if I bring a little bit of a curve there, a little bit of a curve there, Same there. And again, this shows you this in the instructions. So you've actually got part of your wolf there.
Right.
So let's just remove those lines. So
Starting to take shape.
Start to take shape there. Of course, because you're going to be deciding where this mouth section, where the ear goes,
yes,
you're already creating your own little design. So then from here, we need a bit of a line going in here. And again, coming back to the stencil, you've got some little feet here. Mm-hmm. So can do.
And they're all referred to by number.
Yeah, all referred to by number. So, for example, let's have a look where it says feet. Look, number 4. Use curves to connect the circles together. Draw in the first back foot, which is number 9 on the stencil. And that refers back to the book where it shows you, look, number 9. Where is it? There, look. Mm-hmm. There you go. So that's what I'm doing. It says do the back one first. I'm doing the front, but really doesn't matter.
It's all step by step.
A couple of little feet, look.
Yeah.
And then the larger one, which this is the number 9. I'm going to put that one here. And there. There you go. So you've got your little feet. So again, coming back to my instructions, you see now it's saying, right, okay, we've got to put this little curve in here. So we've already got the bubble to help us. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to put that little curve in there. And then, of course, it needs a tail. So I'm going to bring that to the bottom. Bring it round there, little curve.
How would you feel if this was your art and you'd just done this? That's what the stencils allow you to achieve.
Well, this is it, isn't it? You see a couple of curves there for legs, and you've basically got your little wolf. So we're sort of on number 8 there. So if I move, look to number 9, it says now draw around it with a pen. Yeah. You see it's got sort of little wavy lines going off. So let me just put that little bit of a tail in there. There we go. And I'm going to come straight in with pen. So now I'm going to put his little nose in, look. Bring it round. So I'm sort of following around the shape. There we go. Round there. And just leaving the bits I don't really want now in pencil.
Honestly, the sense of achievement when you've done something like this is immense, and I think that's what becomes addictive.
Yes.
What can I do next?
Absolutely, and you think, well, you get ideas, I think, as you go, and you think, oh, I could draw this with this, and I could do this with this. There it is. There's his tail, look. You can swoosh his tail to whatever you want to do. Bring this down, put that little curve in. Let's put the eye. Couple of, he needs a few teeth, doesn't he? There you go. Let's just have a little bit of a...
I mean, if you are watching this and you're thinking this is going to be good for someone in the family or a friend, treat them to Sanntangle. Maybe they've never watched it. Maybe they've never seen Sandra before, but you know that it would be right up their street. And all ages can do this. Absolutely, all ages can do this. It's even if you're not into the words, you can follow the pictures, and that will give you exactly what you need. You see there? Look, I've got my little wolf. So what you could do, you could actually cover that completely in black. You could fill it in like a silhouette, which would look really smart. And I'll show you that little bit in a minute. I just want to bring the tree in, because if we look at the instructions here, look, it's now showing me how to do a tree. Right. Yep. So again, a little bit of a wobble. So if you wanted to go for the hearts to do the frame, and you wanted to do the wolf as well, you'd be looking at probably about £34 with one P&P of £3.95, because that's what we do every day. No matter how many things you order from midnight to midnight, it's one P&P of £3.95. There you go. I've just drawn wobbly lines, and I'm adding a little bit of extra thickness in places. Look, just adding extra bobbles. And you've done that freehand? Yeah, completely freehand. It doesn't have to go all the way up. We're sort of like petering it off there. It needs a little another wobble. And then here, look, we can sort of drop a little heart in there. Mm-hmm. There we go. Make that a little bit thicker there, maybe. And then, of course, let's just put that base in. Again, another wobbly line. Yeah, there we go. And then a couple of little bobbles. It's a line with a curve and a bobble. Line with a curve. And that gives us our main shape. Right. What I'm going to do, just to give you an idea with the heart. I wish you'd been my art teacher 40 odd years ago. Oh, thank you. It is one of those things, isn't it? I think it is down to the teacher, and being able to sort of work out what you. But also, it's not just about the art. You're part of a community. You're part of a movement, as it were, of people that are enjoying santtangling, and you can share online. You can share with us with Share Your Makes. Loads of you. It's actually the biggest sharing that we get are from Sanntangle customers. So if you want to share your artwork, once you've done something and you're really proud of it, just take a picture of it and send it in to be in with a chance of winning a £100 credit. We do that every month on the last Saturday of the month.
Well, you see what I've done here now on my little heart? I've swapped to my brush pens.
Yes.
Now, when I say you think brush pens, what's going on here? This end's a brush and this end's a fine liner. So I'm actually using the colour of the fine line, and I've just followed and put a curve in each of those sections. So then I can come back and do another curve.
And we got those pens back in stock today,
Yeah, they're back in stock today. So
they're going to be in the next hour at 3 o'clock, but
all right, so
see more demos with those.
I'm just going to do this little bit, this one side, just so you can see how it's working. So maybe we could go up that side. And again, there are instructions for how to do this. There's a couple of different designs in the instructions, but you're going to want to go your own way and do your own thing. So you see what I've done now? I've actually created little sections within sections. So I could actually come in and rub away that heart shape, and then I'm just left with that kind of a pattern.
Are those pens water-based then?
These are water-based, yes. So we'll do a bit of inking with them in a short while. I'll show you how the brush end works. They're great for watercolour as well. You put a little bit on and we'll colour with them.
Perfect.
So then within this, you can start to add, so say we did these little bobbles here, we could actually fill it with little bobbles if you want to. Create our own little patterns, things like that. And then, of course, a little bit of shading. So once you've done this, you've added all round, you think, oh, how does this work? I have got a card that I've finished, because, of course, there's a lot of demos we want to get through today if possible. So you've seen how that works, but then this is how the finished thing could look.
I mean, you could tangle inside the wolf if you wanted to, or you could colour it in so it's like a silhouette.
So filled it in with black ink, and then I've come in with a bit of white and a bit of silver, added some swirls on. You can see the trees there. There's my lovely pink heart and a little bit of a sentiment. So from that, it's going that way. It's just lovely, isn't it?
It's great.
Great anniversary and things like that.
And Valentine's card, maybe. No sooner do we get Christmas done and dusted, we're talking about Valentine's Day in February. I know. $15.99 then will get you, remember, the native wolf stencil. The most important thing is, I know I've already said it, but it's to number your stencil, because when you just look at the stencil, already how much has gone? 30% of the stock has gone. With an indelible pen or a permanent marker, just number all of the shapes, because that will actually make more sense when you actually open up the booklet and it's referred to by number. So just do that before you actually start to do your... And who'd have thought that all of these shapes would make two different types of wolf? The wolf that's on the front of the image just there, and also the smaller one down there, howling at the moon. And you can have one or two. It's entirely up to you. £15.99 is your price. LV1289 is the code. LV1289. Now another one that we've got for you. We're going to try and get as many different projects in the show as we possibly can. Lots of you going for the dream catcher, I've just been told. That's already available to pre-order on our website if you want to go for that. And the dream catcher is just here, actually. But this one is what we're going to feature next. This is the totem pole, or the native totem. And again, open it up, and it's a stencil full of different shapes, which when you look at it, you kind of think, well, what do I do with that? All you got to do, number it. All the numbers are in the booklet somewhere. Sometimes it's in the front, sometimes it's in the back. But all these different shapes make all these different types of animal. And you can make it completely your own, because obviously you don't have to follow what Sandra's done on the front here. You can put them in different orders, do them all the same, so they're all on each other's shoulders, or whatever you want to do. But all these shapes will make the different creatures that will make your native totem. Cool, isn't it? It's only $14.99. Now, if I just open it up, so you can see the shapes. There we go, look. All those shapes will make a bird, will make a turtle, will make a fox's head, a bear, a butterfly.
So there's about 21 different animals, but there's more that you can create from it. It's so much fun, that one is.
Look at that. There they are, tangled in. There they are as the outline, and that's what the stencil gives you. The art comes in when you start to tangle the characters. Absolutely brilliant, okay? There you go. $14.99 gets you the stencil, gets you the booklet. The step-by-step processes are all in here, and you can start a collection of them if you want to. JY1219 is the item number. Free phone number to call an order, or indeed you can order on the website. You can see everything from Sandra that's available in stock at hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, we've also got the mandalas. Now, these have been going very, very fast on the website. I must admit, if I was starting, I would probably go for a mandala as my first project because they are gorgeous. They really, really are. They look great on the wall, they look great on cards. Now, we've had these on once before and they sold out in literally seconds. 2 different styles of mandala. And again, how you use them and how you tangle in them is entirely up to you. You don't get a booklet with these, do you?
No, you don't. This is why this one's slightly lower price range, because it doesn't have instructions with it. But that doesn't mean you're sort of left on your own. You've got the inspiration there. I'm going to show you how to use it now. So don't think it's hard. It's really not.
It's only $9.99 too for both of them. PQ1227. If you've got any other project books from Sandra that have got tangles in, you can use those tangles with these or just go your own way. It's entirely up to you. But very busy on this from just having it available on the website. So $9.99 for your mandalas.
Oh, they're lovely. Now don't forget, because you've got 2, you could actually put those together and create a third.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, you can see there, what it's actually doing is it's giving you sections, it's splitting the space up for you and giving you those little spaces to sort of tangle into. So they work brilliantly on their own or together as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ink a tile first with the brush pens, and I'll show you how we actually use this. So, saying I'm going to ink a tile, it helps if I've got one. Here we go.
Now, tiles and brush pens, all that sort of thing, check the website for those.
Right, ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I've got a glass mat there, little bit of a block, and I'm going to come on in and add some pens. Now, you see here that I'm using the brush side. It's quite a sort of a strong brush. It's not got a lot of bend in it because I'm not after doing brush lettering things with these.
Okay.
They're for filling in and they're great for making background. You could do this and add a bit of water with them, and then you could watercolour with them, things like that.
And you could also use your craft mat or your glass mat if you wanted to.
Absolutely anything, yeah. And you see, I've not worried too much about colours as such. Okay, I'm going to use just plain water. I'm just going to move it because I don't want it on my board. And I'm just going to spritz it, okay? Plenty water. There we go. All right, there it is. So it's all over the place. And what I have got in my little pot here, I've got some regular table salt, okay? Because what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to press it in. There you go. See, look how it's on my board. Good job I used the back of it. It's okay.
And the macro tiles, remember, are a really good size, and the quality of the card is exceptional.
It is. I mean, you can see here, look, it's just taking that colour and no problem. And then see where I've got my, oh, that's nice, my drips. I'm going to just sprinkle some salt in the areas.
That's quite a popular technique, actually, in crafting.
It is, absolutely. And, you know, if you've got alcohol inks and things, you can create some fantastic backgrounds with that as well. So lots of areas. But this is the water-based. So you see that I'm just going to completely leave that now and let that dry, all on its own.
And you can use the chunkier salt as well, if you've got, like, rock salt.
Yeah, of course you can, yeah. What you'll find is, as you can see there, it's actually starting to bend. Yeah. Just leave it. Completely leave it to dry and it'll come back.
It'll flatten out.
If you find that it's not enough for you to sort of draw on, turn it over, a piece of something over the top of, like a tea towel on top of an ironing board, no steam, iron it and it'll flatten it. Okay. That's what I used to do in college. Okay, so this is one I've got here that I've done earlier with my inked. And what I've done, look, I've started to add some tangles in there. But this is where I thought I'd show you on the coloured and you can see where it's coming. So I've drawn around it and I've got all the different spaces in there. And what you can do, you could come in with these colours if you want to, because you know they're going to match your background. And you can start to add in little tangles. Now, if you think, well, where do I get the ideas from to put these in? If you've got the stencils, you could use the tangles from there. If you've got the books, you can use tangles from there. And
the way to look at it is, and this is when it actually made sense to me, was every little section of that mandala is its own individual picture.
That's it, every little one. So you might just want to do this little bit and leave it at that and colour the others in, or you might want to do a little bit more somewhere else. You can see how that sort of starts to work as I'm working my way around. So if I bring you to this one, still using my colour, because I've used the same colours to do the background, I can come in and I can fill in sections. So I can start to pick in colours. Now a great one with this, a lot of you out there have got the Tangly Trails stencil with the dice.
Yes, yeah.
So you could actually roll the dice and look at the tangle that it gives you. and then you can
So
fill
let
it in
the
with
dice
those.
decide.
Let the dice decide, absolutely. So it's just beautiful, isn't it, how it can sort of start to come together. But I'll just do this one. You don't want to watch me for the next however long, just colouring these little bits in.
And each little picture, all it is made up of lines or curves.
Exactly what I've just done. So that would look lovely coming all the way around. And you see, I haven't done anything with the inside. Why not? It's because I've cut a die. Look, I've got one of my tiles.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've cut round a circle. So I've inked it as well, because that's going to sit in the middle. So let's just take that out for a minute, and then I'm going to bring in my totems. These are so much fun.
So all the projects that you buy, all the booklets that you get and the stencils you get, they're all interchangeable.
All works together. So I don't know, I mean, I quite like doing the pig because it always talks about success and things like that. But you've got so many, that you've got the turtle and the little beaver and the antlers with and little owls and all sorts of things. So
And there are the numbers on the first page.
they are, yeah. You notice, look, I do have all the numbers on my shapes there. They're quite small, so there's quite a lot of them. 62 different shapes on this
Oh, wow,
one.
okay.
So here we go. I'm going to start with, let's have a look. I'm going to do the turtle. Let's do the turtle. So here we go. That says number 3. See what it does here? Look, it gives me the numbers of the shapes. And then it shows me how they go together.
And it doesn't need to be a totem. You could just have the individual creatures on their own.
Just going to have that one. And then it says use number 35 for the head. So let's have a look again. 35 for the head.
How do you work all this out as a designer?
Do you know, I was asked that yesterday, actually. I actually draw the images first.
Right.
All of, so that I've got the whole piece, so I know what I'm doing. And then I actually sort of break down and think, right, what do I need, or what shapes do I need to be able to recreate that image? So
Such
then
a
I
clever concept.
draw the shapes. I scan them in, give them to my husband, John, and say, right, make me a stencil of that. He makes it laser worthy.
Right.
Because, of course, once I scan this in on the programme, you end up with like 6 or 7 lines instead of 1. It gets really complicated. So he removes all of those, takes all of those out, and then gives me the stencil back. Oh, I'm going to move my shapes a little bit that way. And then I actually write the instructions
So
with
it's a
that
real
stencil.
kind of in-house family business.
It is, yes. You can imagine the conversations over the dinner table, can't you?
Yeah.
Have you done that stencil yet? What does it look like? It's not right, or whatever. And that's how it's done.
And once you get into this, if ever in my family, we've got a real issue this Christmas. What do we get?
Yeah.
Different members of the family, because my mum and dad say they don't really need anything, they've got everything they want. But as soon as someone starts a hobby like this, you've always got that potential to give them a Sanntangle project.
Yes.
And it doesn't break the bank at all, but it gives someone another project to enjoy working on, another piece of art to make or card to make.
Exactly. See, I've moved those legs so I can rub those out now. Because if you do it in pencil, you can see sort of where you're going and what you're doing with it. Let's give him a couple of eyes, look. Bless him. And then on the surface here, let's put a little grid in. So again, this is like a tangle in itself. You put a little grid in there.
And there's no mistaking what it is.
There you go. And then maybe I'm going to put a little square in each of those little lines. There it is. It's just lovely, isn't it? There we go. And then a couple of little sort of swirls and bubbles around their legs.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Sort of same thing here. Now this is just one animal. You've got 21 in the book, and then of course you're going to be able to make lots of others. And that's it, a little bit of a there. And then of course you can bring your colours back in. Let's just add a touch in. And of course if I wanted to, I could bring a paintbrush in, and I could actually do a little bit of watercolouring on this.
Are there two camps with Sanntanglers? Are there like the monochrome Sanntanglers and the colour Sanntanglers?
I think so, yeah, and I think it's always, there's never arguments over it. It's always, people are really happy to share. But I think that there is those that still just like the monochrome, and some that go all out with colour.
It's such a sociable craft to do as well, because you'll meet up, like for example at the NEC or this weekend, lots of tanglers are going, they're going to be wearing their badges, and they're going to meet up for coffee, and you will make new friends doing Sanntangle through Facebook and social media. You can go on workshops at your place.
Yeah, we can. I think that's next weekend. I think we've got those running. And yeah, so it's good. And a lot of people meet up at the NEC. I mean, that's just one animal, look, from my totem there. So you could do all along, you could do lots of them. But, you know, having something like that. Now, the nice thing as well is underneath each animal, I've actually given you sort of the meanings behind each one. Bit of fun.
Yeah.
So for the turtle, it says peace, grounded, slow down and pace yourself, determination and ancient wisdom.
Oh.
So you could pick one of those things. You could pick, perhaps if you've got a friend and you're doing a card for them, you say, right, do you know what, you need them to slow down a little bit.
That's what the animal stands for?
That's what the animal stands for, yeah. So we could put sort of here, look, around it, slow down. You see, and just sort of bring that in.
Can you relate to that, slow down?
Yeah, I
Actually,
think so.
if I slowed down anymore, I'd stop.
Well, yeah. If I slowed down, you'd never have anything new.
Craig's laughing.
So, you know, you could... Oh, do you know, I've got somebody in the gallery trying to sort of, world domination.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you see, you could actually add the little words in there as well. It just sort of makes it a little bit more fun. So imagine doing a wedding kind of thing, that you've got certain people and their characteristics. And we've got a wedding one here, look.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Cat and the dog if you want to. So you just have to do a couple. Or here, look, I've got the largest one, look, with the antlers sort of holding it all at the bottom. And then, of course, you've got the eagle and the Indian sort of wings at the top. So you can go anywhere you want with it, whether you want to do just one and have a bit of fun, or whether you actually want to go a little bit further.
I'm just looking at the other animals here. Fox, cunning, humour, playful, awareness, teacher. The dog, trustworthy, faithful, respect, affection, devotion, everlasting allegiance. So yeah, that's what you can put on your card if you've chosen a certain animal that relates to someone you know. That's a lovely idea.
It's just
I like
a little bit of fun, isn't it? And I think we all have those friends that we think, oh, you're a bit cunning.
Yeah.
So, you know, putting a little fox on their card, even if you're making a card, I don't know, with the hunky-dory, anything like that, you could sort of use all that and then put a little fox in the corner, like, why have you put that in? I'm like, yeah, well, I know. So it's quite fun to do that.
The B, honesty, pure thinking, willingness, drive and ambition, achieving the impossible, the B stands for as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. I love that.
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Just one more thing with the macros. I just want to show you this, if I may, is you can actually emboss them. So that there, you see, it's on a tile. It's actually been embossed, so the main shape around there. And then I've used a different colour pens to actually create different things.
Now, the mandalas, half the stock has gone on the mandalas, very busy. You get two of them, two different shapes for $9.99.
And that one. You see,
multicoloured one.
So, you know, you could put them on cards or just play about with. This one, I've actually used a macro tile, but then I actually coloured it in and inked it all in black. So you've got that lovely colour.
So don't just think about doing Sanntangle
no,
on white
not
card.
at all. So absolutely go for it and just have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah. That's what it's all about.
There you go. So a bit of a mix there.
It's got to be the most affordable craft and also one of the most rewarding crafts to do as well, because everybody can do it. And that sense of achievement, when you look at your mandala, it's all been done, you think, I've done that. Amazing. Yep. Now, another one that's proving really, really popular is the next one just here. And again, these are all available individually. We've done bundles before in the past, but not everybody wants to have 2 or 3 projects in one go. So this is your dream catcher. Let the good dreams through, catch the bad ones. That's what it's all about. But all these projects are achievable with the stencil that's on the inside. So you've got your dream catcher with the arrow. You've got the feathers, which you can use, of course, completely independently. There's the numbered stencil on the back. So again, it doesn't come numbered. That's something that you have to do as soon as you get it home. But just use, this one's actually been numbered, but yours won't. Or has it?
Right, yeah, could be mine then.
Oh, okay. This is Sandra's.
Maybe we swapped part way through.
Mine
isn't numbered and yours.
Okay, that's the idea. Just number them like we've done here. Yours will be plain, but again, it relates to every little step-by-step technique inside. And you can do it without the feathers if you want to. Just have the kind of star design. It's entirely up to you. But how to use the stencil is every step of the way. If I just show you here, there's the first step. So basically, if you look at the stencil, you've got little circles all the way around in a circle. So there they are. That's the first step. Next step, link them up. Next step, do the kind of egg shape at the top there and just repeat all the way around until you end up with that effect. Like a spirograph, really, isn't it? A little bit.
Little bit, yeah, actually. It's really good fun to use this. It's a real nice one. Very sweet as well, because it's not too big.
No.
So it'll fit on a nice card. And of course, it's not just the dream catcher. You can use the feathers on its own.
Yep.
You can make an Indian headdress with this one as well. So it's really quite cool. So here we go. I'm going to make a start then.
Okay.
I've drawn myself a vertical line again on my tile, just so I know where I'm heading really. So I'm gauging this shape here. And again, I'm using a curved line. You might want to use the straight one. So again, you've got options there if you want it. So here we go. Straighten with pen as well. Gosh, we are drawing that in.
And you can go in with a pen if you're feeling brave, or do it with pencil first. That's what I did, pencil first.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you're comfortable with. There we go. I'm going to put the arrowhead on there. And then let's have a look. See, you've got this shape here. This can be as long or as small as you want. It's called, is it a fledgling or something like that on the end?
I'm not sure.
Not 100% sure. I used to know. I used to do bow and arrow. I used to go and shoot. Got my own bow and arrow.
Oh, archery?
Yeah.
I fancy giving that a go, actually.
It was, it's really good. A really good bow. I've not done it for a while.
A relative of mine was like a champion archer. I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, she did it for years.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mess with her.
No. Now here you've got two different sizes, the large and the small one. We're going to come in with the large, and again, look, I'm using pen. So you don't have to, but sometimes it's nice to just do it, isn't it? And try it. There we go. And I'm going to mark the centre as well. There you go. Okay. All right. What I'm going to do with pencil, though, I'm just going to give myself a little bit of a guide, and I'm just going to join my lines or my dots, so I can sort of see where that space is.
It's all about the segments.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah.
So now I've got two different shapes, this one here, this one here, and you think, okay, how are we going to use this? I want it with the widest bit going in the middle, so I'm just going to mark my line. So I've got sort of a centre line, and I'm going to put the point where that dot is and see where my line is, and I've just lined it up with that line I drew.
Right, yeah.
So then into there with that one. And then I'm going to turn it again, line this point up with that dot, and that mark I've made there, look, with that line I drew.
Got it.
Draw that one. Turn it round. And of course, you don't have to use the black pen. You could use the colours if you want to.
It's easy when you know how. When you got the stencil, it's a stencil that makes it.
Oh, this is such a cool stencil. That way. Same with this one. Along we go. And I'm just working my way around each time, and I've got that little mark, and I'm just lining it up with that bit of pencil there. Same on here. And along. One more. Again, lining it up. Along. You ready for this?
Ta-da!
Yeah. So we've got some little dots here. So
You've got to do that when you've finished it as well. The little ta-da.
I know, yeah, you have to do that, it's law. So let's draw those in so it's joined onto my arrow there. And let's make it join with some little S's, look. There we go.
Yeah.
That's joined. I want a couple of feathers. So again, you've got lots of different feather shapes. So you can decide what you want to do with it, whether you want a lot in, whether you want a few in. So let's just bring this one in. Again, it's entirely up to you. You can use the stencil both ways. So turn it round and have it facing the way if you want to. Or you can tape off some of the shapes. You could just ink these if you wanted. So there's one. I'll just show you how you do one. Let's bring that line in. And that line in. And it's all about you being creative, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's not me saying you've got to do it this way. I'm saying
a machine hasn't done this, you've done it. Okay, you've had the
it.
guide with the stencil, but apart from that, it's all your artwork.
Exactly. I mean, you put a few feathers underneath there. I'm not going to do loads, but let's bring in a little row of beads. So a little line, and on here. Now you have got some circle shapes. You've got some little circles you can use if you want to do that, but I'm going to come in freehand. Bead on the end. Now when I come to this one, I'll follow in the line, but you see I've left a gap.
Yeah.
So let's do another one. And it's nice, you know, to do different sizes. Maybe I'll have one on the top of there, the top of there. See, like little letter C's going around. So now if I bring my line up slightly in, bring it back down, up.
Oh, it looks like it's actually being threaded.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Back in and around. And of course, I can imagine this going in either the oval or the circular frame. So that's the whole point of those, is you could sort of mix and match and put them in together. So you see how you've got that? Doing your little droplets as well. Let's go in with this line. So maybe we do, let's do it on this one.
I wonder how many of you santangling along with Sandra right now in your living room or in your craft room.
I know, we're just having a bit of a sketch. You see here, you can use these circles. There we are. And sort of work it around. Now I'm doing my 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. You see, I've got that beautiful curve. And I'm bringing this back in, this vertical row of bubbles. It's almost actually touching that one there. Let's just do this. I'll show you the finished.
Bubbles is one of Sandra's favourite things to do.
I like bubbles, yeah. So you've got your little rows, which you join together. You go add a few little beads on there. Again, I'd probably do that in different colours. And then you've got some little shapes. So I could actually add this one, give me a little droplet shape. So you've had a few different techniques there of how you can create something underneath. So bringing it into a card format. There we go.
See, this is what everyone who I met at the NEC the other day was saying, that it's almost like you've got a little masterclass. With us, the demos are the most important thing. And it's like you've gone to a workshop with Sandra for the last 45 minutes and shown these techniques. And you can record these shows and watch them back as well. But honestly, give it a go. You might think to yourself, I could never do that. You see these stunning works of art and you think, oh, Sandra's done that, I can't do it. You can.
Yeah.
If you do it bit by bit, line by line, circle by circle, whatever the shape may be, you too can santangle. Because all it is doodling. And we've all done that. When we've been on hold on the phone, how many times have you squiggled on a notepad or something like that? That's a doodle. It's a meaningless doodle, but we do it. This is a meaningful doodle that becomes a fantastic work of art.
That's it.
Okay, now, before we run out of time, we have got another show later on at 3 o'clock. We've got some other shapes for you as well, which I can bring down. Let me just move this picture out of the way. Now, the octagon, lots of you have jumped ahead of us and are just cherry picking what you want. So the octagon is really unusual. It's like you're looking at a gemstone, isn't it?
Oh, it's
really
lovely,
beautiful.
isn't it? Yeah, it's that fiery design on that one. It's just little leaves. It's beautiful.
Now, I don't think we've actually done the octagon on its own before. We've done it in a bundle, but here it is individually available. Basically, all those lines allow you to choose the size of octagon you want to do. All the circles in each of the sections allow you to section off the octagon. And it's those little sections that are the start of your picture. They're all individual little pictures. But this is the sort of thing you can do with it. How beautiful is that? That's how it starts. And then gradually, step by step by step, step 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it then develops into that, and then just adding a line and going all the way around. It's repetition as well, isn't it?
It is repetition, yeah, absolutely. And you know, it really, it does what it says on the tin, doesn't it? It frames whatever you're creating.
Yeah.
Whether you use part of it, whether you use the full size, or even if you actually use it to mat and layer, you know, and draw around your shapes and that kind of thing.
And what were you going to put in the frame? Is it going to be one of those little critters that we showed you a few minutes ago?
Exactly, you could do your little totem in there, you could do your wolf, but equally so, you could actually use every single section of it and create an octagonal shaped mandala.
Stunning, isn't it?
You can fill it all in if you want to.
$13.99 is all this is, and you know, there's nothing to run out on it either. Once you've got the stencil, you've got the stencil. Just use your pencil and your pen. UT1291. Now, another one that's really, really popular is the nonagon. Now, the nonagon is over here. Now, remember last time we did it, we actually spelt it incorrectly on the screen. I think we got the
yeah,
we got
all
the
like to
spelling right
Google
this
it.
time. Yeah. So this one is your monogon. So how many sides is that?
9.
9 sides.
It's really, really nice. I've actually got the original artwork here, Dave.
Oh, wow.
For the instructions, so you've got instructions for this.
Right.
There's the main frame, so there's your outer shape. There you go. And then on the middle bit, so if I actually show you this, I actually even ran out of space on the instructions. So this shows you how to do that frame.
Right.
Okay?
Stunning.
From start to finish. It's so easy. And then this bit here, so you insert this side and this side, shows you how to do this bit.
Right.
Now there you see I've actually added a bit of a gem in the middle, but then beauty of it is you could have it as a frame, like we say. You could put a dream catcher, whatever you want to do in the middle there. But you could use this and actually create a full mandala if you want to as well. And of course you can do that with all the frames. But this one is It's just fabulous. This 9-sided is so nice to use.
Well, it's a bit different as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you fancy the monogon, then there it is with the extra insert in there because, as you heard, Sandra ran out of space in the actual brochure itself or in the booklet
So
itself.
you've got more instructions
Yeah,
in there.
more tutorials in there from the lady herself. $14.99, and that is product code ZN1227. Okay, ZN1227. Now, more shapes. Let's give you the oval. And once you've got these, you've got these for life, really, haven't you? To be honest.
Well, you have, and as long as you look after them, you know they're gonna last you. They're not going anywhere. You're not going to lose anything out of this, and it doesn't look anything on its own. But once you see what you can create with it, and when you look at that one, that's what created that frame around the lotus.
Oh,
frame
okay.
you picked up. So.
Now, this one hasn't been on air for a little while. It's back today for $13.99, and it works obviously both ways, kind of landscape and portrait. OR1257, and again, open it up. You don't need to number these because basically all the shapes are basically the same inside it.
Yeah.
But you can do various different sizes of oval and various different tangles as well. The tangles that Sandra recommends, of course, are there, but you can do your own thing if you want to. But it's all about the sectioning off.
Exactly, everything's sectioning, and I'm just giving you that structure and that little bit of confidence to say these boxes are all going to work and they're all going to fit together, and you're going to get them about the same size. So. Absolutely. I love the oval.
OR1257, £13.99. Such an affordable hobby to embark on. It really, really is. The hexagon, we got that for you, or it's actually a heptagon, isn't it? Hexagon as well. Where's the hexagon?
Oh. Is it not there? Do I have mine? This is the thing, see, we get hexagons and we've got heptagons, so we've got 6 and 7.
Well, I've got the heptagon.
Yeah,
so
I've got a hexagon here, Dave.
Okay, cool. This one is your heptagon. We'll do the hexagon in a sec. So there's your heptagon for you. And again, in colour, it's incredible, but in black and white, it's incredible.
Absolutely, yeah, it's really nice.
I wasn't a fan of the colour to start with, but now I actually love it.
It's growing.
Yeah.
Even if you do monochrome, and we've said this before, you use one colour and use it just maybe on one of the bubbles and have a pop of that colour, it just looks stunning. So you can mix and match the two together.
Love it. $14.99 for the heptagon then. That's JX1275, JX1275 for that. Again, you've got the potential there of doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 different sizes of heptagon.
Exactly. So you can mix and match. You can do them all. You can use just one or 2 or 3 or whatever you want to do, whatever size.
And you've got the hexagon?
There's your hexagon, yeah.
Thank you all.
So if you're into your sewing as well, this is brilliant because you can create your patchwork shape on it.
Sanntangle patchwork quilt.
Yeah, which we did have. Actually, I know I mentioned Sewing Street. I was on Sewing Street Tuesday with this.
Yes.
So if you're into your sewing, then it'll actually do it. Watch that back and you'll see what we did with it.
Well, maybe a quilt would be a little bit of a daunting task to actually kind of sanntangle each of the hexagons, but certainly for placemats and stuff like that.
Exactly, yes. And it's just beautiful because you've got all of them in the same size and the same spacing. You use some of them for paper piece and then you actually tangle in the middle. Create your own little mandala-y kind of shapes. It's fab.
Love it. Which are you going to go for? Loads of you have gone for the mandalas. Well, we do have these fantastic shapes for you, of course, as well, and frames. $13.99, and that's MS1237 for your hexagons. So we've done quite a few different frames there. Now, we've also got the artistic forms and frames. Now, this is the only book that's in the show today, in this show, and I think you'll love it when you see it. And the book really... There's no stencil with the books, but what you've got are pre-drawn outlines that you can tangle into. And at the beginning, there we go.
Yeah. Well, actually, that picture there, the square one there, Dave, is actually here in a frame. And you can actually reproduce that using 2 of the images from the book. So
there it is.
Yeah, so you've got the circle frame, which is in the book, and the butterflies. I actually used... one of the pages in the book and I cut them out, tangled them, cut them out, and then I've stuck them on so it looks like they're coming out of the frame. So that's actually done from book 1.
So the first few pages are full of kind of colouring techniques and tips and that sort of thing as well, which you can of course use later in the book. But then, look at this, you then get the outline. Which you can tangle into to your heart's content. And there are loads and loads of different pictures in here.
Yeah, see, some of them are pictures and some of them have been created with those circle and square frames.
Yep.
So you've already got your spaces sectioned off, so to speak, and you can just sit and tangle away at your own leisure. But then, again, a bit of colouring in there, so you've got some of my original artwork as well that you can have a play with as well.
Stunning, isn't it?
Again, look at that dragonfly's lovely, and the fan is divine.
Yeah.
You colour that fan in, it's just beautiful. Of course, you get your colouring pencils as well, and get your gems in, and they work really well with alcohol markers as well. So.
Well, only $13.99. This is the only book that's in the show. There are other books available which you can find on our website, of course, as well. And Sandra actually has her own fantastic shop on our website. So if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk and then look up the brands that we have, every single brand that we have in stock at Hobbymaker has got its own kind of department on our website. So have a look at the other books that are available as well. But this one has been a real firm favourite, hasn't it?
Oh, it certainly has. And there's so much in it. And you get 2 of each image as well, so you can actually build it up if you want to.
Right.
But if you just want to colour, they're great for that. If you want to actually use it and maybe take that out and have a background and put a topper on the front of it. There's so many things you can do. So I encourage you to take them out of the book and use them. Don't just leave them in there, but actually do something with them.
And is the book full of paper or is it card?
It's 160 GSM.
So it's on the cusp of card.
Real super smooth paper, yeah.
Right.
So for your alcohol markers, it's superb. But again, using your coloured pencils, I wouldn't use much water in there. And it's actually really nice. It works with the brush pens if you actually use the fine liner end and do all lots of different colours.
Well, those brush pens are going to be in the next show at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we've also got the return of the gel pens as well. So they're going to be there.
Oh, I know. There's staples out there, and if you see here, look, this is drying ever so nicely. Look at this.
Oh.
And I'm not going to touch it till it's completely dry because there's salt on there and it's sucking up the ink. It's going to leave a lovely sort of texture. There you go. It's starting to dry there.
So do you brush the salt off or just leave it on there?
I'm going to brush it off because sometimes it does stick a bit, and just go with that. I think it's a little bit of sparkle. But yeah, I will be brushing the salt off that, so I've got a nice, clean, smooth finish again to draw on. So yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
So we're using the oval stencil now.
Yeah, absolutely. I just thought it'd be nice to show you, if you wanted to, you can just do something small and mandala-like. So I'm just going to draw in my little lines there. And again, you don't have to do it with a straight edge. You can just sort of do this freehand if you want. So there we go. I'm just going to draw in that line, look, and then working my way along. If you sort of turn your tile, you start to see where those lines are. And that's what's the most difficult thing, I think, of you trying to get a shape to sort of even its way out. And then, of course, if you want to, you could even go in and you could halve it again because you've now got the idea and you've got those lines to sort of help you.
And the smaller the space, the less daunting the task is.
Of course it is. I quite like using the half size because sometimes you want to come in and add a bit of a curve one side, like so, and then you can do a curve the other side. So it's just helping you a little bit rather than you trying to do it by eye. And see, we've got this bit here, so this would then come in and there and bring that in. So you see how it sort of starts to work its way around and little loops in this one. And all the pencil lines are going to disappear and it's just going to look like you've drawn your own frame.
We always get the biggest response from tanglers to send in their work. So if you want to send and share what you've been working on, or even a picture of something in process, something you're working on at the moment, send it in and hopefully we can show it to you in the 3 o'clock show as well. Or any questions you've got about santangling, just message in via the website hobbymaker.co.uk. Hopefully we can answer them.
Absolutely, yeah. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. There's something you've not got. So you see how much she's just doing a section of it, but instead of it being a frame, it's sort of starting to bring itself in, creating more of a mandala kind of shape, even though it's an oval. And then all the way around the edge. So I've got these little spaces I can play with, but then here in the middle, we could bring in a little tangly pattern, a couple of little lines. There it is. So, you know, it doesn't have to be a frame if you don't want it to be. Just go along and have a bit of fun with it. You see, little lines.
So what have we got coming up at 3 o'clock then, Sandra?
Well, I thought we'd just do a little bit of Christmas.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
So I think, sometimes it's nice just to bring that back. I thought we'd draw a stag. And,
now you're talking.
Thought we'd go back to the wreaths, maybe do a Christmas tree or two. Or, do you know what, if anybody's got questions about the Christmas ones and you think you'd want to see something particular, then message in and I'll do some techniques if that's what you want to do.
A stag Sanntangle. I can't think of anything better.
Oh, it's amazing. Have you not seen them
No,
yet?
I haven't. I didn't know you did this now.
Oh, they're amazing.
Well, that's got
Wait
me
till you
hooked.
see them. They're
Make sure you
amazing.
tune in at 3 o'clock for the next show with a bit of a Christmas thing. And imagine having on your wall an amazing Christmas stag that you've actually drawn, that you've actually kind of put together.
Absolutely, they're lovely.
Incredible. Okay. And we've got those pens as well. We've got the gel pens and we've got the brush pens too. So we'll see you in just over an hour. Craig's in the wings. We've actually got a really special show coming up next as well, because I don't remember ever doing a show all around vellum. If you've got any questions about vellum, or you've got any problems that you've had working with it, you're not quite sure how to cut it or how to stick it or whatever, yeah, we're going to do a workshop with Craig and answer any questions you might have got. So get your emails into us, or indeed just use the little message bar that's on our website which says contact the studio, and we can answer those for you in the next show. See you in an hour then.
See you in a bit.
All right, and I'll see you with Craig after this.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's Catch-Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Davies and I'm here to tell you all about my brand new live UK tour, Craft Your Christmas. Now, if you didn't guess by the not so subtle title, Craft Your Christmas is designed to be like the ultimate seasonal experience, which is guaranteed to get you feeling really festive and totally inspired to get creative. Now, I've designed this as like the perfect girls' night out. So bring your friends, your mum, your daughter, your neighbours, whoever it is, a couple of glasses of wine and a nice meal beforehand. Come along and I promise you, not only am I going to entertain you, but I'm also going to get you feeling super creative for Christmas. So many of us dream of having like that perfect creative Christmas. Whether it's from your tablescaping, your ornaments, your decorations, how you wrap your presents, how you do crafts with the kids, I'm going to give you the tips and tricks for all of it so that you can have the best Christmas ever. So, if you want to get your tickets for Craft Your Christmas, and trust me, you will not want to miss out, they're available on ticketmaster.co.uk. Just go and search my name, Sarah Davies, on the site, or of course you can have a quick little look on my website, sarahdavies.com, for more information. Now, that's all from me, but I really hope I get to see some of you there.
Hiya, Saturday afternoon. Look who's back.
Hi.
2 days
Fancy
in a row.
seeing you here.
I know, good to see you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, Craig was here yesterday and he's doing a couple of shows today as well. Now, I mentioned a few minutes ago that vellum features in quite a few shows. And we talk about it and we use it, but this is almost like a vellum workshop, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I kind of put that out on social media as well, just saying it's one of those things, it's the most beautiful material to be using.
Yeah, to work with.
It's one of those that is, how do you use it? where do you use it? How do you incorporate it? How do you stick it? So we've got incredible bundles on the show today, and I thought what we'll do within this hour, I've got things set up and ways you can use it, how you can attach it, but as you said as well, if you've got any questions or anything like that, just ask away.
Absolutely. So loads of inspiration coming up from Craig between now and 3 o'clock, but any questions, just email in studio@hobbymaker.co.uk or via the website as well. Now the starter pack we've got for you, this, I don't remember actually ever seeing vellum in 12 by 12 sheets. Normally it's A4, isn't it?
Well, that's right, yeah, or a lot of the time it's 8 by 8 that you'll see, but yeah, we've got it in our 12 by 12. So this was, the team had said to me, right, Craig, you're at Hobbymaker for a couple of days. On that second day, you've got a vellum show, put together a little bundle. So I thought, well, straight away, Country Lane 12 by 12 paper pad I've put in.
Yep.
But because it was a vellum show, I've put in that 12 by 12 vellum pad. It's 150 GSM. Now you've got multiple sheets, so that one being your patterned paper.
So that's the Country Lane, that's the
indeed.
pattern paper, 36 sheets in there of 12 by 12. I'll flick through that in a minute for you. But this is your vellum pad.
It is, yes.
Talk about luxury, look at this.
It is. Now this has got silver foiling, it's got gold foiling. So it's that vellum, that material, but what you're then going to be able to do is, as I said at the start, use them in many ways. But not only is it just coloured or just patterned, it is foiled. Foiled to perfection, the two colours, multiple sheets of each. Use it onto your scrapbook pages or chop it down like I'll be showing you.
And it's totally translucent. If I put my hand behind, you can probably see my hand through it, as you'd expect. Like a bit like parchment, but vellum. I've never seen vellum like this before. This is incredible.
Really, really is. When it first came out, we all went crazy on the team for it. So I thought, what you'll see in a moment, there's a lot of 8 by 8 bundles. So I thought, well, if I've got my my opportunity to hand pick things, I'm going to go for the 12 by 12 one. That's what we've done.
And this is the paper
Works
pad
well.
that comes with it, which is
does.
the Country Lanes, which I know was hugely, hugely popular. So that's in there as well, double-sided. So you've got the floral display on one side and more of a kind of a texture on the back, which use whichever side you wish. So that's the paper pad included there. So there's 36 sheets in the paper pad, 24 sheets in the 12 by 12 vellum pad. You're also going to get the Centura Pearl.
They do indeed. I thought we'll put that in there because then the vellum works well on the pattern paper, but then putting in that snow white with a hint of silver, it does mean that you can then layer over your vellum, like I will show you at some point within this hour, or you just might want to add that to your stash, Dave. You get 10 sheets in that one there, and it is 310 GSM.
And you get your red liner tape as well, which is perfect to actually secure vellum with.
I would say between that and your tacky glue, and I thought, well, we'll show you different ways, but let's put in a little bit. I say a little, it's a full roll of your 3mm red liner tape.
Now, what a bundle that is.
Big bundle.
EL2043. I've never seen vellum like that. That should be the price for all of it. But we're not going to ask you for that price. EL2043. We're going to give you the whole collection for the cost of just the pastel vellum, I believe.
I believe so, yeah. I believe the team have managed to do a corker of a deal with this one.
Cracking deal. Now, if you're like me and you've never seen vellum like that before, EL2043, you're only paying for the vellum, the Centura Pearl, the Country Ways pad, and the red liner tape, you're not paying a penny for. £29.99, over £50 worth of value, under £30 gets you the lot. This is Craig's deal for you. He's put this together for you today. What a deal that is. And remember, the vellum pad alone has got that value of £29.99. You can see why. It's just so luxurious.
It really, really is. And I have to say, I really, really did push to get the 12 by 12, because as you'll see that Dave will show you just shortly, all the other vellums on the show are 8 by 8, so you can see the theme of the size that's going.
Yes.
But I persisted and I did say, look, can we just go for the 12 by 12? I've got it this way, I've got my way. The only thing is there's not a lot of the 12 by 12.
No.
So just keep that in mind. I did get my way, but it comes at a price because there's not many.
Now, loads of you are taking advantage of this. Think about how you can use it. If you've got any worries about how to use it, you're not quite sure, can I do this, can I do that? Message in and we will answer any questions you may have got. But over 50 or nearly £55 worth of value today for under £30. EL2043, already very, very busy for this. You're not paying for the Centura Pearl, you're not paying for the Country Ways, you're not paying for the red liner tape. All you're paying for is that gorgeous 12 by 12 vellum, EL2043. Maybe, like me, you've never seen that before. I mean, this is not a common thing to see 12 by 12 vellum, is it?
No, not a lot, not a lot. As I say, I know I've said it a few times already, but you'll maybe tend to see maybe A4 or your 8 by 8, but having it in that 12 by 12, you know, really is quite special, because then what it means, which we'll show you in the first demonstration, what about creating your envelopes?
Oh, yeah.
If you've got 12 by 12, it means you can create a variety of different size envelopes.
Vellum envelopes, who'd have thought it? Loads of you are multi-buying this. Yeah, I mean, you're saving you're saving £25 off the price. So if you buy two, you're saving 50 quid. Do the maths, it's just too good to miss out on. Centura Pearl Silver, you'll reach for and you'll use, I'm sure, all the time. You've then got the 24 sheets, remember, of the vellum. If I just move the Centura Pearl out of the way, look at that vellum. All those patterns, all of that beautiful foiling on those 12 by 12. And if you're not a 12 by 12 fan, cut them down.
Exactly.
Make them 6 by 6s.
Exactly, that's it. And you imagine that 6 by 6 card with a simple bit of vellum, which I'll show you how you can attach.
Yep.
That's your card front done, sentiment done.
Well, that would be 96 6 by 6s you can make out of those 24 sheets. Think about it that way as well. EL2043, it's what you probably have been waiting for. Very, very busy. 20% of the entire stock has already gone. Let's say hi to some of you that are ordering. Audrey in Greater London's already checked out. Hello, Richard. Hello, Elizabeth. Susan Tynan Weir, you've checked out as well. Kate in Staffordshire, Christine in Kent, Wendy, Suzanne. Loads of you with it in your baskets right now. It is just the most incredible deal. It really, really is. Difficult to display, but very easy to use and beautiful value for money. And remember, that Centura Pearl is just, that's where it all started for me. It's the silver Centura Pearl.
Exactly. Yeah. And it was one, and again, I'll be honest with you, David, I had a variety of choices that I could have chosen for the Centura Pearl, but I thought, let's go right back to the beginning, go back to the Snow White, and that really does mean that you can layer it up with your pattern paper, or it absolutely shows off that vellum perfectly. And
the vellum is just to die for, it really is, and that's all you're paying for, the vellum. The rest of it, you're getting as a Billy bonus, EL2043. Now, if you don't want 12 by 12 stay, what about an 8 by 8 bundle? Now that's not going to stay, is it?
Not want to stay, is it?
Let me move this out of the way and I'll come back to that in a minute. Okay, now the 8 by 8 bundle we've got for you, there's just no room. Now, we've got Country Lane, we've also got Say It With Flowers, we've got Vintage Butterflies, and we've also got a Nitwit selection as well, and all of this is vellum. Absolutely. That's going to complement what you may have potentially bought yesterday from the Nitwit collection. What I am going to say, that is what the original bundle was. Right. And I did, once again, I did ask, can I get one more? Say It With Flowers. This only launched about 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. This is Sarah's current big Sarah's signature collection, Say It With Flowers. That's a full 8 by 8 24-piece vellum pad. Managed to get that one included as well. So that 3 now becomes 4. Now, $51.96, there's 24 sheets of 8 by 8 in each of these packs. So you're looking at 96 sheets in total for £51.96. Now that is the starting price, $12.99 per pack. And we've actually got some boards here that you've very kindly done, which I can just show you. So this is the Say It With Flowers. This is the design you're going to be getting in the Say It With Flowers. And can you see just how translucent that vellum is? You can see my skin and my fingers through it. Look at that. It really is beautiful. Now you do get multiple sheets of each. What we have done is we have popped some white behind just to show off how well that vellum is, but it is 8 by 8 in size, as I would say, 150 GSM, and you can start to distress it if you want. You can just layer it up, chop it up, create flowers that we'll show you just shortly as well. But the key thing is, Dave, this only launched 2.5 weeks ago. Well, you've got it as part of the bundle. That is the Say It With Flowers. You get 24 in total in there. This one is your Vintage Butterflies. Vintage Butterflies for this one. Oh, look at this. Isn't it? And look at the colours with this. Now, again, variety of sheets of each design. We've popped the white behind to really show it off. We do the white because it works well, Dave, but pop black behind there, pop craft card behind there, pop your cherry Centura Pearl. Whatever it is you want to pop behind, you can absolutely do that. Isn't it beautiful? And it really works well. Instead of using pattern paper, just use vellum instead. I love it. I love it. 24 of those sheets in your Vintage Butterflies. Then we go to throwing this on Country Lane. Country Lane, okay. We've already shown you the paper pad. Why not have the vellum to go with it as well? The paper pad was in the starter collection. Here is the vellum that will complement that 12 by 12 paper pad beautifully. Again, 24 of these in total too. Look at the artwork.
6 designs with this one, and you're getting 4 of each. And what I would say when it comes to 8x8, I don't tend to use 8x8 as a whole, Dave. So then that just means then it is actually going to last you a bit longer, depending on how you use it. If you're only going to use little sections, maybe you're going to use it as a wrap, like I'll show you later on. But that one also included.
And this one
of my favourites
is the Knitwit. Now, tell us about Knitwits again. They're basically an online company normally, aren't they?
They are, yes. So Knitwit are a Canadian company. Many of you will have heard of them. They're an online digital company. So you create your images, your scrapbook pages digitally by purchasing their images online. But what they wanted to do is they wanted to get out there into the physical crafting market. They wanted physical crafting products. So between us and a couple at Knitwit, we got together, and us at Crafters Companion, we now produce their Knitwit designs, pattern papers. We have featured stamps and dies in the past as well. This is Knitwit designs, but us at Crafters Companion, we've brought them to you in actual physical form. These ones been vellum.
Very special indeed, and that colour palette of blue and yellow is absolutely to die for. Let me just lift that sheet up, there we go. Look at these beautiful images.
So all with those yellow, when it comes to the yellow flowers and the roses you've got there. Don't forget, and I say don't forget, you might not know, you can still go over with your clear sparkle overlay, things like that. You can absolutely do that, add detail when it comes to alcohol pens. So you can really, really add a lot of craftability to your vellums.
And honestly, the quality of this, the feel of it is absolutely gorgeous. And you can see the translucency there as well. So again, you're going to get 24 sheets in there too, and they're 8x8 in size, 150 GSM. You're going to get all 4 packs for $51.96. FU 2078. Is that the final price there? No, it's not. I didn't think it was. Okay, let's show you what we're going to do for a deal. Not over £50. Where's it going to go? How low can we go? Half price. Wow. $25.99. Over £50 worth of value for $25.99 today, and you get all 4 collections. And these aren't pads, they're actually loose leaf, aren't they?
They're all loose leaf. I have to tell you, I had an idea this was going to be the price. I was not allowed to say anything on social media. You have no idea how much I wanted to tell you over the last 12, 24 hours, how much this one was going to be. Ridiculous. This is, out of the 2 days I've been here, completely different shows, this is my pick of the whole weekend.
Basically, you're getting 2 packs for nothing. It's a half price deal. Buy 2, get 2 free. Half price, whichever you want to look at it. FU 2078 is the product code for this, and you'll have 96 8x8 sheets of gorgeous vellum in all those different themes and all those different colorways as well. If you've always shied away from vellum because you're not quite sure what to do with it, this guy will show you in the next hour how versatile it is,
absolutely,
how luxurious it is, and how affordable it is today with this half price deal. Stock up. Try it, give it a go, use it in your craft. You will adore it, you really, really will. But because it's got that translucency, it just gives your card that much more luxury and much more appeal, I think.
It does, it really, really does. And it's one of those things, if you do make to sell, which you can do, I know not everyone does, but if you do, it's one of those that you could add, what, an extra 50p, maybe £1 to it.
I think you're
maybe
right.
a wee bit more, depending whereabout in the country that you are, because it's that little bit of luxuriousness.
Well, this is flying. Both bundles are absolutely flying out the door at the moment. Remember, if you've never shopped with us before and you want to, just basically give our free phone number a call. It is a free phone number from landline and mobile phones. Also, the guys are in the building here. It's a UK-based call centre, and they'll open an account for you. And then you can, of course, enjoy FU 2078 as your first purchase. $25.99, should be over 50 quid, under 26. Right, Craig, what do you want to show us first of all?
Right here. So for the first one, we're going to use that 12 by 12 vellum pad.
Okay.
I'm going to show you how you can make a couple of envelopes. Now, for this one, you are going to need like an envelope board or something like that, which I've got. It's one of ours, and it has been on Hobby Maker a few times. What I would say, the remaining of the demos, you won't need a tool such as an envelope maker. So please don't think, is that all the show's going to be?
Right.
I'm going to show you lots of other things such as vellum inserts.
Get your questions in if you've got any queries.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with our envelope box maker here.
Yep.
And this one I'm going to go in. You'll have seen it a number of times as well. Key thing as well, when it comes to something like this and envelopes and vellum, you can always check out our YouTube as well as watch back this show over the next 7 days. So what I've done, this is going by my guide that I would get with my envelope maker. So what I've done, this one's going to be a 7x7 envelope. So I've already cut this one down here to 10 3/4 by 10 3/4. And I know I need to pop this into position 1, and then I know I also need to score at position 6.
Okay.
Position K, sorry.
All these measurements and everything are part of the envelope box board.
They
you
are,
get that with
absolutely. And that way, again, I know, because I did double check beforehand that it had been on Hobby Maker in the past, so many of you will be able to do what I do.
It's part of the Ultimate Pro bundle, which you'll find on the website. I think you can buy that board separately as well. So.
I think so, yeah, I think so. And even the actual Ultimate Pro itself, it does have an envelope feature as well,
Yeah,
so
it does.
you can still use it on these ones. So I'm going to go in and I'm scoring at K all the way around, because this is going to be a 7x7 envelope. So I'm just making sure, double checking I have scored them in the right way. So making sure we're going in K all the way around. So what I can then do is I'm going to go in and I'm just going to fold this one nicely. Now the foil is on the one side. So what I do with vellum is I do carefully fold it in both directions to start with.
Okay.
Because it's a different material, of course, your cardstock, which you can do what I'm doing just now with cardstock, it's all fibrous. So, you know, I tend to just go straight in, fold in that one direction, and we're good to go.
Think how luxurious a vellum envelope would be. What would be inside a vellum envelope? It would be happy post, wouldn't it?
It would. It really, really would be. Imagine sending out your card or a letter and it's been wrapped in envelopes, and I'll show you the one just shortly that I have already done, because you might think, well, where are you going to write on your envelope? You simply just need a little piece of white card or maybe a really nice little piece of textured paper, stick it on the front, and then that's where you can write the recipient's name and address. But I am very, very carefully just going to go in and I'm going to bend this one into place.
Yep.
So that is me now all good to go. So straight away you can see how this is coming together.
Yep.
So as it is the envelope, what we do need to just go in and do is go in, and where we've got those crossovers, I am going to go in and I'm just going to snip these ones away. So I'm snipping away. And if you love to do your decoupage, you can still create envelopes with vellum that's got depth with them.
Okay.
So, you know, please don't feel as though you can only do flat
And that's what they call an envelope box, isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely. So what I'm going to do is just going to go in and I'm just going to snip these little triangles out. And then what we can do is fold them back in. We're going to cross this one over that you can see here. Now, we do have, in that main bundle, we do have that red liner tape, which will work. So between that or our tacky glue, right, you're going to be absolutely amazed at this. Check out the Hobby Maker website. I know it was in a bundle yesterday.
Yes, yep.
There is vellum glues out there. And I'm not saying they don't do a good job, because they probably will do. This is our normal call-out tacky glue.
Right.
And all that I'm going to do, Dave, is I'm going to go in and I'm just going to do a little, tiny little line.
And you won't see it through the vellum?
You will not see it through the vellum, I promise you. I'm going to go in and I'm going to press that one in, and I'm going to really, really press that in. So we're going to stretch that glue. But look at that.
Oh, wow.
No glue whatsoever can be seen.
Honestly, have you ever
that
thought
vellum.
of making a vellum envelope or an envelope box? Maybe you hadn't.
Maybe not. And then all that I need to do is just go in. Look at my card blank. It's just, let me take, it would help if I had a right size card blank, Dave. Let's pop that down to what is properly 7x7. So I'm going to cut this one. Let's make sure we go in 7x7. Let's pop this one in. And then when we pop this one in, let me just press that back into place. Going to go in.
There you go.
Pop it in that we can see here. Then what you can then do with a glue dot, or maybe, you know, you do get envelope gum, but go in with a glue dot, or what you can do is I've gone in with my wax seal that I've got from one of my collections.
Yep.
And I know the guys in the gallery were just talking about it in my ear and they had no idea I was about to bring that one out.
How posh is that?
And also just a little glue dot. And then on the front there, a little piece of card, write the name, the recipient's name. But again, that excess there, we just need to put that little bit of
Crafter's
glue.
Companion do the wax seals, though, don't
We
they?
do, yeah. We've had them in Nature Garden collections.
Yep.
We've had them in Sarah's signature collections. But again, now that that card is in there, there is no glue that can be seen. That's your gold. That is your silver, which is also included. That's how you can do a lovely envelope.
It's a little bit of a vellum workshop for you. Lots of tips and techniques in the show because a lot of people don't know how to work with vellum and how to craft with vellum. It's a beautiful, beautiful medium to work with. Now, the 8x8 collection is absolutely flying out of the door. You're going to get, remember, 24 sheets in each pack. So there's 96 sheets in total, and you're only paying for 2 of them. 2 of them are free. What a great deal. You know, at this time of the year, well, this year, everything's going up. We're doing the kind of reverse here at Hobbymaker. We're taking things down. You've got 2 packs absolute free. Now, we did invite questions, so please do send them in. Alison's actually sent us a question in Cornwall. That's where Alison is. She says, hi, Dave and Craig. What is the difference between vellum and parchment? Loving the show. I love the vellum sheets. They are gorgeous. Good question, actually.
That is a really good question. And that's one I need to check because I've never actually thought of that before. So I think, yeah, what we're going to do in this hour...
They're very, very similar.
They're very similar. I think it's to do with the white work as well, because one of them, if you go in with your right ball tools, you get that real strong stretch in the vellum or the parchment, which gives you that white work. So I know there is a difference, but we are in this hour. We're going to check that one.
Okay, well, there's not a great deal in it, to be honest with you, but certainly the vellum here that we've got for you is absolute luxury. And vellums do vary. They vary in their GSM and their thickness and their quality. This is gorgeous, gorgeous quality. It really, really is. Acid and lignin free as well, so if you do want to put your vellum into scrapbooking or near photographs and that sort of thing, it's not going to harm them at all. But to get all 4 loose leaf blocks, basically, is what you've got. They're not packs, they're not pads, they're not all bound with glue, they're all loose leaf, 24 sheets in each. You're going to get the Nitwit one, which is really quite unusual in the blues and the yellows. You're going to get your Country Lane, which if you've already got the paper pads, which if you went for the starter kit that Craig put together for us today, you'll get the paper pad in that. This is the vellum that will complement it beautifully. You're going to get the Vintage Butterflies, which I know has been a massive popular paper pad. This is the vellum version of that artwork. And then hot off the press, only out literally a week or 2 ago, the Say It With Flowers, 24 sheets of 8x8, stunning, a riot of colour. For FU 2078 is the product code, but the stock is going very, very fast. Remember, it's over £50 worth of value today, dropped to half the price it should be, $25.99. Right, what are you going to show us next?
Right, let's do an envelope liner. Okay. Just to say as well, whereas I showed you a 7x7 card, you can easily enough do a little 4x4 one as well.
That's cute.
This one is also from that 12x12 vellum pad.
Yep.
So you can see, you can still go in, you can do a variety of different sizes as well. Nice way to send your cards or your projects instead of just being a plain white envelope. So that being a little 4x6.
And although vellum, like parchment, is translucent, because you've got the foiling on there, it does give an element of privacy. You can't necessarily see what's inside the envelope that easily. So
exactly.
Yeah, brilliant.
Rightio, so let's do a vellum lining. So I've taken one from the Say It With Flowers 8x8.
Okay.
And I've got this is in 8x8 envelope. So a few ways you can do it. For me, this is the very, very simplest way that I tend to do these. What I do is I still ensure that the gum envelope, if you are using a pre-bought envelope, is still visible. So we can then, of course, still stick it down. And then what I do here, Dave, is just before I get to the end, I just go in with a little pencil line, and then I'm just going to come along, and then I'm just going to snip them away. So either with your V-blade trimmer
You're a
or
whiz
your
with the guillotine, aren't you?
scissors. I am. I absolutely adore my large guillotine. Love my small one, but I do love my large guillotine. And all that I'm doing is I'm just going to line it up visually by edge here. Now, if of course you are wanting to be more frugal, then the base that you'll see in a moment, you can just chop this one off. But what I'm going to do is you can see here how we've then got, I think I was that way, wasn't I? Which I was, there we go. So what we can then do now is I'm just also going to pop just a pencil line where that fold is on that envelope. You don't need to do this, you can just fold it itself, but do you know what, Dave? Just give it a little bit of a helping hand. There's no harm by going in.
I think, you know, we sometimes tend to forget about the envelope. You know, we think all about the card and getting the card looking lovely, but the envelope is like an afterthought.
Yes.
Why not make the inside of the envelope just as beautiful as the card that's inside?
Absolutely, absolutely do that. And for all the time that it does take, it does add that little bit more luxuriousness to it. So all that I'm going to do, you can use your scoreboard, of course. With our guillotines, you do get that scoring feature to it. And then all that I'm going to do, this is the piece that I was meaning, you may potentially want to chop that off and save a little bit, but for a little bit of time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in. You can either keep it at a point at the top there, or I know Anne-Marie and the team have been in the past with the little corner rounders from Hunky Dory.
Yep.
This one is actually my one. And all that you can do, just making it even that little bit more professional by going in. And then all that I'm going to do, once again, Dave, Collal tacky glue.
And the smallest amount is all you need.
It really, really is. I'm not going to pop any adhesive on the back. You can do, but the pressure of your card or your project is going to hold it into place.
Yeah.
So all that I'm then going to do is I'm going to come back in. I'm going to line that one back up into place. I'm going to press that in. We've still got that gummed feature if you are using a bought envelope, but straight away, look at that. So let's go back in, give it that little bit of a helping hand. Now look at that, Dave.
Everything about vellum is luxury.
Absolutely luxury. That is another one that I've done there that you can see. So pop in any of your cards if you want to. Finishes off your envelopes really, really well. And once again, even if you've got a really small one, you can pop that in. And a little tip for this one here, which is from the Nitwit, instead of thinking you're going to waste a great big sheet, cut your 8x8 at an angle, and then you'll be able to use one half for your envelope, use the other half for another envelope, or whichever project you want. Very, very simple to create shop-bought envelopes, that little bit more luxuriousness.
Makes sense, doesn't it? And these prices, give it a try. $25.99 is half the price that it should be. So 2 of them are completely free. Now, we have got a set of 2 to show you as well, which I think have been buried. Now, we've got sunflowers.
We do. And that one as well, Dave. The
that one as well.
Both of them.
Now, you're going to get both of these. So we've got the angel collection, and we've got the sunflower collection as well. And I presume there are 24 sheets in each pad or each packet. Look at these sunflowers. I'll do the sunflowers first of all. Look at these. If that doesn't put a smile on your face, if that doesn't make you think spring and summer, look at these here. Aren't they stunning? Really beautiful. And again, look, put my hand behind it. You can see it's completely translucent. And that's a lovely opening, maybe to put a verse or something like that, or a topper in the middle of it. It's entirely up to you. And there we go, 2 more designs, that one, and then that one. So 24 sheets of your beautiful sunflower, and then the other one, angelic. There we go.
Isn't this gorgeous, Dave?
Look at this, look at the artwork on this.
Absolutely beautiful. And both of these I'm away to show you just in a moment, but look at it.
I mean, this isn't Christmas, but imagine using it at Christmas.
Yeah. This isn't a Sarah's Signature collection, this isn't a Nature Garden collection, this is, and when I say a standalone Crafter's Companion collection, this was from our Angel collection just the other month there. It absolutely flew out, both
as angels
with
do,
us
yeah.
And of course, yeah, absolutely. And here at Hobby Maker as well. Look at the vellums you've got here.
They are just beautiful. They really are. Whether it's a Christmas card, whether it's just maybe a sympathy card, possibly for someone as well. Yeah. They are absolutely gorgeous. 24 sheets of the angel, and you get both, remember. You get the sunflower and you get the angels as well. Not for $25.98. That's what I thought the price was, I'll be fair. But we're not going to offer it to you for that price. We're loving the half-price deals. You're going to get them basically for £6.50 per pad. Totally different to the other vellum packs that we've just shown you. When they've gone, grab them while we've got them. Multi-order. What a great price. £6.50 for each of them. They should be double that price. If you've never worked with vellum before, what a great opportunity this is.
Absolutely, yeah. What I would say, what you've just said there, Dave, this one or either that starter kit with the 12 by 12 pads, either one of these, if you've never tried vellum before, then it's a really good one to start with. If you know that you're going to love it, go for this one. If you're still on you know, just on the fence, not too sure, if you go with that starter, because then at least you've got all your cardstock and papers with it. But either one, sunflowers, angels, you're going to adore it.
Virtually everything in the show is half price that we've shown you so far, which is amazing, absolutely incredible. And I know we've also got lots of you finding the inserts as well. We've actually got vellum inserts in the show as well. Should we do those as well?
Let's do it. Let's go for it. So we've actually got a full pack of, well, all three of them. Two of them are kind of like all occasions. One of them is a Christmas. Look at this one.
Ooh.
Look at that. So all vellum. All that insert's printed for you. All you just need to do is pull one out. The score line's already done for you, so all you need to do is fold it in half, and these are going to go into a 4x6 card blank, or chop it in half. Use that on the front of a card, and that is a pure piece of vellum that you could be using.
Yeah, you could use that as an insert. Well, obviously it's going to be an insert, but if you wanted to, like Craig said, actually cut that along the score line, you could just literally stick that inside the card. You could have it loose, or you could actually kind of stick it right down. It's entirely up to you. So how many in there do you get? You get 24. And it's a mixture of printed, black printing, and gold and silver foiling as well as you go through. So again, an insert, and especially a vellum insert in a card, adds that extra element of luxury. So that's in there. We've then got this one, which is, again, 24 sheets. This is a kind of a generic everyday theme. Again, you've got your black foiling or your black printing, and then go further forward, and then you'll see that you've actually got elements of foiling there as well. Foil corners with love on your special day, just to say so. Every sentiment and verse you could ever possibly want. Celebrate your day in style. That could be anything. That could be an anniversary, birthday, wedding, civil partnership.
And these ones, what you could do, Dave, because there's no corners to them, go in with your nesting dies, your circle dies, any shape dies, and then die cut them out, because they're going to cut with your dies in your die cutting machine.
So both of those, the Christmas one and the everyday one, are 4x6, but you can trim them down if you want to. And the next one is 5x7, which I know is a very, very popular card size as well. Again, totally die cuttable and trimmable. And this one is your good wishes. So pretty general, these ones as well.
This one, isn't it? And you can still go in with some of your alcohol work in that as well if you want to. By all means, please do so.
Always in my heart, just for you. Aren't they luxury?
They are luxury through and through. I mean, even the gold and silver looks beautiful, but even the black on vellum, for me, it's stunning. So
and of course, you can use your alcohol pens as well on vellum if you want to.
Absolutely, your sticky pen with your flakes and that. You can do additional stamping on them if you want to. We'll do that just shortly as well.
Okay.
Nice little set. Maybe you don't know what to do within the middle of your cards, and you might think, well, I do larger cards. We'll chop it in half like we were saying, mat and layer that onto a lovely piece of cardstock or paper, and then use it as a bigger insert. So
you get 48 4x6 and you get 24 5x7 in the black, in the silver and in the gold as well, a mixture of all of those. $19.99 is all this is. BH 2053, less than £20, and you've got a total there of 48, 68, 72 vellum insert sheets there for $19.99. Unbelievable price. Free phone number. Also free to order on the website as well. 1 P&P for the whole day's orders. So if you order 10 things, something from Sandra, something from Craig, and another thing later on, you'll only pay 1 P&P for the whole purchase of £3.95, which is fantastic. Okay, what do you want to show us next then?
Rightio. So I think I'm going to ask very, very nicely and see if I can go straight into 2 demonstrations in one when it comes to this. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can do a wrap, and then I'll go straight on to showing you how you can mat and layer it without adhesives being seen. Now you can use your tacky glue, but there's other things you can use as well. So let's just start with a simple little 4x6 cardstock here. And all that I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with the angel. So I'm going to go in with the angel here, and then what I can do is straight away, because it's 4x6, and I will show you another shape card in a moment that's a little bit different, what I'm going to do here is I can then position this where I want. So I'm kind of happy I'm going in with this one. Purposely, with this one, I'm going to have it so that the angel is just coming round the fold of the card. So once again...
Because it's translucent, you can be very, very confident in your positioning.
Absolutely. And what you're going to find with your vellums, your pencil is going to be a really good helping hand. You might want to do little snip marks instead. That's up to you. But all that I want to do is I just want to do a couple of little marks so that I trim my vellum to the right place. So you also have control on which parts of the vellum you're going to be using. So what I can then do is chop that one off, and then I'm going to then chop this one here as well. So then I know it's 8 by 8. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in.
And you're using your score lines, aren't you, on your trimmer, on your guillotine, so it's straight.
So our little score tool has disappeared, so I'm just using our own from our Ultimate Pro, and I'm just coming up to the edge. So I'm only doing this just so that you can see what I'm doing is if I'm using it as my scoreboard, I'm coming up to the edge of that blade here as far as it'll go, and then I'm going to score at that halfway point of the 4 inches. Let's move that one out the way.
There is a back and a front to vellum, isn't there?
There is, yeah. It's one of those things, Dave, where all that I can say is you will know at home.
Yeah.
You will know by looking at it. Well, that's a little bit duller compared to the other side, so you will know.
And it's also got a texture on the back as well.
It does.
Smoother on the front.
It does indeed. So using that little score line, what I would say with vellum as well, it's quite forgiving. Some may shout at me for saying this, and you don't always need to score it. Fold it in half, give it a good burnish, and it'll give you that sharp crease.
Yep.
But I will just give it a little score. Straight away, we start to get this little beautiful angel just over the side. Let's go in, once again, with our card blank. Now, what I like to do is I like to have my adhesive just on one side. So again, on the front, tiny little bit of our tacky glue. That's all, Dave. I'm going to go in.
And tacky glue you'll find on the website. I'm pretty sure the deal is still there if you want it from yesterday. So.
And then there we go. A wrap around your card blank.
And it's a loose leaf wrap too.
It's a loose leaf. If you want to completely attach it, you absolutely can do. And then once again, with an insert, what I do, my personal preference is just on the front of the insert, whether it's vellum or cardstock. I'm going to pop that one in. I'm going to press just to let that grab just for a moment, and then you open it up. And you know when you go into your luxury card stores, you open the card and that envelope comes, the insert comes with it. If you want to attach that, please by all means do so, but I like that loose leaf open of your insert.
But if you were going to put some glue to stick it down, you just put it behind where the printing is.
You can do.
And that would camouflage it, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Or even if you don't do that, let's just say in that top corner, I'm going to press that in.
Still can't see it.
You know, it's very hard to see, very hard to see. So that one's being that outside. And then if it is a different size card, the wrap doesn't have to go all the way around. How lovely even does that look?
Yeah, I like
Having that little strip at the side of that 7x7 card, that one being your sunflower.
And we're doing everything with white cardstock so that it kind of shows the vellum off at its best. But of course, if you want to put different coloured cardstock or mirror card behind it, it will have a totally different look. So.
Of course. So we've gone from an envelope liner, we've gone for a wrap all the way round, but what about mat and layering it onto your card?
Yeah.
Straight away, you can already see our tacky glue is going to be perfect. But sometimes you want a little bit of feelability to it as well. It's nice and smooth, but you want something for it to kind of like as if it's been riveted in. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take my stamping mat. If you have got a sponge mat or something like this, this will do the same job, but I do like to use my stamping mat.
And we have actually got a deal in the show with 2 stamping platforms in different sizes together with the stamping mat at an unbelievable price. So that will be on the website if you want to find that.
We have indeed. So I've gone in, so this is from our starter kit with the Snow White, and I've cut it to 5 1/4 by 7 1/4. And I'm going to go in with the vintage butterfly. So either the same, 5 1/4 or 7 1/4, or for me, I like my 1/4 of an inch mat in layers. So I'm going to come down to 5 by 7. So what I can then do now is I'm going to move this one out the way. Let's bring this in. Now, what I like to do is I will choose just a corner of my stamping mat. because what I'm going to do here, right in the corner, is bring this one in, pop this in, and then I'm going to go in down at the bottom, Dave, and I'm going to pierce a hole.
With your pokey tool?
With my pokey tool. And I'll always do it on the back and at the bottom of my stamping mat. Please don't ever do it in the middle because you're going to be using this for stamping.
Yeah.
You don't want to damage it. Whereas if you always do it in that same bit, then it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to stamp. Now you could pop a tiny little bit of tacky glue behind instead. If you don't have Collal tacky glue, you've got another brand and you do see the adhesive, pop a gem over the top, hide it. Or what you can do, your little brads.
I love this touch. Brads with vellum, perfect.
Absolutely
perfect.
perfect. I was here the other week with our wheel reveal kit, and you need these brads with them as well. And I said back then, I got a huge big bag of these split pins from an inexpensive online store. And it is such a lovely way to attach your vellum. Now I did have, here we go, did have a fourth one. So we can then go in. It leaves the edges loose leaf, but you've then got
Look at that.
your layers all the way round. And then what I would suggest, you can pop it on flat. You absolutely can do. Take into account though, you do have a little bit of lift when it comes to the brads. So all that I would do is on foam pads, you know what I'm like, I would do a lot more than this, but just for the sake of showing you how to attach it, you can then go along. Let's take this one off. Let's go onto the front of our card.
And the brads are not only practical, but they're beautiful too.
They really are.
Yeah.
They really, really are. And that is a really nice way to create a card front, little sentiment, die cut, stamped image, whatever you like. But that is a nice way to then create the front of your vellums. And I'll show you just in a moment what you can pop onto these and the other things you can do with vellums.
Okay, now just to remind you of what Craig's put together for us today, a cracking deal, an absolutely cracking deal. This is a starter collection, okay? So Craig has suggested putting this together and it works together so well. You've got your full-size paper pad of Country Lanes, which is adorable. I did flick through it a little bit earlier on. 36 sheets of double-sided 12 by 12. The artwork is just divine. Really, really lovely. So that's your paper pad. So that's not vellum, that's paper. The next one is your vellum, and they're 12 by 12 and 24 sheets. I've never seen vellum like this before. So beautifully, beautifully foiled. I think this is certainly one of the most gorgeous and different sort of pads I think we've done here at Hobbymaker. And although it's foiled, it's still translucent. Absolutely lovely. Make envelopes like Craig showed you earlier on, or use them in whatever way you wish. You can also colour the foiling in with your alcohol pens and markers if you want to do that too. But isn't it something different? Really, really lovely. I love the stripes as well. Really kind of quite bold and quite modern, quite minimalist. And then you've got, of course, the more intricate kind of flourishes and damask effects there as well. And then those little dots that you can see at the back there too. Really lovely. So 24 sheets in there of your 12 by 12. You're also going to get a roll of your red liner tape as well, and your Centura Pearl. Now remember, you are only paying for the vellum pad. The 12 by 12 Country Lanes, the red liner tape, and the Centura Pearl, 10 sheets of the silver Centura Pearl, you're not paying a penny for, because it's only $29.99, and that's the cost normally of the vellum pad on its own. EL2043 will get you the starter kit for lovers of vellum and lovers of Crafters Companions pads. This is a deal that's too good to miss. Should be well over £50. You're getting it for about £25 saving today. And of course you can use the red liner tape to affix your vellum as well. But if you want the tacky glue that, of course, Craig has been recommending, that is from Crafters Companion. That's on the website as well from Collal. That's the brand to look out for. Okay.
Right.
Now, we've got the dies next, haven't we?
We are. So I thought what we could do in a moment, we could look at the dies and then the floral stamps
okay.
and show you how you can start to incorporate these in with your project.
Well, these are the flower dies, flower die collections. They're stunning and they're big.
They are. So I think it's these ones just over there as well, Dave, because I know we've got our layering dies.
Yep.
And then, yeah, the stamps there. We've got some stamps and then we've got some flower dies as well.
Okay, so the flower dies, that's these, yeah?
So the flower dies, I believe it's just the ones at the bottom there, Dave.
Those
Country Lane and Enchanted Dreams.
Okay, so these are dies that will actually make your flowers.
They will.
Whether it's the foam that you're making them from, or whether it's from cardstock or crepe paper, whatever it might be. 6 dies in the Country Lane pack. Then we've got this one, which is the Enchanted Dreams, again, to make those flowers that you can see on there. And then the last one is, again, from Enchanted Dreams. Now, one of these sets of dies is going to be absolutely free of charge. So 3 sets of floral dies, all different types of flower, should be nearly 30 quid, £17.99. £17.99 for all 3 of them, making different types of flowers. VM2006. What's your favourite flower? What do you like to make flowers out of? Foam?
So yeah, I like to do foam, but I actually like to do it out of paper, which is why
vellum.
I also like doing it out of vellum, which I'm going to show you in a moment. Because as you said, these were initially brought out for foam. However, with our foam dies, you can absolutely use it with your cardstock and papers and that, hence why we've got them on today. That we're going to show you.
Vellum flowers, absolute luxury. £17.99 for all 3 of them. You've got some cracking deals this afternoon. VM2006, only 1p to pay all day long of £3.95, no matter how many things you buy. Cool.
Righty-o. So, going to go in with the 8x8 vellum pad, the 4-pack, say it with flowers. That was it.
Flowers, right?
I knew it was flowers, and I was like, say it with flowers. So what I'm going to do, Dave, is because there's a few things I just want to show you before the end of the show. So what I've done is using the Bewitching Blooms, which is from that set you've just shown a minute ago. I have taken a piece of the vellum and I've die cut all of these ones out. Now, I've die cut them in the exact same plate configuration as I was used with cardstock. So with the Gemini, 2 base cutting plates, it is our magnetic, and then of course our plastic shim. Run it through and you've got your beautiful vellums already cut. So what you can then do as well is, if I bring in, on the show, we've also got our ball tools.
Yep.
So you get 3 ball tools, 6 ball heads in total, and then you get a sponge mat. So what you can do is then you can simply go in and you can add shape to these ones. So then we can go in, we can really go in and press these ones in. Now, the foam mat was initially brought out for your foam.
Yep.
So if you find with the vellum you're not getting a lot of shape, bring in your trusted stamping mat
Okay,
again.
that will do the job too.
That will also do the job. It's a lot more give. So what you can then do is you can go in. If I do that again, but go in and add more pressure.
Now, the ball tools that Craig was talking about, they're in stock right now. Pack of 4, it's a 4-piece. You get 3 tools and you get the sponge mat as well for £14.99. So you get 6 different ball sizes.
You do, absolutely you do, which works great, yes, for your flower forming, but please don't think you can't use it for your cards, your papers, your vellums. You absolutely can do. And see how there's more structure to your stamping mat. Once again, anything like this shaping, I'll do it on the back and to the bottom so that it doesn't affect any future stamping. But we can then go in and we can simply go in and then we can shape it. So if we shape it all the way around, I'm going to go back to my tacky glue again because it does the job perfectly for your vellum. Tiny little bit because there's very little water content in the Collal tacky glue, which means you need very, very little. And I'm going to press by adding a wee bit more pressure. I'm going to press and then let's go in. What to do is if you're creating flowers, press just that little bit longer than cardstock. Of course, cardstock, once again, fibrous, the glue will soak in quite quick and grab, whereas it just takes a wee bit longer, not much longer, but a little bit,
a few seconds,
for it to then pop into place. If you feel that is, I'm just going to grab it a little bit more.
Now, isn't that luxury? Vellum flowers, amazing.
Vellum flowers. And then what you can also do, if you wanted to, once again, going in with your poke tool and on the back, if you do want to shape them differently, you can then go in, just press in each of the petals, bring them up, layer them up together, and then you can start to get really lovely dimensional flowers.
Isn't this brilliant? We're having a vellum masterclass from Craig.
Here.
That's
now,
great.
can you imagine that with the Angel collection or of course with the sunflower or the 12 by 12 foil. You can absolutely do that. So shaping it with your ball tools or going in with your poke
To
tool.
be fair, that's almost jewellery. You could wear that, certainly in a hair grip or something like that.
Course you could, yeah.
But on a card, again, amazing. So all of these tips and techniques with vellum, maybe you never realised that it was such a versatile material. Whether it's a wrap, whether it's an envelope liner, whether it's an envelope itself, whether it's flowers you're making or whatever, all of that's achievable. And if you do want those 3 sets of dies, remember, which I put down somewhere and lost, you get all 3 of them for $17.99. What have I done with them?
These ones. No, the flower dies.
Yeah, the flower dies.
It's disappeared.
Oh, they're back up here. Put them back. There we are. So they are $17.99 for all 3. This hour has gone so quickly. It really, really has. So there's the dies. They're on the website right now if you'd like them. Perfect for, I mean, they're kind of fantasy flowers. They're not necessarily roses or dahlias or whatever. Well, actually, one's a peony. Beautiful blossom, that's a generic flower, so is the other one as well. But they're all slightly different, but you can make great flowers every time with these. Okay, now, the stamps we've got for you as well, the outline floral stamps. Now, these are lovely too. Now, these have been very popular just being on the website. We've actually got Delicate Blossom, that first one. And you also get the verses there as well. Happy birthday to you, enjoy your special day, but dead easy to colour in as well. And this one is your Radiant Ranunculus. How cool is that? And then the last one is your Divine Rose. I've not seen these before, actually, Craig.
They're really, really fab, aren't they? And I've actually got a few finished samples of these ones that we can show you just before we run out of time. Because there's different things you can do, whether it's watercolouring, alcohol colouring. They are stamped, so there's no dies to them. So if you do want to cut them out, you will then.
They're easy to cut out, though, aren't they?
They really, really are. But then what you can start to do, of course, with your pattern paper or your smooth card or watercolour card, but then what you can also do is vellum. Now, I know we're just going to run out of time just shortly, and there's one other thing that I want to show you.
We've got 5 minutes.
But that 12 by 12 vellum pad, the knit wet, so that's the 4-pack that we've showed you there. By going in, now there is ink and mediums out there like Stays On and that. There's not a product in us at Crafters Companion where it goes straight onto like a vellum or an acetate without smudging.
Right.
So what to do, if you've got a translucent clear ink pad, that's great. If you don't, and you don't have our pigment ink pads, the water reactive ink pads we had on the show yesterday, stamp your stamp onto the vellum.
Yep.
And then just go over with an embossing powder. Now, you might think, well, that's black on black. I really wanted it to be really, really black, hence why I used the 2 of them. Because this stays open longer, your embossing powders will stick to it. Then, of course, heat it up.
Yep.
Heat's no problem on vellum. It melts
Look at the
beautifully.
results.
All you need to do is fussy cut all the way around. And as you said, they really are simple to fussy cut.
But also, if you've used the embossing powder, that's going to give you almost like a little frame that you can feel with your blade when you're cutting around it. Now, the stamps, we haven't actually taken the price down. So if you want the stamps, they are $9.99. Is that right? Is that the final price? Where were they? What should they be? $14.97. Okay, so you're getting 1 set of stamps for nothing. So down to under £10, DN2069 for all 3 sets. $3.33 a set.
That is so good.
That's outrageous.
It is outrageous, isn't it? Now, that's still with that same vellum pad. So is that one, but that's gone in with my tri-blend.
Right.
So if you want to add colour onto it as well, you absolutely can do. And then I've got time just to show you one very, very, very quick last thing.
Yep.
We've got our die sets here that are beautiful. The peony, we've got the trellis, and that beautiful peacock.
Now,
these are the layering ones that
okay,
you've got.
so this one is your peony. Look at the detail in that. Isn't that amazing?
Isn't it gorgeous?
And look at the size of them too. Are they 5 by 7?
So, so they're not quite 5 by 7. They're about 4 by 6.
4 by 6, okay. That one is also included too.
Imagine that on there.
Absolutely. And then the peacock feathers. Oh, wow. I've not seen a die like that before.
Isn't it fab? How beautiful is that?
So they should be, as you can see, about $12.99 each, $38.97 for all 3, TK 2018. We've done great deals all through this show. Let's do it again. Let's do another amazing deal to end the hour. This is even better than half price. You get all 3 of them. This can't be right. For £15, $14.99 for all 3. If it's a mistake, grab it. Grab it. I don't know who made the mistake if it is a mistake, but it's to your advantage. £5 a die set for dies. You can see the size of my hand, see the size of those. That is probably an error, but you know what? Take advantage of it. TK 2018, free phone number and on the website as well, and a quick demo with those.
Absolutely. So this is how they will look once you have cut them out. Same plate configuration for your Gemini. They will go through other die cutting machines. If you've got the foil press that I've brought in the past, they look beautiful, actually foiled. About 9 seconds, that's it. So we've got all these 3 cards, white multi-purpose craft black. We've got them on the website as well. I think they're on the show today. But let's bring, so we've done a wrap earlier on. I mean, look at your black on top, but then look at your craft card. Go over with some of your flowers, have them just starting to build and work the way up. Cut these out in vellum if you so wish. You can do that. Colour in the middle if you want to. And then, of course, we've gone in with this one as well. Look how lovely that looks as well. Little sentiment. You might find we've got sentiments coming up later on at 4 o'clock. But then again, Dave, going in with the craft over the top, going in with your flowers, or maybe with your flowers here.
That's almost like a trellis, isn't it? It acts like a trellis.
Absolutely. Or just your peacocks. So your peacock going in with the black. You can cut them in either way, but bringing in all these vellums, so many different ways you can use them.
What a show. A masterclass from Craig himself. We're back with Craig at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and we've got some brilliant border dies, haven't we?
We do as well. Yes, so these are ellipse edgeables, not eclipse, as I keep saying. Ellipse edgeables are beautiful. They would look lovely with vellum.
Oh, they would do. And if you've missed the show, remember you can watch the show back for lots of top tips from Craig about how to use vellum. There's no secrecy or anything like that. It's a beautiful medium to work with. It really, really is. And if you want to invest in the tacky glue, which is what, of course, Craig's been using, that will be on our website under Crafter's Companion. So have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. Thank you for your brilliant advice and brilliant demos. We've got more Sanntangle on the way. What a great Saturday afternoon here at Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size, or quantity of your order, or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 PM to 6 PM every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Sandra and I am the owner of Sanntangle, which is a small business in Lincolnshire, where it's only been going 3 years or so, but we're really, really passionate about what we do. So it's a very mindful form of art. That's its basic core. So if you can hold a pen and draw a line, you can tangle. And it's about that mindfulness, that relaxation, and about you having a moment just for you. But as a result of you having that moment and putting pen to paper, you can create wonderful works of art. We do a lot of live videos, so we're very, very invested in education. We like to have people come to classes, but then of course the products that I design, we make ourselves. So we're involved in every step of the way, from the very first drawing to how it goes onto the computers, to how it's machined, to even books that we still hand make. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing where we go. It's the start of something new, and I feel that. I feel that it's something exciting, and I'm so glad I'm in at the beginning, because I don't know where it's going, but it's only going somewhere good. And this is the place for me.
What a lovely afternoon. Saturday is turning out to be fantastic. Thank you to Craig for that masterclass with Vellum. He's just saying to me it's one of his favourite shows he's ever done. And I think we all agree, because we learnt an awful lot. Brilliant. More from Craig in an hour. Another favourite, lovely Sandra's back.
Hi.
You had a nice break?
I did, yeah. I was trying to ring Dobby, but he's not answering his phone, so he's obviously having too much fun at the NEC.
Isn't he?
Yeah. If you're at the NEC and you've seen him, just tell him to behave, will you?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
He's not with a chaperone or anything.
No.
He's with Pauline, to be fair, but she's busy.
Oh,
so.
well, she'll probably lead him astray. You know what Pauline's like. Only joking. Right, now we've got Sanntangle for the next hour, and we're doing a different show to what we did at 1 o'clock. You can watch 1 o'clock back if you missed it a little bit later on, maybe this afternoon or this evening. We're going a bit festive. I didn't realise you did Sanntangle Christmas. I've not done a Christmas show with you.
I know. It's one of those things you have to do, isn't it, I think? And I actually held on for not doing it for a long time, because I used to just keep it for me to do my personal cards. So then to bring it out and people loved it, and you think, well, okay then, which is why it says let's do Christmas, because I was like, yeah, okay, let's do Christmas.
Let's do
and
Christmas.
That's what it was like.
Yeah.
And I love it. I think it's a great collection.
It could be that you want to do your Christmas cards and actually do them individually. You've hopefully got enough time to do them for your friends and family, you know, the people that are close to you. But equally, all of these images can be fantastic artwork that you have on the wall all year round, or you just bring out at Christmas time or whatever it might be. Now, anyone that knows me knows a stag. I'm just a sucker for a stag. I love a stag. Got stags everywhere at home. Now, this is your Let's Do Christmas stag template. Now, you've got here, obviously, the image of the stag, which you're going to create from the stencil, because that's what Sandra does. She gives you the stencils to create the actual image and the character. And then if you want to tangle inside the actual animal itself, you can do that, or just leave it plain. It's entirely up to you.
Think of antlers.
Tangling antlers.
Yes.
If I show you some finished cards, I've got some here to show you. Look at this. And they could also be reindeer. If you don't like the idea of stags, you want reindeer instead, it could be either or.
That was nice, isn't it? That's with the words as well. You could use the word stencils that I do with the.
Look at this.
Look at that one.
A whole family of them.
Yeah, make a lovely picture. I actually see them driving to work.
Do you?
Yeah, I drive to work up and down the M180. They're on the side, well, not on the side of the road, but in the fields.
In the fields.
The side of the road.
Now, if I show you the booklet, this is something that Sandra does with every stencil that comes out. She basically shows you step by step how to create the image and what part of the stencil to use and so on. So it starts with the head, that's the first step. And of course, with these, you're actually going to get 2 stencils with this one. So those are all the elements that you need to bring the reindeer or the stag to life. You said actually one of your tanglers turned it into a giraffe.
Yeah, Margarita turned it into a giraffe. So don't think it's got to just be for stags and deer. If you want, you can actually create different sort of shaped animals with them as well.
And
gives you the structure of the bodies and the heads.
Yeah, exactly. And this one, you can actually see the actual head and the ears. Sometimes it's just shapes and you can't really see what it's going to be. You can see the body of the deer there as well, or the stag there too, with the antlers and everything else as well. But I love the idea of tangling inside it. So this is just $15.99. And when you consider you're getting 2 stencils and the actual booklet as well, if you love stags too, love reindeer as well, only $15.99 for this one today. Its product code is DN1245. And remember, I know loads of you watching are Sanntangle fans already, but there'll be also lots of people watching who haven't got a clue what Sanntangle is. It's basically the stencils that give you the shape to do your tangles in and doodle. It's basically a doodle, a posh doodle. If you can hold a pen or a pencil and you can draw a line or a curve or whatever, that is a doodle. You can Sanntangle. That's why everyone that I've met has got great results. And whenever we share your makes and show the makes that you send in to us, we ask you to share your makes every single day. If you take something or make something, take a picture of it, send it in, email it in, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. It's Sanntangle that we get most of. And the results are just like Sandra's done it. You know,
Don't sound so surprised.
Well, no, I mean,
No, but no, I know what you mean.
it proves to everybody else that it's
Yes,
not
it
something
does.
that you can do and no one else can. Everyone
Absolutely.
can do it.
Yeah, everybody can do it. If you can hold a pen, like you say, and you're happy to have a go, follow the instructions or the pictures and draw a few bubbles and a few little curves, then you can achieve the same results. It's just fabulous to see, actually.
Okay, now we've also got a few other things to show you too. Now the square frames up here, we've actually got a few frames to show you. This is the square frame. Again, you get the booklet, you get the template inside as well, the stencil inside. Now, we don't have many of these. Now, if you watch the 1 o'clock show, you'll be already well aware how these work. It basically gives you all different sizes of squares, and you've also got little holes in the squares that you can put a marker in, and that allows you to divide the frame up, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the whole point of them, yeah, to divide the frame up into sections so you can then tangle into each section, and as a result, you build up the detail, and you end up with these wonderful frame designs.
You could put your stag in the middle of the frame.
Absolutely, that's exactly what they're for. So whether you use part of it, you can use anything up from it's almost a 2-inch all the way up to an 8x8-inch frame, whatever you want to work with.
£13.99. Everything in Sanntangle world is affordable. All you need is a pen, a pencil, maybe some tiles or some cardstock, and a couple of the stencils to get going. X81293. Treat yourself maybe every time you see Sandra on the TV, because you know, £13.99. What can you buy this day and age for £13.99?
There's so many things with this. Actually, they're always on my desk, because you never know when you want a frame.
Yeah.
They're always there. So
And also, it could
do
be
use them a lot.
a diamond.
It could, and again, we've done them as patchwork, if you want to do a patchwork quilt and that kind of thing, bit of paper piecing and all sorts, so you've got your squares there.
Give it a go, give it a try. You'll surprise yourself, you really will. Even if you're a bit of a doubting Thomas and you're thinking, no, I was never any good at school, at art or whatever. I wasn't either, really. I like to have a go, but I never really got taught properly, I don't think. Whereas, you know, when you see Sandra explain it, it makes sense. You know, sectioning it all off into smaller compartments, a little picture when you've done that isn't daunting, but put them all together, you get a bigger picture, which if you first look at it, you go, I can't do that. Yes, you can.
Do you know, I was told I wasn't very good at art
No way.
at school.
Really?
Yeah, I wasn't very good at art, and I should do textiles instead, so I actually did textiles.
Right.
But at the time, that was all about printing your own fabrics. So you had to draw something to sort of segment it down almost, to then recut it, to that kind of thing. So it was very artistic, and I absolutely loved it. But no, the art teacher didn't want me.
Wow.
She didn't want me.
Now look at you. Now look at you.
Well, yeah.
I bet she's on the phone ordering your Sanntangle kits.
Well, I hope so. Or maybe not.
Just to let you know, I know we teased them in the first show at 1 o'clock. We've got the brush pens and we've also got the gel pens back in stock. Everything's on the website, so if you want to order them now, everything in the show is there. And I know lots of you tangling fans will be on the website right now, putting things in your basket and checking out. 1p&p, no matter how many things you order, of £3.95 for the whole day. Yes, but those fine liners at one end and brush at the other, they're fantastic.
They are, yeah, absolutely. And I'll be using them again today.
Okay.
Great for watercolour and all sorts of things. So.
What are we doing first then?
Right, what do you want to do? I thought we'd do stags.
Let's do a stag.
Okay,
Yes.
well, can I hand this picture over to you? This is the wreath. I'll let you have that because I haven't got room on my desk. Right.
Oh, my word.
It's lovely, isn't it? When you think the wreaths, you can do, there's 4 different designs in there. That's just to start with, but that's the wreath. So.
You know, this is how
I
far
love
you can
that.
take Sanntangle if you want to. That's amazing, isn't it?
Look at that.
But
And of
remember,
course-
like I said before, each little section is its own little picture.
Yeah.
Just think about that at each time, and before you know it, with repetition, you'll end up with something as stunning as this.
And that frame, you could actually use the square frame and then extend it to make a rectangle. So you don't have to think, oh, it's just square. It's so
How
lovely,
proud
isn't
would you be to have that on your living room wall?
it? So lovely.
Beautiful.
Right, okay. So I thought I'd do a couple of little techniques and bits and pieces to sort of show you how to do this. The stags or the deer, a little bit different to the others in sense that you can actually see the animals that you're going to do. So you can, this one, it's got its little, its first sort of leg sticking up here and it's looking backwards. This one here, it's sort of standing straight on looking at you. This one's a little bit of, I'll show you that one actually, that one's this one. There it is, look, little Bambi kind of thing there.
Cute.
This one you can see, look, it's facing forward. This one is actually, you know, eating a little bit. So you have to do that in the sense of getting the proportion right. So what I've done, I've given you a skeleton of a deer, and all the instructions, as you say, all work together. So let's have a look. We'll start with, I'm going to do this sort of straight one. It's 5 steps.
Okay.
That's it,
Right.
5 steps.
And do you have to number your stencil again?
On this one, you don't have to.
Okay.
No,
It's pretty obvious
It's
what the
pretty
shapes are,
obvious
yeah.
what you're going to get here. And the reason I did it this way, honestly, is it's all about the proportion and getting the shapes in the right place. Now, what I'm going to do here, I've drawn the head, the body, and the legs. No ears, bless him. The reason being, the ears, it's a little bit of an option for you. You can choose where you want to sort of have them, whether you want them slightly further up or further down.
So you can make each one different.
Exactly, and that's, as you know, that's what I do a lot of. I don't want to give you something just to draw around and you have the same thing every time. So you can see very simply, you've got the basics of your little stag here. Now, I'm just going to bring the instructions in because you see I've showed you here how to sort of draw the eye shapes and draw a little bit of detail on the ears. With eyes, and this is what everybody struggles with, if I go back to the beginning, you see here I've actually shown you in detail the shape. It's all about that first shape, that eyebrow there.
Right.
So, for example, if you were going to do an eyebrow that's like this, quite sort of sharp, and then put the eye under, it's going to look like angry. Yeah.
Frowning.
Or if you shape it slightly more, you're going to get a slightly better finish, and it's not going to look as though it wants to eat you alive. Yeah. So it's all about a little bit of practice, and because these are quite small, it's not so bad. So you don't think, oh, I'm not into drawing faces on stags and things. It's not so bad at all. So here I'm going to sort of imagine, looking at where my eyes are, it's got a little bit of a curve there. Look, see, it's quite small. And then a little bubble underneath.
Yeah.
See, so it's hardly worth stressing over, isn't it, for how small that is. I'm going to fill it in, but I'm going to leave a little bit of white on the edges there, just so it's got a bit of a highlight. And then you could go for a complete round Rudolph kind of nose, or you can put one in that's a little bit triangular. Gives it a little bit more of a realistic look. See, already it's got character. It's saying, I'm watching you, isn't it, this one? So putting the ears in, because they're front facing, you're going to see a little bit of the outer ear and more of the inner, like that. So drawing that line, and then that one, and then that one. And then I'm going to bring the face shape down, a bit wobbly there, but that's okay.
It's looking great.
A little bit there.
There's nothing that you've done that I don't think I'd be able to do, and that's the appeal of Sanntangle.
Exactly, that's it. I'm going to put some little boxes there, tiny little boxes, look, ready for the antlers a little bit later. And then it's all about how do we sort of put it together. Come in with pencil, so it doesn't feel so sort of stressful in terms of drawing it. What I'm going to do is I want to draw a line from here to here, a little bit of a curve. There you go.
Yeah.
And then here I'm going to do another one where it's sort of coming in the body a bit. And then this one's going this way. So you see I'm actually working around this shape here. There it is.
It gives you the guideline, doesn't it?
That's it. Bit of a tail. So there's a couple of curves. And then this I'm going to go round to about here. You see I'm just pressing on a little bit more there. And the first thing we're going to do, I'll do it a bit there as well, is let's do this leg. So it comes from the side here. And you see it's almost using the line that I've drawn there, and I'm just going to flick it out a little bit towards the bottom. See, just a little bit of a flick. And then on the other side, imagine sort of where the knee is maybe. I'm going to bring it down and just flick it out a little bit there, where the knee is.
And you haven't got to remember this. This is all in the,
No,
in the brochure.
exactly. I mean, look here, I'm on step 4.
There you
I'm
are,
following
yep.
these little... See, the dotted line is the line that you put in originally. So then we do this one. Again, it's just coming in a little bit. And imagine where the knees are again. It just kicks out a bit at the knee. Comes back down. Same again. See? And then the back legs. See, we want to bring this round a bit more now because you're not going to sort of see that. A little bit of a line there. And then this one, we're just going to kick it out a little bit into there. And then the same here. So, see, it's just not about having it completely straight. It's just about having that little bit of a shape going on. So let's just draw this in. So I'm following that original bubble. Remember those lines that we've drawn? Bringing that in. It's not gonna have such a fat bum there. I'm bringing it in a little bit. Again, you know, it's like she's watching a figure. There we go. But this is the great thing, see, you're actually creating characters. You're not just stamping out an image or drawing around something that it's going to be the same every time. You're going to get something a bit different as you go along. There we go.
I love the idea of using a pencil first because it feels a bit daunting if you're committing to a pen straight away.
Absolutely, yeah. And the more you do, the more confident you get. Just put a little V in there, just so it gives it a little appearance of little hooves. See, oh, look at that. Yeah.
So cute.
Let's just rub those little lines out there. There we go. There we are. So the next thing, the brilliant thing for tangling, of course, is that you can start to bring in antlers. So maybe you want to bring in a little loop there.
Yep.
Let's do similar on that side.
And you can make your stag as flamboyant as you like.
Oh, absolutely. Little loops there. Then let's take it another one. This is, you know, the real fun bit, because this is where they're all going to look completely different, because you just kind of have a bit of fun with them. There you go.
Looks like it's been to the antler dressers.
Absolutely. So let's go even more wild, because what's quite nice as well, look at that, with the stencils. Love it. Is you can go a little bit further. We've got, let's have a look here. We've got little bird houses on there. And you've got little baubles. So that's why I wanted them to be a bit longer. Let's sort of bring in one of these little baubles. And another one there maybe, and one there.
Yeah, so it's got a bird house, but it's also got trees as well.
Absolutely,
Christmas
yeah.
trees, and the stags and the reindeer, all on the stencils.
Yeah, so if you want to put some trees around it to make a little bit of an image, you can do. If you want to add a little bird house in there and add a little robin in. You see there, we've got some lovely little...
little baubles on his
It's
antlers.
little baubles there. So if I just bring in, I'm going to bring that lovely acrylic block in again. Let's go.
Oh, by the way, these pens are just brilliant. Now, they're Sanntangle branded, and Sandra prides herself on literally finding the best quality, whether it's cardstock for the tiles or whether it's pencils or razors, whatever it might be. These are of the finest quality. One end is a brush, and the far end is a fine liner. Now, I can't remember them ever being as low as we're about to put on the screen. The lot for under £10. £9.99. They're water-based, NX1221, but remember you've got the fine liner one end, the brush nib at the other. So if you want to tangle with the fine liner in all these different colours, you've got that option. And when you want to put down large amounts of colour to maybe make the backgrounds like Sandra's about to do, you can use the brush end. I can't believe this price.
I know, but again, we want, you know, everything to be a reasonable price. So it's not such an outlay, and they're so useful because they're not just for inking or drawing with fine liners, they're for watercolouring, all sorts of things.
Well, you get 16 pens in there for £9.99, so it's about
double-sided,
75p a pen.
Crazy, isn't it? So I've put some colours using the brush on here, and I've got a little bit of water in there that got a brush. And I've got a couple of images here, so I've got this one we've just drawn, and then I've also got one that's sort of started a card. Like he's there. So it's the same one, but you see how it was different. So what I'm going to do then, when I watercolour, I always like to put the water on first. Yeah. Because I think one of the mistakes that all of us do, and I did for a time, is you try and fill the whole thing, and we don't want that. We want the water to do it for us. So here we go. I'm going to come in with a blue. Doesn't matter what colour he is. And I'm going to touch that blue into the edge of that water there. There we go. You see it's starting to do, it's starting to sort of bleed in. And that's what we want. We don't, I'm going to add a bit purple as well, like it's going to be a bit of a multicoloured, but you get the idea. The idea is that we don't want to fill the whole thing in. Right. We want to just work it around and let the water do the rest.
Because you put the water down first, it helps it travel.
It helps, absolutely, yeah, there you go. So whilst that one's drying, oh, look at him. You see, I've left that because what I want to do is I want a bit of light and dark.
Yep.
And that's the best way to use the watercolour. Now this one, to bring a bit of this in, I've actually used the square concepts. I think that's concept set 2 in the background. So again, just to sort of show you that you can do something a bit different. If you don't want to have just the stag on its own, then you can come in and...
Now, I recognise that Merry Christmas as well. That's a Crafter's Companion stamp and die
It
set.
certainly is.
That'll be on the website if you're interested in that.
Do you know what? It's great to have them, because it's straight on the top.
Yeah.
It's great to have them where they can they sit on it. There you go. So again, a bit of water in there, just as to help it out a bit. Now, of course, you see the nose, and there's some little berries around. I've used the gel pens for that, actually. Because in the gel pens, you've not just got the metallics, you've actually got some matte colours as well.
Now, the pens with the brush and the fine liner nibs, they're now single figure stock at $9.99. I'm not at all surprised. We had quite a few, but they are going quicker than we thought. The gel pens, they're also available. They'll be coming up for you fairly soon as well. Grab both of them if you can.
There we go. So you see he's had a little bit of a watercolour in there as well. I've left the sort of leaves. But again, the nice thing about it, because you've got it on both sides, I can use those same colours. So that lovely sort of magenta colour, I can actually... I've used that to watercolour with, but then I can come in with this one and I can add little things in. And I know that those colours are going to match. And that's the beauty of having them both the same side. You can do everything. And of course, you saw that's our tile we did earlier.
Yep.
I mean, it's lovely, isn't it, to actually draw on.
So that's watercolour cards, a little bit of
that's my regular macro tiles, yeah.
A little bit of the ink from the brush end
pens,
of the pen, spritz it with water.
And that's what we did, and I threw a bit of salt on it, and there you go. So there it is, just a little bit of colour in them. So you see, if you want the intensity of colour, you can come in with the fine line. And of course, brilliant for tangling. If you want to actually watercolour and do something a little bit more with your background, you can do that with the other end.
I mean, it's nice having the black fine liners, and that's what you probably use for most of your tangling, but to have all 16 different colours as well.
Do you know what I think's a really good one in here? And you can see that I've actually not drawn this in black. It's a little bit lighter. You've got a little bit of a...
It's like a dark grey.
It's a grey in your armament. So if you want something a little bit slightly sort of lighter in colour, as you can actually bring in your grey. Just gives it a slightly more subtle feel, you know, compared to using the black. There it is. Just add a few extra bits and pieces in there, and then let's bring some of those berries back in. So you can do the whole thing with one set of pens. I think that's really nice. And then let's just bring a tiny little bit of silver in from the gels.
Now the gel pens, I'll let you know when those brush pens have gone. The gel pens, they sold out before. We've got them back for you. 12 assorted gel pens. Some of them are metallic, like the metallic gold and your silver in there. And some of them are plain, not metallic, but they're all gel. And they just flow so well. They really, really do. Now these are flying as well. We've got a limited quantity back. They're $4.99 for the whole lot, and again Sanntangle branded too. So.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I've actually got a couple of little swatches here that I've played with, so you can see the difference with the colours on the white. So some of them are quite metallic and shiny, and some are slightly more matte.
Yep.
They're actually done to match all the colours of my nails.
Oh, okay.
And, you go as well, but the work's really nice on the dog.
I mean, all the colours work well on black. Not many pens work well on black, do they?
That's
But
it.
these do.
That's it. So yeah, here's my little card. So again, using all the colours, I can come in and I can add extra details if I want. But I think just having those squares in the background, just to have a little bit of holly wrapped around in the little sentiment, I think that probably does it.
Well, let me just show you again what you're going to be getting if you want to do the stag. It can be stag, it could be a reindeer, could be a male or female, whichever you like. And you can make them, of course, in all... That was the one that Sandra's just done, but you can do them in lots of different shapes and poses as well, have them leaping through the air, pulling Santa's sleigh. But you've also got the images on the stencil to do your Christmas trees and also the little birdhouse as well. So you get a lot on there and a lot in there for your money and lots of inspiration, step by step, as you'd expect in the booklet too. And that, if you would like it, is the stag deal. I can't remember what's the item number for the stag again? I can't remember. we'll pop it back on the screen for you. Here it comes. So yeah, if you want the stag stencil with the book, it's only $15.99 and it's DN1245. DN1245. Now the wreaths. Now the wreaths are what's been used to make this picture, yeah?
Yes, that's it. One of them, yeah. I mean, the stamped image on the inside is actually a hunky-dory stamp.
Oh,
so
is
you
it?
don't have to actually make it Christmas if you don't want to.
Right.
But the little bauble or the little flower on the bottom and the moon shape actually do come in instructions.
Okay. Now let me show you what you're going to be getting then with the wreath stencils. Here we go. You're going to basically get all of these. There's quite a few here. There's one,
So many with
2,
this.
3, 4, 5. There's 6 elements in here. I'll show them to you one by one. All of them are circular, but different sizes, and they've got different images on them. This one. And some of them are quite intriguing in their shape.
Do you want me to use that one, Dave? I'll show you how to do it.
Yeah, because I haven't got a clue what you use it for, so yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll use
you've got
this.
it?
Yeah, I've got it.
There's a smaller circle. Then you've got, obviously here, you've got baubles, you've got the love heart, you've got the little holly as well, and the berries. And then you've got this one. So, it's intriguing, isn't it? All these different images. But look, this is actually a really comprehensive booklet. There's quite a few pages in here. But when you see what you can actually make, look at that. Oh, isn't that amazing?
And that's just that really small little flower that's at the bottom of the moon.
And that looks like those brioche.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's, again, very Christmassy. I must have been watching Bake Off when, when I did that one.
Look at that, though. Amazing. Imagine being able to do something as beautiful as this. Not just Christmassy, but, you know, all year round. I mean, that could even be converted into a dream catcher, couldn't it?
It certainly could, absolutely, yes.
Ow, hang on.
Oh,
I see now what that unusual shaped stencil can do.
look what it can do.
There you go. Look at that. That's what it becomes. And you can do this. Anyone can do it. $15.99 for all of those stencils, but let's see them in action.
Okay, so this one, I don't think I've actually demonstrated this one on air before. I think we always end up going with the moon or the more traditional wreath.
Okay.
So you've got the shape that Dave had in the ring, but you've also got this bit that sits in it. You see you've got extra little bits and pieces to sort of give you a bit of detail. Now, just so we can make life a bit easier, I'm going to stick with my pen, but you would probably go around this and you would use your pencil. Because, of course, you're going to create your wreath and then you're going to use the shapes within this to actually add detail to it. So you want to be able to rub that out. So, okay, I've drawn around it. I've got this really odd shape.
Okay.
So then we're going to do that. You remember that term aura? Draw around. So I'm going to create that shape again, but slightly sort of thicker. Now, if it's a little bit different, if it gets a bit thinner or a bit thicker, it doesn't matter. You're just going to work your way around.
Could you just move the stencil down like a ½ centimetre and trace around that?
Yeah, of course you could. Absolutely.
Right.
It's, I think it's a bit
If
of
you're
a
not happy
habit
doing
of
it
mine
freehand.
that I tend to go freehand. But yeah, honestly, use the shapes however they work for you.
Right.
They're there as a structure to help you. So if you find that useful, then
And you always turn your
do that.
work.
Always. You notice because my hand's sort of in the same position,
Yeah.
but my work's turning. So then I'm going to take the shape again. It doesn't look much like a wreath, does it? I'm going to take the shape again. And I'm going to move around a little bit. And now I'm going to draw again. But when I actually come to those lines, I'm going to stop
Okay.
and go underneath.
So it doesn't matter where you turn it to.
Nope, not at all.
Okay.
No, whatever looks, pleasing to you. There we go. So then again, I'm going to create this shape, coming around and following what I've done before. Again, I'm going to go underneath each time. There we are.
I could watch you for hours.
Yeah, you sort of get into the flow of it. There you are.
I sometimes forget I'm at work and I should be talking.
So then I can turn it round. So I'm going to get a slightly different shape. Let's turn it round. Let's have a look. I'm going to put one. Maybe put one in there. So same again. Look, I'm going to go underneath each time.
Yeah.
There it is. And just follow it round. It does look like a really weird shape, doesn't it?
It
You're like,
does, yeah.
what on earth do you do with that? But
I've not seen anything like this before, and I've done quite a few shows with you.
I know. But this is the thing, because it's actually been drawn before. It's how do I actually enable somebody else to reproduce what I've drawn, and this is the shape that appeared. And because it's so random, it's actually going to give you random lines.
Yeah, because sometimes it's very hard to do random.
Yes, which is why I think it looks so unusual to us. We're so used to seeing symmetry. It doesn't quite work that way, does it? So here we go. Now you could do this as many times as you like, so I'd perhaps do a couple of times. You see it starts to sort of build up and you get this sort of shape coming around it. If I just bring this one in, you can see here, look, it's started to add little bits. So the next one, and again I'll do this in a different colour, is you can start to come in with little rows of beads. So you see I'm going to go over some of them and then I'm going to go under some, and this is where it starts to build because we're starting to put a little bit of detail in now.
Right.
You see I went underneath that one, so I'm going to go over this one, and this is where, you know, with using pencil comes in.
Right.
Underneath that one, and then of course I'll go over that one, bring it round. Bubbles got to be somewhere, haven't they?
It looks like the world's most complicated knot.
I know. Oh, and then that's gone under, so I'll go over. And then this one's going to go under, so I'll go over. You see how that would work all the way around? I won't do it all the way around, but you can see how that starts to sort of work its way around. And then bringing in, we've got some little bits of holly. So again, you've got two different sizes of holly. Let's use the sort of smaller one. So let's bring that one in here. So drawing round that, and what I tend to do is put a line up the middle as I'm going. See? And then another one. In we go with that. See, and that's going underneath. But of course, you will have drawn it in pencil. So if you wanted to have this going over or under, you could decide where that's going to go. And then let's put another one here. There we go. Little line. And there. So this is probably the only one I've never demonstrated on air. And again, look, you've got some little berries, so you might want to do those and fill them in. There we go.
I love it. I've never seen anything quite like it before. It's a new thing for me, this. Love it to bits.
You see how it sort of starts to build.
Yeah.
So looking at it's got all these little beads on there. It's got the holly and a few little berries. And then working it round, a little bit of extra beads and things, we start to shade it. And as you shade it, you start to create a bit of dimension. So if I just do that with my pencil, of course you might want to come in and do different colours and things like that. But again, I'll just do this top section so you can see it. You have to actually have a go at this and just to see it grow. It's really good. You can see already you're getting that three-dimensional effect.
And then you get your tortillon. Now,
Absolutely.
Have we got any tortillons in stock, I wonder?
I don't know.
Have we got any tortillons in stock, Laura? Have we got any tortillons in stock? I think we possibly have, yeah.
We did add some at the beginning of the week, didn't we? So, yeah.
I mean, it's the perfect way to blend, it really is. And you always recommend a 2B pencil, don't you?
Yes, always. And then, of course, it's down to the paper you're using as well. So, you know, you need to try it. Practice first on a bit of scrap so you know what you're working on and you know what your pencil's going to do. So you can see there how you start to get that going all the way round. And that's when you create the wreath. And you see what I've done here. Look, I've used the pine cones out the Christmas cards and actually hung them from there. So our coloured version, there it is, sitting there.
There's at least 4 designs of wreath that you can make from these stencils, but of course you can always put your own twist on them as well. So there's loads. We've got the tortillons available, so if you do want them, we haven't got many of them. What they are is really compressed paper, and you just sharpen them or whatever.
Nail file.
And
file them to a point. Absolutely. Yep. That's all you need to do with it.
Get a pack of 12 and they're only £4.50.
They are. Again, very reasonable priced, aren't they? But that's all you need, and the whole point is everybody can have a go at this and do it.
And if you bought something else from Sandra or from Craig earlier on today, that's a delivered price because it's always just 1 P&P for the day of £3.95. So yeah, 4 different types of wreath you can make in here, and that price is just fantastic. So it's about £15, wasn't it, for these? Okay, so what we're going to move on to next?
I'm going to do a Christmas tree. Yeah,
Okay.
the Christmas cards. There's so many different things in here in terms of what you can and can't do. There's a little baby snowflake. There is a pine cone, a bell, and a Christmas, right on the end here, Dave.
Oh, that one, okay.
And a Christmas tree. But I've also given you 2 frames as well to sort of have a play with. And of course, it doesn't stop you from actually using these shapes with the wreaths. As you've seen, I did the pine cones with those. And of course, you could perhaps use one of the other frames to create something around it.
Okay, let me just show you then the actual stencils you're going to be getting. Instantly, you can tell that that one's the bell. There we go. And you've got the positive and the negative for that. You've then got that shape, which could be, of course, a tree light, or it could be a bauble.
Or a
You've
pine
got,
cone.
Or a pine cone, yeah. And you get your, obviously, your triangle for your trees, and then you get the square, and you also get the rectangular frame as well. And the book, as you can see, very comprehensive. It shows you on the front the sort of things that you can create. So you can make your tree inside the centre of your rectangle, or your square possibly too, because you can make the trees any size you want, and the bell any size.
Yeah,
Well,
once you get the hang of it,
exactly.
you can create something and do your own thing with it, of course.
fabulous. Okay, so this one's just £15.29 with all those stencils included as well. So again, not much money really when you consider how much you're going to get and also what you're going to end up with at the end of it too. Something really lovely that you can cherish. Or if you're gifting it to members of the family, they're going to be amazed that you've actually done it yourself. MX1252.
Yeah. So what I'm actually doing here, I've drawn my tree in pencil and I'm just going around I'm using this frame and just marking these dots off. It's a very repetitive thing that we do, and it almost starts you off on that journey of just chilling out, marking these dots. So that's what we've sort of got. I've not actually drawn in the outer frame. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. So I've got all these dots and I've got this triangle in the middle. So what are we going to do with it? Okay, so I'm going to start with my pen. Now again, actually maybe before we do that, maybe I shall just come in and just sort of draw a line. So I've got a little bit of a marker there.
So sectioning off the tree.
Yeah, we've done a lot of that today, haven't we?
We have.
It's a very repetitive thing that we do. So I'm going to start at the top here. Imagine that my tree, let's just put a little guideline down the middle where those dots are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come from the top and I'm going to come round and create a curl. All right? And then from the point there, I'm going to take it back up. And then from where I've sort of finished there, I'm going to come along and create another curl. And then back up.
And it's those lines that are helping you get the spacing right.
I'm following those lines all the way along, just to create these little shapes in there. So again, do you see I'm actually working on each section and then back up to the centre. Now if I wanted to, you could start there. You could do that. I'll do that on the other side, so you can get 2 different sort of tree designs from this. And of course, you could try a different tangle. You don't have to use this one. See? There we go. And then it's getting a bit wider down the bottom here. And then back. Or if I was to do it this way and just work on that section as before, but then just go along in here and just work in those boxes. So you're getting a slightly different shape.
See, it's achievable.
As you're going along.
It's almost like a comma.
Yeah, that's it. So the tree won't match either sides because I'm working one in a box where I'm not going up to them. I'm just working in that box shape there. Yeah, see? Because then you've got little gaps here that you could put little bubbles in. So you're creating it's almost like those little little beads in the centre of the tree.
Yeah, not bubbles,
So
baubles.
similar but slightly different thing. And then here we can come in and do another one of those little comma shapes. And another little comma shape. Another, you start to see it build. Let's do another one in here. And here. So very repetitive, always the same shape. So I've still got
Can you
space.
tell though how everybody in the studio is chilled?
It's gone very quiet,
I
hasn't
know.
it?
That always happens on Sanntangle shows. It is mindful. You kind of go into your own zone and lose yourself for an hour
That's
or
it.
two.
Just have a bit of a chill, yeah. So you see how your trees started to build there? And then any little spaces you can leave it as is, or you can come in. And again, I'll use the colour. Actually, let's use the other side. So we want to sort of fill in some of these extra bits and pieces, so you can have little baubles going on in there. And of course it needs something to sit in. So what I tend to do is I draw a little line there, and then I'll use my little Christmas tree, just that bottom end of it, and I'll draw the bottom in there.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
But I'll show you that one in a minute, because I want to just do the outline here. We've got these little dots. So what I'm going to do is create some little bubbles around there. I'll just do a little bit of it, because then I can show you the final little bit. Okay. So if I start at the top here, I'm just going to turn it round, and I'm going to go from one bubble to the other, like that. Same on the bottom. So I've got like a bit of a mirror image. And then on the inside, so I've got that kind of a shape. And then this way, instead, where I went over there, I'm now going to go under on both sides.
Oh, look at this.
And then over there. And then that went under, so this one's going to go over. Let's do it over there as well. So you put my bubbles in as I'm going. Go. And then see that one's in that way. Then this one will go that way. And then this one, see that's gone under, so this one's going to go over. And you've got a slightly different shape there, but that's because it's sort of going around that corner. So I can do all the way around, going over and under.
How would you actually draw this any other way other than with Sandra's stencil and techniques?
Absolutely, it's lovely, isn't it?
It's easy when you know how, but look at that.
Yeah, a little
really
bit of
effective
shading in there. Let's bring that in. Again, not particularly colouring in there. I'm just adding a little bit of pencil. And let's just soften that off a little bit. Wait till you see the finished result of this. It just looks fantastic. That's it. I'm just going to do those little bits. Again, this is just little techniques, so there you go.
Well, getting the frame stencils, that's all you need. And just follow the step-by-step instructions.
Yeah. So then bringing these commas out to the outside, we can start to extend a little bit and create something a little bit more interesting as we're going all the way around. So as we've done that, if I bring this one in. Now this one, I changed the shape of the frame a bit. I actually used the oval shape frame.
Oh, yeah.
So I've used exactly the same pattern we just did within there. And then here, I've used a green pen out the fine liners just to give me that little bit of a difference. And it just changed it up. I've used a touch of grey in there as well, so you can see how the tree was done, how the frame's created, and how these little commas have completely filled the whole shape. So let's add a little bit of colour maybe, and a little bit of glitter, because it is Christmas after all. Are we ready?
We're ready. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, so we've got that just lovely little tree there, a little bit of glitter saying, instead of using the black, I've used a white pen there. You could use a silver or anything you like, really. Photo corners, of course, it's on my macro tiles. But literally from that to that to that, it's lovely, isn't it?
It is
It's
fantastic.
so sweet. And of course, sign it, because this is your unique artwork.
Absolutely right. Sign everything that you do. Now, remember, those are the frames. So if you want to go for those, they're on the screen now for you. Now, we've also got the snowflake stencils in the show, and we've got lots of other concept series stencils that we'll come on to. But these are the snowflakes. So let's just lift this up so you can see. Now, who doesn't love a snowflake at Christmas time? Have a little look here. You can see here you've got basically the circular template in 3 different sizes, and rather than you just getting 3 plain circles, you've got all the detail, all the baubles, all the lights and everything else inside the stencil as well. You look at it, you think, well, how does that work? What it does is it creates you. Have a little look at this. There we are, look. It's my watch talking to me,
It
sorry.
is.
It does that sometimes, I'm not quite sure why. There we go.
Dave, you've got some fab samples of that on the desk as well, the snowflake. I think it's underneath the big frame.
Underneath the big frame, okay, I'll just get those out in a second. Let's show you those then. Just move that.
There they are.
There
Can
we
I
are.
have that?
You have that back, pass the
I'll have that
parcel.
back.
So these are just amazing. Look at this. Look at these.
And that's with the hexagon frame as well, so you can see how both of them work together.
Look at that. These are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
It's amazing, isn't it? And again, it doesn't have to be a snowflake. It can actually be more of a mandala kind of feel, if that's what you want to. Again, with a circle frame around it.
I mean, it can be a beautiful card, obviously, but can also be an ornament. And to actually give the gift of a Christmas ornament, you say, I've actually drawn that for you.
Yeah, and people don't always believe it. And you're like, actually, I do. And you have to show them.
Yeah. And, you know, obviously the stencil's going to give you all of the outline. That's what Sandra does. She gives you basically the tools to give you the surrounding design that creates the windows that you can then tangle into. And each little window is its own little picture that develops gradually into a bigger picture, which just takes your breath away. Absolutely wonderful. Now, it's beginning of November, 5th of November, and you have a good few weeks to be able to kind of do these if you may be making some mobiles or putting snowflakes on windows and that sort of thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
Handmade.
Oh, could you imagine?
Yeah.
Tangled all over the window.
I know, fantastic, why not?
Just tangle over the window, I'm done with. Yeah, straight on.
You can tangle on any surface when you think about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, we've got the Christmas concept, which I think is this one just here.
Yeah, it's got trees and things. Yeah, that's the one.
Now, again, there's so much in here. So the Christmas concept, what's the idea behind the concept name then?
The concepts, they're a slightly different sort of animal, aren't they? They are sort of more about you being a bit more creative. So they give you a shape to work within, and you can choose to use the whole thing, just part of it.
Yep.
Or you can actually do all of it and then cut a strip off. You can emboss these if you want to. You can ink through them. It's entirely what you want to do. So you could use them as a background, like some of the samples are, or you can actually use it as a front section as well, or you can mix and match it as both.
Okay.
Spritz through them, all sorts of things. So it's more about you being a bit creative and doing something with it.
Now, these are really interesting because they're almost like scattered images. They're kind of randomly selected. But again, it's going to really be very, very attractive, very different, very eye-catching too. So again, you've got the rest of November to start to do these pictures maybe. Again, they could be on the front of a card, they could be ornamental, they could be in a frame on the wall. You know, your Christmas tree comes out 1st of December maybe every year, mine certainly does. Well, why not have ornaments and pictures that are festive that you can take out every year as well and look forward to hanging up again? RI1283. RI1283 is the product code. £15.99 is your price, and you're going to get all of those fantastic stencils. I mean, when you consider how many stencils you get in there, that's a lot, isn't it? A lot for your money.
Yeah, because you've got the 3 designs. You actually do get the background bits with those as well. So if you actually want to ink in it as well as out of it and that kind of thing. So, yeah.
Now, we've also got concept cards 1, 2 and 3. So if you like that kind of idea, these aren't Christmas though, are they, these?
No, they aren't. And again, you've got some lovely samples behind, just sort of giving you some idea as to what you can actually do with them. So,
okay, well, let's start with number 1. Yeah. Number 1 is going to give you the triangles, it's going to give you the squares, and it's also going to give you the circles as well, in the same sort of idea as the Christmas one that we showed you. And if you just have a little look at some of these cards, I mean, this...
I know, they're all mixed. They're all mixed in, but that's fine.
Okay, well, just, this is the square one, so have a little look at this. This shows you how the squares...
Yeah, well, that one, I actually embossed it, and then I used a little bit of sandpaper and sanded it back a bit.
Yeah.
So you've got that little bit of colour coming through, and then, of course, a little tiny tile mixed in there with the owls.
So triangles, circles and squares is concept number 1, only £15.99. Concept number 2 are different shapes. You've actually got here your star, you've got your...
There's a hexagon
and
heart.
You've got your heart. So I've got the hexagon, and I've also got the star here as well. Look at this. Look at that.
Yeah, see, that's used a section of it, so it's nice. And again, in that monochrome, isn't it? It's just nice to have that little bit of something.
And the hexagon, if I drop that in quickly, there we go. Isn't that lovely? And I think I've got the love hearts here somewhere as well. Yeah, here they are. There's your hearts.
That was my Mother's Day card for my mum last year.
Oh, wow.
Happy Mother's Day, Mum, for last year.
She gave it you back.
I don't think she ever got it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Thought it was there.
So that's concept number 2. And then concept number 3 down the end there. Now that's got different shapes again. Do you know which shapes they are?
Yeah, it's the nonagon.
Nonagon?
Woo, 9-sided.
Yeah.
You've got an oval shape and you've got a rectangle.
Rectangle, okay. Superb. So you get the idea behind all of these. If I just again lift up one of them, hang on a sec, just come around here and grab one. There we go.
Yeah, they just come as, there's 3 stencils in there, so you get the main shapes, because, yeah, we changed the shape of them slightly. So
aren't they fun?
They are really nice. Imagine little fairies stamped in there as well, and make little, you know, swirls going around them and tangles all up the sides and on the inside.
You're not only getting the stencils though, you are getting, of course, the wonderful project book as well that gives you loads of hints and tips and ideas as well. So that's concept 1, 2 and 3, they're all available. And we've got the concept for the Christmas as well, which is what we think we're going to do first.
I'll do a little bit on the Christmas ones, absolutely.
Okay, yep.
So I've got a little bit of ink here. Now I've got the baubles, so if I actually show you the instructions here, what it's done is it's given you the little tangles, the little patterns across the top here that I've used, and then it shows you how you can draw around it and then you can interlock them together. And then of course here I've added little bits of ribbon and started to tangle within it. But you could also just have maybe 3 of them, or you could have just 1 of them. So there's quite a lot of options. So I'm just going to bring a little bit of ink in there. Of course, I did say you could emboss it if you want as well, and then you've got a nice raised surface. They actually emboss really nicely in Mirror card.
Right, yeah, I can imagine, yeah.
I know, and then you could just fussy cut one of the spaces or one of the shapes out.
I think we sometimes forget we can use stencils as embossing tools.
Absolutely, yeah. Just do a little bit of it there. Of course, so there's so many things you can do with it. I mean, I could spritz through that as well, but there you go, you've got the starting point. Let's just go a little bit darker in some of those. Because again, sometimes adding colour, we worry a little bit. You think, I don't quite know how to do this, so just add in that little bit. You see you've got that lovely white sort of shape. And again, I don't want to bring my black in there, so I'm going to come back in with that grey.
A little bit more subtle.
Yeah, you see here you can sort of decide. I can say, well, I want this one to go over this one, or I want to go under that, or whatever I want to do. Or I could even, I could use the same sort of colour. I could use my magenta colour. See, I'll take that one over the top. See, look at that. That's quite subtle, isn't it? It's not really a contrast. It's just sort of working its way in ever so nicely.
And the actual stencil itself is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
How did you come up with that idea to do that kind of almost like you've thrown them up in the air and they've landed?
Well, do you know, a lot of people were sort of saying to me, these designs look great, but I wouldn't know where to start and how to create that. You know, so if you just did one bauble or one tree. So I thought, well, okay, we'll put some together in a little bit of a cluster, but then give you the option of which ones go over, see that over, and which ones go under. See, I normally think, well, that's gone under, so that one's going to go over. And it just then immediately, you're back to you were creating, it's your design, not mine anymore. So it's just a nice thing to sort of do.
Have we still got any of the pens left at all, or have they all gone? Now the brush pens, we've got 4 left. Next 4 will be through. And the gel pens are going very quickly as well, but we've got half the stock of those available for you. Remember, the gel pens are a steal at $4.99, I think they were, weren't they? And we've got literally 4 left of the brush markers. So.
Yeah, so there's my fine line. So if I actually bring in, and this is where it's quite nice, it's you know, the colours match. So this is my gel pen. And let's come in and, again, start to add in some bubbles.
Because Sandra doesn't settle for second best. They've got to be of the finest quality. And the way that those gel pens flow, they are gorgeous.
They are, yes. And this is just giving it that little bit of a metallic feel. So just actually using the ink pad and then just mixing that bit of pink in there as well. Of course, the slightly sort of purpley colour we can bring in. This is sort of more of a matte, so it goes down quite, it's just lovely, actually. And then we did a demonstration with this a while back now. We did the butterflies and we just used the blue and this purple on a darker cardstock, and it just looked fabulous. There you go. You see how you can decide whether you want something to go over or under or how you want it to work together.
The stencil is giving you a really interesting image from the outset, and what you do with it is entirely up to you.
Exactly. So I've just gone around the frame at the minute, but it's nothing stopping you. Let's bring that purple in. To actually come in and go within the sections.
Yep.
Oh, look at that. See, I wish I'd have done all the image now. The colours together, isn't it? There you go. And then, you know, maybe you want to fill a little bit in there. So it's wherever it goes, and if you want to add extra tangles in, you want to bring that, you know, the stag in and have a larger bauble and that kind of thing. But it's just lovely. So I'm just going to sit and play now.
Well, whether you're using, maybe you're using We Are Memory Keepers, the kind of, you know, the airbrush, you can use that with the stencils as well.
That'd be good.
Go around it with your gel pens, or as you've done with the inks. It looks fantastic. Lots of ways of using it.
And this is just a little section of it. So imagine just cutting this little bit out,
Yeah.
putting that on a card. it'd work.
I mean, to be fair, santangling has massively taken off. I've known Sandra now for a number of years, and, you know, where it is now compared to where it was maybe a year or two ago, there's just no comparison. I think what it is as well, Hobby Maker's giving you the platform and the time as well to kind of get your message out there, which maybe we didn't have elsewhere before. So this is something that you can really enjoy, take it to your heart, gift it maybe, or even sell your artwork if you want to. I don't think I'd ever want to kind of part with my artwork, but some people may want to. But it's something that's affordable to do, it's enjoyable to do, it's mindful, it's restful. And so many of you have tried it and realised that yes, there is an artist in you just crying to get out, and Sanntangle's the way to go.
Absolutely, yeah, and it just integrates into everything, so it's not a standalone unless you want it to be. It will work with any other sort of project or crafty sort of area you're working in.
And like I said to you, you know, you'll be part of a community that you can get involved with. There are a number of Sanntangle people going to the NEC this weekend and arranging to meet up.
Absolutely,
they've never met each other before.
I'm so jealous of them, but it's been lovely to be here with you, but it's really nice that they're actually doing that, and I think that's really, it's a nice thing.
Okay, now the circle, we haven't actually mentioned that, I don't think. The circle frame, let me just remind you of the details. All the shape frames today have been really, really popular. This is the circle shape frame. We've still got a few of these available for you, but it's basically a fantastic blank canvas to start with, and then you can make all of these circular frames from literally this one stencil. It's amazing. $13.99, OQ1248 is the product code, and remember the secret really is the dividing it up into sections. Small pictures making a bigger picture, and that's how Sanntangle basically starts and develops. So the circle's a good place to start, really, isn't it?
It is, and we are going to be doing something with that in the near future.
Okay.
I can't say exactly what, but if you haven't got it and you want to get involved, you need it.
Okay,
it's
you
one
need
of those
this.
core essentials. But
Okay. Well, Sandra, do you know when you're back?
17th, I think. So I've got a little bit of a
12 days.
Yeah, a little bit of a break.
Okay, well, fireworks tonight or not?
No, I'm in with the dogs, huddling with a glass of gin.
Okay, and trying to find Dobby probably as well.
Oh, he's still with Pauline, so stay there for the rest of the weekend.
Those two together, you know it's going to be messy. Thanks for your company. Craig's here in a couple of seconds' time, and don't forget we've got the fantastic Gemporia die cutting machine coming up at 5, maybe for the last time.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card? If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobby Maker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobby Maker's Catch Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Davies and I'm here to tell you all about my brand new live UK tour, Craft Your Christmas. Now, if you didn't guess by the not so subtle title, Craft Your Christmas is designed to be like the ultimate seasonal experience, which is guaranteed to get you feeling really festive and totally inspired to get creative. Now, I've designed this as like the perfect girls' night out. So bring your friends, your mum, your daughter, your neighbours, whoever it is, a couple of glasses of wine and a nice meal beforehand. Come along and I promise you, not only am I going to entertain you, but I'm also going to get you feeling super creative for Christmas. So many of us dream of having like that perfect creative Christmas. Whether it's from your tablescaping, your ornaments, your decorations, how you wrap your presents, how you do crafts with the kids, I'm going to give you the tips and tricks for all of it so that you can have the best Christmas ever. So, if you want to get your tickets for Craft Your Christmas, and trust me, you will not want to miss out, they're available on ticketmaster.co.uk. Just go and search my name, Sarah Davies, on the site, or of course you can have a quick little look on my website, sarahdavies.com, for more information. Now, that's all from me, but I really hope I get to see some of you there.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hello, welcome back. He's just turning his mic on, sorry.
Chatting.
I know, yeah.
Great to see you today, and then
Absolutely.
seen Sandra as well. Ships it passing the night.
I know. Now, Craigie's been here for a couple of days, actually, which is a rarity. Normally you come down for a day
You'd think
and
I
go
know
back.
by now to switch my mic on, wouldn't you, before you go live?
It doesn't matter. Okay. Now, what we've got for you, the second show from Crafter's Companion today, we had a really cracking first show, which was almost like a tutorial how to get the most out of vellum. So if you've often thought about how do you use vellum in crafting, you know, how easy is it to work with, watch that show back. I know you said it was one of your favourite shows.
Do you know something that really, really was? You know, it's always so good when we get to do launches and that, but when we get a product that sometimes you just don't know what to do with. It was just such a fun, it was a busy show. It had a quick look on social media and a lot of love for it as well, so thank you.
That's great. 2 o'clock it went out, so you can watch it back if you missed it on our website, okay? Now, totally different show this time, but we've got some fantastic edgeables for you. Now, these are no ordinary edgeables. Look at these. You're going to get a set of 4 of them, and you're going to get a free set of Centura Pearl in this beautiful pink as well. Now, it's RV2025. Now, it's called the Ellipse Edgeables. So there are edgeables with a difference, yeah?
They are. So the die edge, that's actually slightly deeper, Dave. So what that means is, if I just very briefly, I'll show you what I mean just by the edge of this card here, and I'll show you more in detail. See how that's been cut over 2 layers? So the die edge is actually deeper so that you can run both those layers of 300 GSM, 310, 320 with your Gemini. It'll cut with like a dream without having to do the layer separate.
Okay, so slightly deeper dies to cut through more layers of cardstock, basically. That's what this is all about. But as ever, with the edgeables from Crafter's Companion, the designs are absolutely beautiful. They're elegant, they're sophisticated. You're going to get all 4 of them. And the bonus Centura Pearl, which is worth $3.99. That's what normally Centura Pearl is, in this beautiful, it's almost like candy floss pink.
It is, yeah. So we call it a baby pink, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean by the candy floss sort of feel to it. It is, of course, that Centura Pearl, 310 GSM, and it is a full pack as well. It's 10 sheets. It's not as if we're just giving you 5 or something. You get your full 10 pack.
Fabulous. Now, you're going to get all 4. So let me run through exactly which ones you're going to get first of all. This one is your traditional swirls. So you can see beautiful, and whether it's going to be on a gatefold card, whether it's going to be the top, or whether it's going to be on the side of the card or on the bottom of the card, you can use it in so many ways. Edgeables are so versatile. Then this one is your delicate lace. Really lovely, again with that extra deep cutting blade, the ellipse. Then the next one is your dainty daisies, beautiful floral. And actually the packaging shows you some of the ways of actually using it as well. So you get lots of inspiration from the packaging. And then lastly, this one here is your ditzy butterflies. All 4. Now, what would you expect that to be?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Slightly deeper. Slightly deeper.
Okay, so the latest technology and the Centura Pearl worth $3.99. 4 dies and Centura Pearl, what would you expect that price to be? We are going to do you a deal today. What would it be? Well, if they were $9.99, it should be about 45 quid, wouldn't it?
Something like that.
And I would have thought $9.99 per die would be really good. Okay. Let's show you the deal we can do. $25.99 for all 4 and the Centura Pearl. That's working out to £6.49 each if you take into account the Centura Pearls for free.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Isn't
Wow.
it fab?
Yeah.
Absolutely fab. Our dies, traditionally, they're usually round about 0.8 millimetres in depth, so it is slightly deeper, but please don't think, oh, that means I won't have to use it with my Gemini, doesn't it? Absolutely not.
You can use them in other machines.
You can absolutely still use it in any other die cutting machines, just that very slightly deeper, because it enables you to cut through 2 layers of 300 GSM. And as I said earlier, it could be 290, it could be 320, or it could just be one single sheet, but the ability is there to do it through one pass straight away, done.
Well, if you want them, you know what to do. Give us a call for them. And remember, if you are brand new and you've not ordered anything from us, just give us a call on the free phone number, 0800 001 4433. The operator will take your call and they'll process your payment and give you an account number. If you want to do it on the website, though, just go to hobbymaker.co.uk. You just need your email address and then you make up a password that's unique to your account with us. That's it. So RV2025. That will get you all of those dies and the Centura Pearl for $25.99. Now, we do also have 2 smaller dies as well for you. So we've got those available as well. So the first one is Lace and Daisies. So if you want those 2 together, you won't get the Centura Pearl, but if you just want the Lace and the Daisies together, if just 2's all you're after, we can give you that for £13.49, CR2004. That's good. Yeah, good price. That works out to about $6.75 each, which is pretty good.
Pretty good.
Very good. CR2004 for those 2. So that is your daisies and your lace. Okay, those 2 there. £13.49. There we go. And then the other 2, remember, if you just want those 2, the butterflies and the swirls, we'll do the same deal, £13.49, but you won't get your Centura Pearl. But if you go for all 4, you're going to get your bonus Centura Pearl and you save even more as well. Now, we've got some finished cards here, Craig, to show us, yeah?
Do you know something? Do you know what's lovely as well when I come here? I never get asked time and time again to say the word swirl. So as many as you know, back at Crafters Companion, you know, we do a lot of educational shows and that as well, which we've had these on our website for a wee while, so you can go back and you can see lots of different things. But we've got the guys back at head office and that, you know, and Johnny, and we've got Ben and all that, and my Scottish accent swirls, and it's like, are you saying squirrel? Or, you know, there's a variety of different
talk with
things.
His accent.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's nice. Thank you for not saying, is that squirrels or swirls? Absolutely. You can do lots of different things when it comes to these ones here. The first one that we're going to do in a moment or 2 is a very simple format, but you can then start to cut straight to the back here. Layer it with some of your matte cardstock, your Centura Pearl cardstock. This is one I kind of showed just at the start there, and we will do this sort of style at the end of this show as well. So top and the bottom at the edge. So it doesn't have to be the left or the right hand edge. It could be top, it could be bottom, it could be one side, drop shadow, whatever you like.
I mean, that could make a fantastic invitation.
Of course it could.
Really could.
Absolutely. And it's the same die used on each side. However, this is what I was meaning by you can cut through that front and the back at the exact same time, and then we've just gone over and we've just layered it with some cardstock at the back there. So you can have one design one side, one on the other if you want, but then what you can start to do is do wrap. So think about, yes, these aren't Christmas designs, but you can absolutely use these for around your napkins at Christmas or any other occasion, around the edge of your crackers if you make your own crackers, or your shop bought crackers that you then start to decorate. There's another easel again, but by going in with your black cardstocks, your florals, we've got some sentiments we'll show you just shortly as well.
I mean, although it's an edgeable, it's actually acting almost like doing the job of almost like a frame, isn't it, really?
Exactly, yeah. And if you do have your larger die cutting machine like we are going to be using, you can go around the edges of boxes or maybe memory book pages if you want to. You can offset them, go over with your inks if you want to, create a nice little feature front and back by stepping it to the side.
Perfect for paper piecing. If you've got the patience, cut out, you know, in a few different colours and paper piece those pieces back into the openings. They look great.
Absolutely. And the good thing with this cutting through 2 layers as well, now the craft card, it's off the top of my head, it's about 280 GSM.
Sounds about right.
Now, if I turn that around at the back there, If you try and cut through the front and the back at the same time with other dies, which you can do, don't get me wrong, you can absolutely do that. But what you sometimes find is the back bends and it buckles and it tears, whereas the purpose with these dies is it doesn't do that.
Right.
It does not do that because it's slightly deeper. So you get more of that crisp, clean, professional edge
What would
at
you
the back.
say the limit to the two thicknesses could be? Is there a limit to how much it will cut through?
So for me, I've found that anything above sort of like a 330, maybe just pushing it at a 340, but really you think of, even think of your Centura Pearl is your 310. You could do it with an adorable scoreable, it's like 350. What I would do is I would add in the metal shim.
Right.
I would add in the metal shim, but most cardstock is round
So it
about
could
the
cope up to
300.
around about a total of 600 in depth.
It's absolute in depth, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a good way of
Yeah.
putting it, absolutely, yes. So, give that a shot. What you'll find with your die cutting machine, certainly your Gemini, if it doesn't like it, Dave, it will pause and then it'll stick it out and just say, don't like it. Little tags you can pop into the middle
It's
there.
cutting down your die cutting time. It's doing 2 layers at once, at least.
Absolutely.
So it's halving the time it takes you to actually cut out that wonderful decoration. But look at the wonderful cards and different designs you can come up with these.
You can
They're
do.
amazing.
You can do. We had Acetate on the show yesterday. I know it'll still be on the Hobby Maker website, but variety of different way. It's a border, it's that edgeable, so one side cuts, the other side doesn't, so you've got all that opportunity to decide where you want that die edge to go.
Excellent. And we've also got some great deals on the show as well with Centura Pearl cardstock. We had some of that on the show yesterday, and we'll get to those a little bit later in the show. But can we show everyone how they will
We
work?
will do.
Is that all right?
Let's go for it.
Okay.
So what we're going to do here is I've taken a small card to start with. So it's a 4x6 card that I've got here. And what I've done is I've taken a little piece of texture card. We do have texture card on the show as well. So I've taken a pink from that, although it can be Centura Pearl if you want.
So you cut it down from a 12x12 sheet.
I did,
Yep.
yep. And as you can see there, it's about 4x6, just shy of 4x6. So you can imagine you're going to get a few of them from a 12x12.
Absolutely.
So what I'm going to do, usually with an edgeable or that, what we tend to do is do it separate. But I'm going to go in here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my die. So I'm going to go in with the Ditsy butterflies. And although it cuts the front and the back, it doesn't necessarily have to be the front and the back of the card blank.
Right.
You could cut through 2 layers at once on the front. So it saves doing that drop shadow. So, or doing it separately, that is.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go in with my die here. So let's take my tape. I'm going to come in here. Now, to start with, what I'm going to do is, because I'm going to end up having a little bit of a drop shadow, I don't want to completely stick this down because I want to move it slightly. So what I am going to do is I am still just going to pop it into place, and then I'm going to come in with my die. So I've got my edge, curve edge, that cuts out, and then all this detail cuts in, and it stays in place because there's no cutting edge. So I'm going to go to the end of where my pink is, although I can go further in. So if I would cut into there, all this would be waste, Dave,
Right.
and I'd have a lovely little border. So you've got a lot of creative scope there. So let's go in, and I'm going to roughly keep it straight. You could be more accurate at home. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm just going to tape it all together onto
So you're
my
holding
mat.
onto the bottom layer and the second layer as well at the
I
same
am.
time.
It's just stopping it from moving at the moment, because if I didn't do that, my pink layer could potentially move, and then it stops me from doing what I want to do.
Okay.
So all that I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with my plastic magnetic top plate. Nothing different, no different plate configuration. And then I'm going to feed that one through. So I am using my large Gemini. I'm just using my junior plates. If you are using the large plates that you've got, what you can just do is that pause and reverse function. But if I come through, I'm going to move this one to the side here. So carefully just peeling that one off. And then I'm going to do the same with this one. I'm just going to carefully peel that off. So this right-hand side will come away. And then if I take this one out, what I'm then going to do is I'm going to go in with my tool. So first and foremost, that top layer comes off. Look at that. There is not one bit
Perfect.
that needs popped out. And then if I come in with this one, what you're going to see, okay, your base layer will need that extra helping hand with your tool or your pokey tool.
I mean, you don't have to cut 2 layers.
Absolutely
at the same time.
not.
It will cut 1 layer perfectly as well. Don't think you have to do that.
Not at all, yeah. The initial idea and the purpose of these dies are so that you can cut through 2 layers at once with absolute ease. But as you said, you do not have to. You can simply just cut that 1 layer if you so wish.
Perfect.
So let's go in now. So straight away, we've got our 2 layers. Now that, if we actually look at this die cut piece here, if I put a little bit of pink just to the back, so we'll just see that just in a moment, just there, where you're going to see, other than the shape of your white cardstock, if you look as well, it's not bent, it's not buckled, it's not been pulled in, it's not been ripped by the pressure of your die cutting machine, and that is because you've got that few extra like 0.0 mil to your die cut edge.
As well, if you just wanted to cut 1 layer, you could actually cut 1 layer of something a lot thicker than normal. Maybe grey board, would that cope?
So I'm not sure about grey board as such, but yeah, maybe if you're going on to that thicker material. Again, I think it just depends on the fibres of your cardstock.
Right.
As long as it's still round about that 300 GSM, then, you know, by all means, give it a shot and see.
Cool, okay.
So all that I'm going to do is on the back of the pink layer, and once again, Dave, I could have done this bit separate, absolutely no problem at all. But if you are going to do a bit of a drop shadow, then it makes it worthwhile just running them through twice. So all that I'm then going to do is if I go direct over the top, and then I'm just going to pull back ever so slightly.
Look at how effective that drop shadow is.
Doesn't it work so well?
Brilliant.
And a lot of people will think that your drop shadow, you have to have the colour to the back. But look how well it is having the white to the back
It will work
as well.
either way, but I think
Of course
works
it will.
really well that way.
Absolutely, it'll work so well. So all that I'm going to do, little piece of vellum from our earlier show. And this one was from Say It With Flowers. Tiny, few little dots into the middle there. I'm going to pop that one into here. That could have been a loose leaf if you wanted to, the way I was showing you. Pop that one in. And then what I'm going to do here is let's go in with another piece. Now, vellum once again.
From our 2 o'clock show, remember?
It was indeed.
I think it's still available. It didn't sell out, but it was really popular.
It was really, really busy, wasn't it? And then what I'm going to do this time, and the reason that I'm going to cut this bit separately as well, apart from just showing you the one I've done, is because what I wanted to do, Dave, straight away was show you how you could go through potentially 600 GSM, and then you can come along to vellum.
To vellum.
And it's not going to bend it, tear it, nothing like that. You're going to be able to then do your vellums with these ellipse dies, and you can start to incorporate them.
I mean, Crafter's Companion, they won, with the Craft Awards, they won, I think, 11 awards.
Put that all together,
in total. That's going some, to win 11 awards at the Craft Awards for 2022. It shows you just how popular the brand is and also the quality of what they deliver. And I know Leanne and the team in product development, they go over and above.
Oh, absolutely.
To find new, innovative and inventive products that will just deliver for every crafter. And that's what these do. You can, when you put it through your machine, it's not just a Gemini machine that it will work in. Any manual or electronic machine, these dies will perform brilliantly in. Exactly,
yeah. And as you were saying, if it is a manual one, if you have a MIDI or a Mini, if you've got a little strip, I don't want you to think, oh, the die's slightly deeper, that means I'm going to have less play with it. It's still going to go through your folder-based machines or your hand-cranked machines as well, so don't worry about it. So all that I've done is I've taken a piece of, I actually think this was Hunky Dory's Mirror card. So I'm not going to cut that one because I've shown you how strong it is at cutting 2 layers, also vellum. Once again, a little piece of a drop shadow into here. And then what I'm also going to do, Dave, is let's go in, and we have got some sentiment stamps on the show. So I'm just going to sort my guillotine so it doesn't fall over. Let's come in here. I've taken a little piece of our white multi-purpose card, and let's go in with...
Now, I'll let you know that these sentiment stamps, all 3 of them, they should be $44.99 for all 3, so basically £15 each. We're doing 3 for the price of 1. Look at the price. $14.99 for all three of them. And they're some of the biggest fonts and biggest verses I've seen. Just for you, thank you, thinking of you. What an amazing deal. £5 per sentiment, and they're big stamps as well. You get 20 so you get 50 stamps in total for £14.99. Craig, that's ridiculous.
It's really, really ridiculous. The fact is that within each set, so you've got just for you, thank you, thinking of you, but you've got them in different fonts, you've got them in different sizes as well.
Thinking of all of those embossed, with embossing powder, wouldn't they look fantastic in gold or silver? Amazing. And all the different fonts too, love it.
They really, really do. And the words are separate as well, so if you want to mix the fonts, go for it. You can absolutely
that's quite
do
trendy
that.
to do, actually.
It really is, isn't it?
it's a
I've
thing
noticed
now,
that as of late, really is quite trendy. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in with thank you here, and I'm just layering it on my stamping platform. I did have these in the earlier show. And then what I'm going to do, yesterday, and actually they are on the show as well today, are quick dry.
Yep.
I'm going to go in with the plum. And all that I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm just going to stamp it into place.
Oh, how crisp is that?
So crisp, isn't it?
And quick dry means not smudging, which can be a problem with stamps sometimes.
It does. You know, it can be a real problem. So I tell you what, Dave, let's go.
Again. Look, not a single smudge. Second, well, not even a second after stamping, it's dry.
Completely dry.
Yeah.
Completely dry. So you don't have that worry about smearing it or smudging it. So all that I'm going to do is let's go in with a little nest and die. I'm going to cut this one out. I did have another sentiment die cut for this card, but when I seen that we had these on the show, I thought, right, let's add a little thank you. I'm going to pop this straight on with my adhesive. I'm not going to do a matte layer. You can, but it's going to work really, really well.
Now, these circular dies, they've actually got like a deckled edge to them.
They do.
So it almost looks like the circle's been kind of torn out of the packet. So it's 11 dies in that set in different sizes. They go up in equal increments. But if you just want to have like that deckled edge rather than just a plain straight edge, then these are great.
And they're all on the website, because I know Debbie Fisher was in the other day with Ruth, and she had a load of nesting dies, inverted nesting dies as well, variety of them, so you can check them out. But going in with the thank you, remember you've got larger ones, you've got smaller ones. You can go in with an additional matting layer if you want. I'm just going to go straight in over the top, creating a lovely thank you. You can go in with tiny little die-cut butterflies if you want, or as you said, you can go in with your little, with your paper piecing if you want.
Yeah, you can.
But simply, that could be one layer at a time, but with ease, 2 layers, that would have been round about 300 GSM, plus a piece of vellum.
Absolutely. Now, remember, we've got details on the screen for the stamps. They've actually gone down another £1. They're down to $13.99. I don't know what happened there, but they're only $13.99 for all three of them. SX2004. SX2004. $13.99 gets you all of them there, and I just think they're some of the crispest, most attractive fonts that you can actually work with, whether you're inking them, using the quick dry ink pads that we've got from Crafter's Companion as well. They're in the show too. Have a little look at those. If you suffer from bad stamps because maybe you're using the wrong ink or an ink that stays too wet for too long and it smudges, this is brilliant. $13.99 for all three. Now, we've also got lots of other goodies in the show. Now, we've got Craig's bundle in the show. Now, that's presumably
is this one
Oh,
here.
this one.
So I've popped my paper pad for you as well,
Okay.
to have a little flick.
Now, this paper pad is going to come with the tacky glue that we were talking about in the earlier show.
It is indeed.
And 2 pokey tools. Craig's put
Love
this
my
together for
pokey
you.
tool.
Yep. And this is Everyday Scenes, this particular one. So you've got, again, wonderful artwork. You've got kind of clouds in the sky. You've got the ticker tape, so that could be like New Year's Eve party, all that sort of thing. You've got your rainbows in there as well. A little bit of gingham and plaid and tartan going on there too. Love this.
Fab.
Aren't they lovely?
When I was here the other week, Dave, this actually slipped past me because it was on the show and I actually didn't realise it. So when I came here and I was like, I've not seen that paper pad before. It seems to have just been slipped into our range. You know, it's not part of a big new collection or anything like that. So when I seen that, I was like, right, I want to have this on my next show.
Well, you've got it. It's in the show, and it comes with the tacky glue, and it comes with the two pokey tools, of course, as well. Now, the tacky glue, what is that glue particularly good for?
So your tacky glue, so that it's good for a variety of different things. So if you are just wanting to do your mats and layers, absolutely perfect. If you love your construction, so box making, anything that's going to be handled quite a lot, then of course you can use red liner tape. That's brilliant, but it's a dry adhesive. Whereas with your tacky glue, it's a Collal tacky glue, incredible company that we work with, and it is a very low water content.
And that's what you recommended for the vellum, wasn't it?
Absolutely, the vellum. You'll see it as well just shortly. It is perfect for vellum. You just need a tiny little bit. It's going to stick that without it being seen. But again, any of your edges for your mats, your layers, your construction, it's great.
Okay, well, it's a bundle that Craig's put together for us today, so you know it's going to be a really good price. If you want to order it, it's VU2004. There's the pokey tool in action. We're going to do this. Under a tenner. What? Under £10 for the pokey tools, the glue, and the paper pad, $9.99. You've brought some amazing deals today, Craig. That's one
my
of the
hands
best.
there. Did you know that?
Is it?
That's my hands.
Like your nail polish.
Nice, isn't it? Right. Cherry red. Joke, by the way.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. And you get 48 sheets in that pad as well. So, I mean, if that were $9.99 alone, brilliant. Without the glue, without the pokey tools. But yeah, you get both, all three of things. 2 pokey tools, tacky glue. Now half the stock of this is already gone. I'm not at all surprised. This is one of those offers that it's ridiculous not to take advantage of it. Please pop it in your basket and check out. That will be on its way to you as soon as possible. You can have a couple or 3 of them if you're thinking, well, I need that glue. I really, really do. It lasts a long time, that glue. But it's very, very useful. And the pokey tools, you can never have too many of them. If you were paying $9.99 for the paper pad, I'd say it's a steal. But to get all 3, that's ridiculous. VU2004, free phone number or website, hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, yesterday, Craig and I did some shows. Now, these went absolutely mad yesterday. Any pack of Centura Pearl is normally £3.99,
yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. If you were to have a look on our website, you're going to find it at that price. But the deal that we had, so good, we managed to get it on today's show as well.
Okay, now we've got them in sets of 4. So in other words, you're going to get 40 sheets of Centura Pearl, £11.97. £11.97 for 10 silver, 10 blue, 10 cherry, and 10 of that really deep, rich purple. Just look at how gorgeous
Stunning,
that is.
isn't it?
Look at it, the way it behaves in the light.
Beautiful. And these are, of course, 310 GSM. If you fold them in half, use your ellipse dies, they're going to cut them, no problem.
Now, $3.99 each normally, so that's $3.99, so it should be $15.96. Look, $11.97, so you're saving best part of nearly a £5 by getting this today. All 4 colourways, they come separately packaged, of course, as well, but you're getting an absolute bargain. I always thought $3.99 for 10 sheets was a bargain anyway.
And you know, and it is, and it's one of those things, Dave, that whether it was on our website or Hobby Maker, we would sell it no problem at that price because it's incredible quality and that, you know, sheen that you get. However, as we talked about yesterday, that's not what we're about or Hobby Maker are about. It's about giving you the best deals on the best products.
Absolutely. So those colourways, that is NG2008. A third of the stock has gone. Lots of you are actually multi-ordering and ordering more than one. I'm not at all surprised at that price. The other colourways, which I must admit I adore.
So do I, Dave, yeah.
You've got a lighter purple. It's more of a kind of lavender or lilac. You've got a chocolate brown. Now, chocolate brown Centura Pearl, how decadent is that? Look at that in the light.
Christmas presents where you're making boxes, maybe you make truffle. I know Sarah likes to make our fudge and toffees and stuff like that, which I've never tried any yet because I never seem to be in when she brings it. But, you know, that would have been a nice one. But that's one of my favourite, the
Look
turquoise.
at that turquoise is amazing, isn't it? And then you get that slightly lighter purple or lavender. So 10 sheets of each, we're doing the same price, $11.97. It should be $15.96. So you're saving, basically getting one set free. What's your free colour going to be? The turquoise, the brown? We had really, really deep stocks of this yesterday, but a lot of the stock went yesterday afternoon, and we've got a few left now, but they're going fast, okay? So KP2091, if you want to go for both, then you'll have 80 sheets of your Centura pearl, 1 P&P all day of $3.95, no matter how many times you order, no matter how many phone calls you make, no matter how many times you order on the website, 1 P&P. All your orders get collated at midnight, okay? They all get put onto an email and get confirmed to you, but then the system knows what you've bought and who you've bought it from and charges you one postage of $3.95. And then whoever you're buying it from, if you bought something from Sandra, she'll be shipping out your order to you. If you buy something from Craig, Crafter's Companion, will be shipping the order out from their warehouse to you. So you'll get them in different parcels and they'll probably come on different days, but everything will be dispatched for 1 P&P of $3.95, which is amazing.
It is fab, isn't it?
Right then.
Just to say as well, Dave, that bundle there with the Centura pearl, that's the same baby pink that's in the Ellipse. So just if you're, is it a different shade? Is it the same? It's the same shade, but do you know what it is as well, which is great, and the way that Kelly and the team back at our office think about our shows as well. It's not a colour that you're not going to use quite a lot, do you know what I mean? And we've put it in that bundle and we've put it here. A baby pink is a colour that you're going to be using quite a lot, whether it's for new babies or, you know, for your female cards. I know some guys will like it as well, but predominantly it's one you're going to use a lot. So it's a win-win. You're going to be doubling up if you went for both.
Absolutely. Can I just let you know, in less than half an hour's time, we're bringing you the stock that we have remaining of the Gemporia die cutting and embossing machine. When the stock is gone, that is it. We don't know when or if it will be coming back. So if you want to get hold of the Gemporia die cutting machine, that's in half an hour at 5. And we've also got the lowest price for American craft cardstock in the UK. Yeah. I know, American craft cardstock, amazing. It's coming up between 5 and 6, not to be missed.
It's just amazing, isn't it?
I know.
And I've always said on the inspirational shows and technique shows and things like that we do as well, I've always said as well, because I love our cardstock, but Basel Basics, which is now under the umbrella of American Crafts, I absolutely adore the quality. When I found out that, of course, American Crafts were coming here, it's just phenomenal. Because I love to use, again, Basel Basics, it's still American Crafts. With our texture card, it works well as well with Adorable, Scoreable, Centura Pearl, all your different brands.
Well, there's room for every brand.
Exactly.
There really is. I mean, no craft room is just one brand. It's always lots and lots of different things. So, yeah, we'll come up with American Craft cardstock at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Not to be missed. Stock up for Christmas.
Rightio. Let's go in here and we're going to use the delicate lace for this one. So we're going to go back and we're going to use it left and the right, and I'm going to go in with the lilac, which was from that second bundle that Dave showed, and I have cut that down to 4 by 6 1/4. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to check my card blank because that just seems a bit of an odd size that I've cut that down, and it is. I just need to trim it slightly. I'm going to come down. I thought 6 1/4. What have I done that for? That's a bit strange. There we go. 6 by 4.
Okay.
And I am just using that same die for left and right, but you can, if you want to, have this die on one side, maybe go for the butterfly on the other one. That's up to you. If you do want to line up and keep it straight, use the grids on your glass mat, whether it's ours or I know lots of branded glass mats have grids on them. So use them to help you out. So I'm just following that one all the way down. So I know then.
I think we tend to forget they're there sometimes.
We do, don't we? And I do as well.
Kind of go a little bit blind to them. But
I
they're there
do.
for a reason.
For a reason, absolutely. Use them, go in with them to help you out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in straight in here. And I was in two minds earlier. I thought I'll use my A4 plates because then we'll put them, as we talked about yesterday. I always forget what's vertical and horizontal. If I use my large plate, I could put these dies vertically.
Yep.
Whereas I thought, well, no, I'm still going to use my junior plates because it means I have to put them horizontally.
Yep.
And therefore, it's all about the pressure of the machine. It's not an issue with these dies, the cardstock and then the Gemini. It's going to cut right in the middle. So if I take this one out, and that's going to cut no problem. Look at that, even down into the middle there. We're going to go in. So I'm just going to pop these little bits out.
Well, that 48 sheet pad, the tacky glue and the pokey tools are absolutely flying. $9.99, one of the bargains of the day. You never know what's around the corner with us at Hobby Maker. We're always full of surprises. So if you think to yourself, oh, well, I've already made 2 orders today, that phone call's going to cost me money. No, it's not. It's going to cost me extra P&P. No, it's not. It's free phone call, free to order on the website, and 1 P&P every day, $3.95.
I never, after all this time now, I'm still amazed that we do that. It's so good that you can do that here at Hobby Maker. So let's go in. So I'm going to use the opposite side once again, and I'm just going to come over. Now they will just meet at the middle there. So all that I'm going to do, let's go in, let's use our glass mat. We're going to tape that one down as well. So we're now changing the shape of our card. So let's lift that one up. Once again, we're going to go into the middle, layer that one up. And if I was even just doing a little strip of that, going with your tiny little machines won't be an issue. So let's run that one through. And then we can then take this one out once again, just take that with our little tool. And these little bits, where you were talking about earlier on about paper piecing,
yeah,
you know, and you can do it. And I've got a lot of patience. Now, I love paper piecing, but even I would be like, would I really want to paper piece all that? I would be inclined to paper piece, but what I would do, Dave, is I would cherry pick sections.
Oh, okay, just do bits
so
of it.
Maybe like these two and these two swirls here, and repeat that on
do
these
it
ones,
selectively,
and these
yeah.
ones selectively.
That's a
So
good
you
idea.
still get that satisfying feeling of paper piecing if you do love to paper piece, but you're not going to get to that point where you're fed up, you don't want to continue, but you've half started it. Do you just throw it in a box, you throw it in the bin? How do you
Well, I
use it?
kind of think of paper piecing a little bit like tangling with Sanntangle that we were talking earlier on. You know, it's a labour of love. It is a little bit, you know,
course it is.
time-consuming. You lose yourself in it. You know, it's something that you can just enjoy and relax and chill with.
And not all crafts you want to rush.
No.
Not all of them you want them done one
like the
pass.
process, you like the
love
whole-
the process.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's along the same lines talking about when we launched Sarah's relatively new collection, Say It With Flowers,
Yep.
because you had the ability to create your creped flowers
Right.
that came in with your templates that you draw around. And the reason we've done that, instead of putting them in with dies, it's about that relaxation of, again, not everything you want done quick.
No.
Not everyone wants decoupage, love decoupage. Not everyone wants the dies. You might, like me, and fussy cut all the way around. So there's lots of different crafts, different mediums. If you want to go in and paper piece all of that,
I think
absolutely can.
the more time something takes you to do, the more rewarding it is.
Yeah, I'd
and
agree.
the sense of achievement you get at the end of it.
I would completely agree on that one. But if I leave it as it is here, so we can either go that way, or of course we could go that way. So just a very little quick play. These are number alphabets from my stash from a good number of years ago. So you can go in and then pop whichever ages that you've got. And then what you can then also do, turn it around, you can go in with little sentiment. So you can have a real play the way that you want to look at, and I'm
you
going
can
to
also
leave
use
it.
some of these sentiment stamps that we've
You
got.
can
Yeah.
indeed, absolutely. You can go in, but that's all that I'm going to do. I'm not going to add more decoration. It's more about showing you how you can do the left, the right, and then also these inner nesting dies. These were some of the ones Debbie had on the other day.
Okay, now the ellipse dies, they are a set of 4. Now they give you decorative edges, they give you decorative tops and bases. You can do multiple layers, but also you can make frames out of them because basically they're not a semicircle, but they're basically a kind of a curve. So you can put 2 together like Craig's just done there to make a lovely frame. Now you are going to get all of these. You've got your traditional swirls, which is that one just there. Next to that, you've got your delicate lace, which I think is the one that Craig used a few seconds ago. Next to that, we've then got the dainty daisies, and then finally we've got the ditzy butterflies as well. So they're all the same shape, but they're different designs, and they all, of course, achieve different looks. But they are beautiful, they really, really are. And these, like Craig was saying before, are slightly deeper than conventional dies, so they can actually potentially do 2 layers of cardstock up to about 300 GSM or just over at the same time. So halving your die cutting time and giving you accurate results every single time as well. It will still do 1 layer if you just want to use 1 sheet. You don't have to use both sheets, but when you do have that need to have a front and a back of a card having the same pattern, it allows you to cut both at the same time so that they marry up perfectly. When you close the cards, you don't get anything that's unaligned or misaligned or whatever.
All perfect.
Free phone number to call the operator and the call centre. They will take your order and process it for you. They're lovely. They're in the building here, so they'll answer your call straight away. 0800 001 4433. 3. And the website has got, obviously, ways to order as well. But also, you can see everything that's in stock on our website from all of our brilliant suppliers. So, yeah, we've got brand shops on our website. So you can see Crafters Companion's got a brand shop. Burton Gert's got a brand shop. Creative Expression's got a brand shop. Every supplier that's here has got a brand shop on our website. Okay, Craigie.
Rightio, let's dive straight in. We'll do another one. We'll show a few the samples again, just maybe if you're just joining
different ways
partway
of using
through.
them.
Yeah, because there really is. You can, of course, keep them in the simplest form if you want, but then you can have a play with the positioning where you want to pop them. You can then go in again, think of it, okay, yes, that has got a die cut sentiment, but that could be one of these font stamps that we've got on the show as well. Layer them on top of each other. Isn't it fab?
3 of them, one on top of the other. Perfect.
Really, really is. And all that is cut in 3 different layers of cardstocks to the same size, but then each one you're just lifting it up that little bit higher, and then of course you can then get these different angles. But then what you can do is you can do little invites if you want, little pockets if you want to.
That's a nice idea.
So if you love to do gift cards, you know, I know back, I was about to say vouchers. I don't think you get vouchers nowadays, do you? That even shows my age.
You get the gift cards, don't you?
You get the gift
credit
cards,
card
yeah.
size, yeah.
So you could pop them in as well. This is one where it really does show off well the initial concept of it, and that is how it's going to cut through your 2 layers at absolute once. It's going to cut it once at absolute.
If you cut it twice, you'd probably struggle to marry up the front and the back.
Yeah, sometimes you would.
It would be off a little bit, wouldn't it?
It would sometimes.
Get it at the wrong angle or something like that. This is giving you a perfect front and perfect back that mirrors the image. So it gives you that professional touch and finish. I love them layered like that.
It works really,
Like
really well. It really does work well. Again, it's just offsetting them by, it could be an inch, it could be a couple of millimetres. It's entirely up to yourself.
And think about your memory books and your photo albums as well. They make lovely decorative edges to those.
They would. They really, really would. Start to incorporate them in these sorts of ways. This style here, we're away to do the style just in a moment to show you. But again, it can be wrap, so it could be your DL cards, it could be of course your 6x6. Incidentally to say as well, if you do it on your DL card, of course a DL card is longer than the actual die, so all that you would do at the top and the bottom where the die stays in place, just snip it away with your scissors or V-blade trimmer. Just a couple more again. Keep it simple, elegant, go to town on the decoration and colour.
Is that paper piecing, that one?
So this one is,
Yeah,
so it's got some paper piecing.
If you weren't sure what I was talking about when I said paper piecing, it's basically like a little puzzle. The pieces from other coloured cardstock you've used the die on fit perfectly back into the opening.
They do, and that's where your tacky glue and your poker tool would come in really, really handy as well. So let's pop these ones to the side, and I'm going to go in with our plates once again. So what I've done already, this is actually a Centura Pearl I think Sarah had in a bundle a couple of weeks ago, metallic range. So if it's not on the website, you'll maybe already got it when Sarah was on. And I've cut it to 6 by 10 inches, and I've scored at 6 inches and then 9 inches.
Yep.
And then I've taken another piece and I've cut that to 6 by 6.
Right.
So what I'm actually going to do here as well is to show you how well they cut with 2 layers. I'm going to go in now with my dainty daisies. So I'm going to go in with my die. So this base here of what will be my easel, I'm going to have die cut. And this is going to be my separate piece that I'm going to have cut top and bottom. But let's save a little bit of time and let's do them both at the same time.
Okay.
So I'm going to go in here. So I'm just going to line this one up.
So it's not just a case of it saves time, it also means you get perfect alignment every single time, which is a big key thing to these dies.
It is. It really, really is. It works well. It does what it needs to do, but then you can use them in that simple form as well. So just to make sure that that doesn't move again, I'm going to do what I've done earlier. Now that's on my plates, I'm just going to line that one up and then I'm going to tape it. What I am going to do as well, though this is my junior plates, I'm going to come further up here, not right up to the edge, but just a little bit off the edge here. I'm going to go through it because I am going to pause it and reverse it.
Okay.
Because each layer here is 310 GSM, it's just that little bit
That's
more.
620 in
Yeah,
total.
in total. So I'm going to go over. I just heard a distinctive thud there. That lets you know when the rollers have gone over that die cut. So we're going to go through, pull this one out here. Let's move that one to the side. So you can see straight away that back layer has come away.
Yep.
So let's peel that one off. So I'm just going to take my low tack tape. That has then come off as well, that you can see here. And then let's take my pokey tool, which is here. Let's also take our die tool to get that started. If you find, because you've been doing lots of cutting in that on any of your die cutting machine, if you find you start to get marks or that onto your cardstock, what you can always go and do is add in a sheet of copier paper.
Yeah, just standard copy of paper.
Standard copier paper. Nothing expensive, just like an 80 GSM. What that will do is that will take the bulk of a lot of the indent pressure.
Yep.
So it'll stop that one coming through. So what I'm going to do then is, remember as well, you're then potentially going to have your 2 layers. So your die cut piece is going to, from these ones, it's going to be compressed. So you just need to take a few moments or two just to prise them ones out. So you can see here, and then just give that a little feel, give that a little
And
pull.
remember, the blade of the die is that little bit deeper, so it can cut through up to 2 layers of cardstock in one go. Saving time, perfect alignment. It's things that, you know, in craft it's important. $25.99 for 4 dies, and you get the bonus of the Centura Pearl as well, which is $3.99's worth. 10 sheets of that beautiful pink. You're not being charged for that at all, and you're getting a discount on the purchase as well for those 4 dies. So really good value for money.
Absolutely. So I'm just taking out these few little bits, Dave, because I want you to see how it's cut right into the middle. So let's go. So I'm only going to do half of it. So let's go in and popping that one out into there, catching that bit. Just watch any of these little swirly bits because there's a lot of detail. So let's just take any of that little bit, because I don't want you to think any of these little white bits are feathering. That's just the die cut at the back. So let's take that, that, and then that one. So what you can then do is carry on going, taking all these little bits out, and then what we're going to be left with is we're going to be left with this one. So if I fold that on the back so that you can see that we've then got our die cut that we can see here.
Beautiful, yep.
And then what I would then do is let's take this one. We're going to take that die again, and then you would come along and then you would cut that at the top. So you cut that one at the top, that's then going to give you top and the bottom. So that will also mean as well, when you come to layer up, it's going to have matched that base because you've done them both at that same time. So let's come in now. I'm going to take this one. We're going to go in with my tool. Here we go, my adhesive, which is here. And because we've got that little hinge there, what that's going to enable us to do is create our easel. And what you will potentially want to do as well, you'll initially probably want to stick this hinge further down. But what to do is add your adhesive on and then close it, and then go back, Dave, and then overlay that straight at the base.
Perfect.
That way you know you've got that straight where it needs to go. That layer is going to be right into the base where you need it to be, and then that's giving you that easel form. Then what I'm going to do here is let's go in. So I've taken a piece of the yellow, which is from that 12 by 12 texture.
Yep.
This is a piece of the sunflower vellum.
Which was in the 2 o'clock show. So if you want to see that show back, it was a really, really informative and fun show actually at 2 o'clock. Loads of great deals on vellum. But look at that, the sunflower vellum's amazing, isn't it?
Look at that, no adhesive in the corner.
No.
And I say no adhesive, it is
It's the tacky glue.
the tacky glue.
You
So-
can't see it though.
You can't see it, and I've just put my pokey tool there so that you can see it is attached, and same with this one here. So all that we need to do is go in, layer these ones up with my adhesive, That's going to go into here. Let's have it so that the sunflower is down at the base there. This one can go through the same. Once again, just a little bit of adhesive in the corner that you can see here, each corner. I'm going to add the tape on. And then what I'm going to do to finish off, I've already die cut a little circle here. Let's go in with, I think I did bring it, here we go. One of these stamps just for you. So I was going to go for this one down here.
Remember, these stamps, you're only paying for one of them, but you're getting 3 sets. You've got thank you, you've got just for you, and you've got thinking of you as well. So they are one of the must-haves in the show. There we go. You get all of those for $14.99 if you want them. And we've actually got a deal on the stamping press as well that we did have in the 2 o'clock show. If you want the stamping press bundle, we've got the smaller one, the larger one, and the stamping mat all together at a cracking price. Smaller one is 6x6?
4x4.
4x4.
So it's the 4x4. It's this one as well, the 6x6.
Right.
And you also get your stamping mat as well that I'm using underneath here, which is a really, really good set. You know, if you have issues with stamping or that, give it a shot because you've got your spring-loaded feet at the base there. So I have inked that one up, and it just means there's no ink being transferred until I press.
Okay.
So die cut circle, I've gone in with Honey Pot, which is from one of the quick dry collections. I'm just going to go in, I'm going to stamp.
No smudge, that's permanent.
Quick dry,
Yep.
that is. And then what we can then do is we can go in a few little foam pads. I would, for me being me, I would do a couple of mats and layer die cuts afterwards, but so that you can see just for you into the middle, you're going to come along with a little stopper or a little flower or something to act as that little stopper for your easel card. But how lovely does that one look?
You know, these dies
Here.
are so versatile. You know, whenever you buy a die, whenever I buy a die, I always want the die to do at least 2 or 3 things. I don't like just one-trick ponies. These dies you can use in all sorts of ways, not only in the different positions, at the top, at the bottom, on the side, diagonally as well, but also the fact that you can cut them twice to make like a frame, which you can put a sentiment in the middle of. You can make them for the edges of pages, maybe in memory books, if you want to have memory book pages that are slightly different lengths, but you've got that lovely decorative edge to the page each time you turn it. It looks fantastic.
Really nice idea.
So there's loads and loads of ways of using it, and you do get ideas on the front of the packaging as well, whether you're using it singularly or using it twice. And these will cut through, remember, up to 2 layers of card in any one time, not only saving you money, saving you time, but it's also going to save that kind of frustration of not having the patterns marry up.
Absolutely, yeah, you're right.
Because you're cutting through both at identical times. So $25.99 gets you all 4 of those, plus you're going to get 10 sheets of the Centura Pearl worth $3.99. That's not being charged for at all, and it's a lovely kind of baby pink or candy floss pink, really sweet.
Gorgeous. And with that one, or any of the bundles as well, use it as card blanks, emboss it, die cut with it. If you go in with your heat embossing, foil onto it, flakes onto it, gild and wax onto it, use it and treat it as you would with any cardstock.
Now, the bundle that Craig put together, have we still got stock of that at $9.99? Because I think we're down to single figure stock, so if you're quick, you might just get one of the last ones of these. We've got 3 remaining. 48 sheets in that paper pad, the tacky glue, which we were really recommending to use with the vellum, and 2 pokey tools, $9.99. The next couple of you to check out will be lucky. I'm afraid lots of you will be unlucky. VU2004. Now, with the stamp collection, we've got 6 of these left. It is just one of those opportunities, isn't it? To get all 3 for the price of 1. And, you know, these are everyday verses and sayings that you'll want.
Yeah.
$13.99, it should be $14.99, but it's an extra £1 that you're better off, so that's good for you. And I love the fact you've got all these different fonts too.
And as you said as well, Dave, you know, just for you is a sentiment that we will use very, very often.
Yep.
Thinking of you, it's not one that we always want to be sending, but we will be using it. That's one you're going to be using a lot. And same with thank you as well. Absolutely, that's one you'd be wanting to use time and time again.
And they're big, they're bold. Most of the words are separate, so if you want to have the word next to it rather than below it or whatever, it's entirely up to you. You can choose how you stamp them, where you stamp them, and whether you use your embossing powders as well. SX2004, only $13.99. £13.99. It should be £14.99. Why it's gone down to £13, I don't know. We don't know. But whatever you do, make sure you have a little look at the website. We've had Craig here for a couple of days. Yes. You're not back for a little while? Or?
Well, a couple of weeks. When I come back, I'm coming back with full-on Christmas shows, which I cannot wait for. That's going to be a lot of fun. I have had a great couple of days, so thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you as well.
Thank you for everything yesterday as well. So,
You're welcome.
SX2004, that's the product code for that. Remember, Crafter's Companion have got their own section, their own brand section on our website. Go and have a little browse now, see what takes your fancy. And everything, remember, that you order up until midnight tonight will have one P&P charge of £3.95, no matter how many things you've bought. Could be 21 things, doesn't matter, just £3.95. Okay, we've got American Craft cardstock on the way and our fantastic Gemporia die cutting machine. Don't go away.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hello all, I'm Jamie Rogers and I'm here today to introduce you to the Gemporium die cutting machine. This is an electronic machine which comes with all of the plates you need to get you started. Included in your pack is going to be 2 clear cutting plates. You're also going to receive your magnetic shim for placing all of your dies on. This one's a really nice one because of the grid work is all printed directly onto the magnet so it won't come away with use. You will also receive a metal shim, which is perfect for cutting intricate dies or if you wish to use it with fabric. On top of that, you have a rubber mat, which I'll be sharing with you and showing you how to use with embossing through stencils and items like such. On top of that, we also have a spacer plate, which is your frosted spacer plate, which is a plastic shim, which will also come in handy depending on the style of dies you're using. When we put the plates together into different sandwiches shown in your instructions booklet, we feed them through the machine and they will do your cutting for you. On the top of the machine, we have a run button, which is going to start the machine off, so it is ready to take your plates through the machine and do the required action. We also have the power button, so we can turn the machine on and off as required. And we also have a reverse button, so if at any stage you've sent your plates through your machine and you wish to reverse the item back out, you can do that as well. If you create a stack that is not correct for the machine and you've added too many plates in as you sent it through, the machine will automatically feed it back out for you, so you don't have to worry about ever putting too much into the machine. It will let you know.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's Catch-Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hi everybody, yes, very good afternoon or evening now, isn't it? Yep, the nights are drawing in. Great to have your company. It's the last live show of the day today here at Hobbymaker, and thank you for your company all this weekend so far. Now, I've got some important news to let you know, and it's good news and bad news in that we have only got a handful of these fantastic machines left. The Gemporia Craft die cutting and embossing machine. You just saw Jamie singing its praises. And actually Jamie from Creative Expressions, when he first came and joined us at Hobbymaker, he was asked actually if he'd use the machine for us and you know, in the demonstration. And he said, well, I've not used it before. I've never seen it before, but yeah, I'll use it. He loved it so much, he bought 4 machines that day. Now, I can let you know that the price that we're going to with this today is equaling the lowest price we have ever done it. It is incredible that we can do this again. Now, I know how many we've got left of this, and when this sells out, we do not know if ever we're going to get it back in stock. It's a big question mark. It may be the last time we see it. I mean, the world is in a very strange place at the moment. Things are being discontinued, things aren't being manufactured possibly anymore. So if you want to get hold of one of these, maybe you want to get it for a Christmas gift, today's the day to get it, because I've got a funny feeling in this show, this could be a sellout. And then that is it. It will not be back. So if you want to get hold of, it's such a shame because it's such a great machine. Don't let this pass you by. It is the Gemporia die cutting and embossing machine. Now, when I was watching other channels, because I do watch other channels sometimes, I saw a version of this machine in gold with another well-known American crafts lady's name on it, and it was over £200. It was nearer 250, I seem to remember, and it was basically the same machine as this, but a different colour. We normally would ask you for $129.99. That's what the price should be, which is brilliant because other machines are much more than that. You get all the plates you need. Also, if you accidentally cut into your magnetic shim, which we've all done, it doesn't cut through it. That's another thing Jamie said was fantastic because he's ruined so many magnetic shims in the years. And also the plates stay very straight for a very long time as well. You get all the plates that you need, the metal shim, the embossing mat, the magnetic shim, your top and bottom acrylic plates as well. Everything is in the box. And the best ever deal, we are absolutely going to the price that we've never done this any lower. This is the lowest price we've ever been able to do. It's ridiculous, to be honest with you. It's $99.99, and when the stock of this is gone, that is it. So I don't want to just panic you and make you buy something that maybe you weren't thinking of buying anyway, but if you were thinking of buying this next week, it won't be here. $49.99 on split pay as well. That's all you have to give us today, plus your P&P, if you've not paid it already today, of $3.95. And you will get the machine that Jamie actually bought 4 of because he fell in love with it so much. It's got a purr. It doesn't whine, it doesn't groan. It's got a purr, it's got power. It weighs a bit. I would be very skeptical of any die cutting machine that was lightweight because it needs to pack a punch. It needs to have heavyweight metal rollers inside it, all that sort of thing. This is your last opportunity to own this machine. Congratulations to the first 2 of you who've checked out. In less than 2 minutes, you decided that today was the day to purchase it. It is, well, today's going to be the only day. I don't think we'll have any stock. When we get to 6 o'clock, I think that will be it, and we will not be seeing this machine exactly like this again. DJV 189. Pop it in your basket and check out. Treat yourself. Remember, it has got the quality of a machine at more than double its price. I can honestly put my hand on my heart and tell you that. It's simple to operate. You've got a run button. The only difference between this and other machines are it won't actually start when you put the plates into the mouth. You actually physically have to push the run button. That then takes the plates from you. You get a perfect emboss, a perfect cut every single time. Any die will work in here if it's a thin metal die. Whether it's a Crafter's Companion die, whether it's any other brand. whatever it may be, provided it's a thin metal die, these are going to work in here. You can't put the big cartridges in there, they will not fit. But any thin metal die, even ones you bought abroad, if you've been on holiday in the USA already. Hello, Nadine in Greater London, you're in. You're decided to go for this. So many people have sung this machine's praises. Look online at our website and see the great reviews. Most of the reviews, I think, if not all of them, are 5-star. People not believing the opportunity to get a die-cutting electronic machine of such quality for under £100 and on 2 split payments as well. Ruth in Dorset's checked out. Congratulations, Ruth. Dorothy in Scotland. Denise in Greater Manchester. Jill in Falkirk's in now. I've forgotten how many of these we had to start with. Okay. We are down now. 20% of the stock we started with, and it wasn't a big stock, has already gone. Linda in Kent wants one of these. Are you buying it for someone else as a Christmas gift? Get it now. It will not be available later in November or in December. This is your last chance saloon to get hold of this machine. You will not regret it, I can assure you. You've got your 30-day money-back guarantee if you don't like it. I know you will, but it's risk-free shopping with us. But it's your last chance to get it. Isn't it a good-looking thing? Gemporia is our umbrella company. That is the brand with our sister channel, Sewing Street, our sister channel, Jewelry Maker, Gemporia, of course, the Gem channel here, Gems TV channel. All of those channels are Gemporia. This is why we are Gemporia Craft. Isn't this a classy-looking machine? One big company. There's 6 different stations in this building. Now, if everybody checks out, we've got 3 left. This is your last opportunity to see what I consider to be one of the best machines I've ever had the pleasure of using. It's good looking, it's going to last you a long time, it's robust, it's strong, it does a great job, it's quiet, that's another thing. The plates stay straighter for longer. It's got everything going for it, and the price is unbelievable. This was the introduction to Hobby Maker. This is what we wanted to welcome brand new customers. When we started back in March, we wanted a machine that we could offer to you at the most incredible price that would get more people watching the channel. People would talk about it, tell their friends, they tune in, they want one. This is our budget for advertising, I suppose, in many respects, in that we wanted to have something that would stop the traffic. Now, if everybody checks out, we've got 1 left. Michael, please check out. Sally, hello, Linda. Crafter in Oxfordshire. 4 of you are in for the last machine of this, the Gemporia Craft die cutting machine. Oh, it's sad. I love this machine, but this is going to be it. We can't bring this machine back in its exact form like this. We'll have machines in the future, but not this one. At under £100 to get an electronic die cutting machine for less than £100, it's ridiculous. Pop it in your basket, check out, test drive it. Now, we are at that point where people are going to miss out. I think there are probably more people wanting it. It's not in your basket. If it's in your basket, it's not yours. It's got to be checked out to make it yours. Call the operator, 0800 001 4433. Tell them that you want DGV 189 quickly because the stock's going. All of our guests that use this machine in shows, we bring you lots of other machines as well. They're fantastic too. But every guest that uses this machine in shows raves about it. Mandy was using it yesterday, that's why we couldn't find it, because she took it outside and used it in the office. Here it is, your chance, your last chance to get this machine in this particular colorway, in this style. It is an absolute gift horse, this, at $99.99. It's going to last you years, you're going to be over the moon. Remember how little this cost you. $49.99, that's all we ask you for today, plus your shipping and handling, your P&P. There are 10 in baskets, and there are 6 machines remaining. 4 people are going to miss out. Don't let that be you. Process your debit or credit card, $49.99 plus your P&P of $3.95. And this would be probably £15 or £20 to send in the post, because it's a weighty machine. All die-cutting machines are. $3.95. And that will come straight from our warehouse, straight to your door. And if you don't think it's the best die-cutting machine you've ever had, and compare it with other machines that have been more than double the price. You've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. You can return it if you're not happy. I cannot see any of these coming back. They are workhorses. They're reliable. They're good-looking. DGV 189. I can see Hazel. I can see 2 crafters. Don't know your names, but you're all holding with it in your basket. We've got 4 left, but more people want it than we've actually got machines. It's a case of how quickly you process your order. As soon as you paid the first payment, that's it, you're in. But if it says sold out, I'm afraid you've just lost out. I hope you don't miss out on it. I'm not trying to be sensationalist or anything like that. It's a case of it is your last chance, your last call. I mean, you look at our websites, it says last chance to get hold of Gemporia Craft die cutting machine. It's true. Whether it's because the factory doesn't make it anymore, I don't know. I don't know the reasons, but all I know is this is the last chance we can get this machine. We'll get more in the future, we'll get different ones, but it won't be this one. And this is the one that Jamie bought 4 of because he was blown away by the quality of it and what it can do. 2 left, with more than 2 of you wanting it in your basket. Margaret, confirm, check out. Who's going to get the last ever machine? Now, Margaret's on the phone, so you should be fine. The call centre guys are talking to you. They'll make sure there's one in your basket for you. If you're on the website and you've got it in your basket, it's not safe until you've processed your payment, okay? DGV 189. I mean, how furious would you be if you had something in your basket in the supermarket and someone came along and nicked it out of it? You cheek. That's what happens online sometimes. So, yeah, it can be a little bit brutal. We don't want people to put things in their baskets and then forget about it and leave it and stop other people getting it. So that's why that's the case. 1 left. The last machine of Gemporia Craft die cutting machine is about to go. Will I be able to know the name of the person that gets the last one? Will you be able to tell me the name of the person that gets the last one? Can we see that? Will you be able to tell me the name of the person that gets the last machine? Okay, if you show your name, I can. If you don't show your name, then it'll be a crafter. But it's a bit of a monumental moment when the last machine goes. I'm going to miss it. I've loved it. It's been here for 7 months. Doesn't it feel like we've been here a lot longer than 7 months? DGV 189. Jill in Falkirk. Hello, Jill, you're in. Someone's just taken it out of the basket, so we've got 1 more than we did have a couple of seconds ago. That's the way it goes. But as soon as we get to 0 and everyone's checked out, that will be it. It will be gone, never to grace your screens again. But you know what? You'll have an attractive workhorse in your home that will give you, I'm sure, years and years of service. Okay, I'll let you know when it has confirmed and gone. Someone's obviously going through the ordering process. Okay, now, the rest of the show is dedicated to amazing cardstock, mostly amazing cardstock. We have got other dies in the show as well. We've got hunky-dory moonstone dies too, so it's not all about American craft cardstock, but most of the show will be. Now, I remember when I was in the office a few months ago and was told that we'd actually got American craft cardstock here at Hobbymaker. And I couldn't believe it because this is regarded by craftspeople the world over. Many people say to me, it is the world's finest cardstock. That's not my words, that's what people say to me who know an awful lot about card. Now, it may well be that you feel the same way. Message in and tell me why you love American craft cardstock so much. What is it you love about the cardstock? Why isn't cardstock cardstock? Why is a certain type of cardstock better than others? I'll tell you for why I think, well, from what people have said to me, this one is the Christmas edition, okay? Let me just take these pages out, these papers out. What they say to me about the American craft cardstock is A, the quality of the card and the fact that it's got an incredibly low chalk content, which means it cuts beautifully and it's not going to blunt your blade like so many other papers can do. If you've got a cutting machine, like a scan and cut or anything like that, people rave about American craft cardstock to use with the cutting machines. It's absolutely the best and brilliant for that. We are letting you have American craft cardstock at the lowest price in the UK. This was supposed to be an introductory price that was supposed to go up. If you do a little bit of a Google search or an internet search, I did that before I came on today, the lowest price I could see anywhere selling American craft cardstock was £18. Most of them were 20 to 23. Our price, I maintain, is the best in the UK. £14.99 for American craft cardstock. Now, the Christmas one that I've just held up here, we don't have many of this at all. All these colourways you're going to be getting in the Christmas collection. You can be so proud to have American craft cardstock on your shelf, in your craft room, to be your go-to cardstock. If you're not normally a 12 by 12 fan, cut it down. Have 6 by 6. or cut it into strips. I mean, don't think of it as 12 by 12. It's a cardstock that you can trim to whatever size you choose. It's got that lovely linen texture to the front of it and smooth. Well, it's a slightly less textured back, and it's the same colour on both sides. So this is your Christmas collection. We've got all the collections available. We've got plain white, we've got classic black, we've got pearlescent, we've got bright, we've got all of them in here. This is about to sell out. If you want Christmas, please do check out. Again, there's no guarantee we can get these back quickly. I know when they were being shipped to us, it took a lot longer to get it than we wanted. And I was told that it was on its way, and it took a few weeks, if not a couple of months, before we actually physically got it into this country, because all the ships were in different parts of the world, and the world's gone a bit crazy, if you know what I mean. Okay, so $14.99, JV4613. You're going to get, remember, a total of 60 sheets, £80 or 216 GSM is what this is. Why do you love American craft cardstock so much? And to get it at $14.99, this is the place to buy all of your American craft cardstock. Don't waste money anywhere else. And if you want more than one set, remember, we cap the postage every day at $3.95. The machine is gone. Bye. Been nice knowing you. It's gone. Completely sold out. Who got the last one? Do we know? I don't think we did have your name, but whoever you were, congratulations, you've got the last Gemporia craft die cutting machine in that guise. This is about to go the same way. Christmas cardstock is about to go. We didn't have many of these to start with, but if you want these beautiful colorways, greens and reds, you've also got your creams and browns in there, different shades of green too. Please be quick, check out your baskets. Now, the other colors that we've got for you, is that sold out? Okay, Christmas is gone. 2 sellouts in 17 minutes. Okay. Now, you've got to be quick if you want this. Let me bring this over. To be honest with you, if you love one pack, you're going to love all of them because it's the quality. I love that the images on the front show you the colours of the cardstock inside it. These are just gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous colours. And again, it's only a little thing, but I love the packaging because the idea is you actually rip the top of the box open because when it actually comes to you, it's all completely sealed like that. But just lift that up, and then you can quite simply use this as the storage folder. So you can take every sheet out without actually physically opening the packet. But it keeps your cardstock in tip-top condition, away from the dust, away from the animals that come and join you whenever you start crafting. And you can see the texture actually on the card. So it's a lovely kind of linen texture to it. But these are your pastels. All the spec is exactly the same, 216 GSM, 60 sheets, and all these fantastic colorways. Let me take this one out. This is your pastels. There we go. But yeah, rather than having them all out on the desk, putting them into files, putting them into drawers or whatever, and then getting tattered, getting dusty, getting mucky, spilling things all over them, keep them in the parcel, keep them in the packet, and then just put them on a shelf or a bookshelf, something like that, and just take them sheet by sheet as you need it. But let me just show you the wonderful colorway palette that you've got with the pastels. Look at these. Is this your favorite? Baby pink, baby blue. Then you've got the lovely teal color, light blue. Look at that green. Wow. That's quite bright, but it's in the pastel collection. Then you've got like an olive green onto your kind of turmeric orange, pumpkin orange. Different shades of yellow, pink, different shades of pink, 3 different shades of pink. You've got 3 different shades of purple and lavender there as well. Into your yellows. Are you a pastel person? Are you a bright person? Do you know what? If I were you, if you're going to go for the pastels, treat yourself to the brights as well at the same time, because if you're doing matting and layering, you can you can kind of alternate between a pastel, a bright, a pastel, a bright. They work so well. I mean, if I just get out the brights, which is this one here, to prove a point. There we go. So these are the brights. Let's take them all out. Now, if I take a bright yellow, and then I take a pastel yellow, you might think, oh, well, I'm a bright person rather than a pastel. Look, bright and pastels work well together. Have a contrast. Layer them. The tones, I mean, American craft cardstock will think about that. They'll make sure that you're not going to get clashes, that you're going to get tones that kind of are harmonious with each other. And if you want both brights and pastels, that will be under £30. Some places are charging you for like £23 for a pack of 60. Our price, as far as we're aware, is the lowest in the UK. I have not seen it anywhere else. And if you do an internet search, you'll see for yourself. Lowest price I could see earlier this afternoon was 18 quid somewhere. I didn't know the retailer. I had no idea who they were. I think one was on an auction site as well. Some are wanting £23 for the packs. Our price is unbeatable. We were going up. We were introducing it when we first got it in at $14.99 as a special treat, and the plan was to put the price up. We haven't done that. We've kept it at $14.99. And when the stock sells out, which it will do, it's consumable, you know, you'll run out of it eventually. Will we have stock in when you need it next? If we have to put more orders in for more cardstock and it took months to come the first time, it might take months again to get it back. And can you imagine how big the container is? And how heavy that shipment must be, full of American craft cardstock. It is of the finest quality. I know someone, I think on the internet right now, is wanting an awful lot more, actually an awful lot more than £20 for American craft cardstock. Buying lots of you multi-ordering, actually. So that is your pastels. Now the brights, on dark days like today, and this time of the year, isn't it great to reach, look at this, reach for a pad, it's not really a pad, they're loose leaf, but reach for a pack that's got all of these wonderful, uplifting, bright, cheerful, vibrant colours in it. Whether you're using it in your cutting machine or whether you're using it for matting and layering, whatever you use American craft cardstock for, please tell us, what do you love about it? Why is this considered to be, by so many people, the best cardstock? I had someone come up to me at the NEC the other day saying, do you know if you've got American craft cardstock for sale in this hall? I said, I've got no idea, but you can go to our website and you can find it there for $14.99. She couldn't believe it, couldn't believe the price. Really? Now look at these wonderful, wonderful bright colours. And you get variants in each. You get at least 3 in each. I'm just trying to spread it out for you so you can see. Here we go. There we go. Look at these yellows. You've got 3. You've got mustard yellow, sunshine yellow. Look at these. How beautiful are these colourways? Dan, our director, that's his favourite. I think Laura liked the pastels. But to be honest with you, go for both. Not always will a bright be appropriate. Not always will a pastel be appropriate. If you've got both, you're hedging your bets, aren't you? You're covering all bases. And at these prices, you can afford to treat yourself. 1 P&P. Now, I don't know how much this weighs. I haven't got a scale here. But if I took that to a post office, the size of it and the weight of it, it's £80, that's the GSM. That's not the weight, that's the actual density of the card. So £80 in America, 216 GSM. $14.99 for 60 sheets. You get how many colours? You get 60 sheets, 20 colours. So it's 3 of each. 20 colours, 3 of the bright yellow, 3 of the beautiful orange, every shade of pink imaginable in there as well. It's cheerful, it's bright, it's uplifting. Now, it might well be, on shows like this, with such an iconic brand that everyone, I'm sure, who've been crafting for a few years knows and wants, maybe you're brand new and you're thinking, I've never bought anything from Hobbymaker. I mean, we met some people the other day at the NEC that had never seen the show. They didn't know that we existed. Because we are new, we've been here 7 months, you know, you have to kind of hunt around for us. When you find us, hopefully you stay with us. But lots of people saying, right, I'm going to tune in. Well, is this your first purchase? $14.99 for American craft cardstock. You cannot say fairer than that. QZ 4643. You saw what happened with Christmas, that sold out, okay? Our die cutting machine, by Gemporia Craft die cutting machine, that's now sold out as well. So I think if you come back later in the month and other colours have gone, when will we get the Christmas colours back? It may not be till next year. I don't know when the order gets placed. I'm nothing to do with that. I do not know. But all I know is we get told when it's in stock. But it took months to get here. And what a fantastic day that was when we actually launched American Craft Cardstock. This is their new home here. If you would like to get it today, there is your brights. Now, the next one that I want to show you, spring. Okay. Now, this is Callum's favourite. Is it, Callum? Callum's favourite is the spring. I mean, it's my favourite time of the year. Well, to be honest, that's not strictly true. I love Christmas. I'm not a fan of winter per se, but I do love like a roaring fire, you know, the Christmas tree lights and all that sort of thing. I do like that, but certainly spring and summer are my 2 favourite seasons, must be. Look at these colours. It represents kind of new growth, new birth, fresh, everything about it. The spring, oh look, sunshine, sunshine. Walks in the garden, flowers, butterflies, not torrential rain. £14, 99 pence, IG4626. IG4626. Maybe you've never used American craft cardstock before. It's not just for cutting machines. No. Die cuts beautifully, trims beautifully. You know, you've got to be aware that, you know, obviously certain cardstock can be higher chalk content, and that's what can blunt blades quite quickly, possibly. This has got a low chalk content. It's got an amazing quality to it of look and feel. You know, the cardstock you use in your card making or crafting is important. If you use cheap and cheerful, you're not going to get great results. If you buy the best, you normally have to pay for it, but you get the best results. Here, you're buying the best, and you're getting it at the best price, as far as I'm concerned, in the UK. Look online. See how much elsewhere is charging. The lowest price I could see today was £18 for a pack of 60, which is pretty good. And then there'd be postage on top of that. Our price, £14.99, with one capped P&P for the whole day of £3.95. You could buy 10 of these. It would be £3.95 to get all 10 home. And what a bargain you'd have then. What a bargain. And you kind of future-proofed yourself. You aren't going to be running out of that anytime soon if you've got quite a few of these. Maybe you're cherry-picking and going for one of each. And the ones we've got in stock at the moment are primary, which we haven't talked about yet, brights, pastels, and this one, which is the spring. We've got black, and we've also got white as well. £14.99. Isn't it the lowest price? Isn't it the lowest price that you've ever seen American craft cardstock for? There is the product code, IG4626. IG4626, less than £15. It is a free phone number, remember, 0800 001 4433. That's the number to get through to the call centre. Also, you can order it on our website as well, hobbymaker.co.uk. Look at the 5-star reviews. Look at what people say about American craft cardstock. They love it, they rave about it. It's the sort of cardstock that when you run out of it, you miss it massively. You really, really do. So that one is your spring, okay? Now the primary colours that we got for you, here we go. These are the classic colours. 20 colours, 3 of each. So here, again, look at the picture on the front. That gives you a really good idea as to the colours that are within. Lovely, lovely shades. I mean, to be honest with you, if you can run to it, I don't know what your budget is or what your spend is normally for cardstock, but to get it, knowing that it's the best price, to get it delivered, you know, I saw lots of people at the NEC, bless them, over the Thursday I was there, buying this, buying that, and having a field day. But then by the end of the day, their arms were probably 3 inches longer than they were at the start of the day. You know, this is heavy stuff. You know, this weighs a bit. So to get it delivered to your door, let someone else do the kind of hard work. Here are your primaries. Here are your primaries. You've got whites in there, you've got browns in there, you've got greens and purples, but different shades to the others. It's lovely to have variety. And that's what all of these colour packs are gonna give you. Absolute quality through and through. It is a world-renowned brand, American craft cardstock. It's just got a heritage, it's got a history, it's got a pedigree, unlike any other cardstock. And if you are planning to treat yourself, or you've already got yourself a cutting machine of sorts, treat yourself to the best card to use with cutting machines. It's not just for cutting machines, it's perfect for them, but this is standalone quality card for everyday use. I know so many people that just use this and nothing else in their everyday crafting. And it could be that you're thinking, okay, well, how do I order it? What do I do? Free phone number. Call centre's up here. It's above my head. Loads of you are loving this one. Now, this one is a primary. Loads of you actually put this into your basket, having me actually showing it to you. You know, it's a classic, isn't it? Primary you cannot go wrong with. Let me give you a little flick. Look at all these colours, 3 of each. Are you going to be using it as 12 by 12? Or are you going to be cutting it in half? Are you going to be cutting it into 4? Are you going to be cutting it into strips? What do you use your American craft cardstock for? Mats and layers, maybe? 2 16 GSM, 60 sheets of absolute luxury. And that smell. Oh, It smells divine, absolutely smells divine. Now, that one is your primary. Now, another one that we've still got stock of, which I think everyone deserves and everyone needs, is the classic white. You're always going to need classic white cardstock. And that's what we got. To be honest, until I came here to Hobbymaker, I didn't realise they did an all white. All I'd ever really seen had been the different colours. But here we go. Classic white cardstock. It is exactly the same quality. It's exactly the same weight. 216 GSM, and it's 12 by 12 in full size. How luxurious is this cardstock? I think, hopefully, our cameras don't like white very much. White can sometimes be a little bit too stark for the camera lens, so it may not be easy to see the actual linen texture on this cardstock. But just as a classic everyday must-have, 60 sheets of classic white cardstock for $14.99. Now, many of you are going for more than one of these. Many of you are going for more than one of everything. If you wanted all, how many have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6 different colours. White, black, primary. I've got pastel. I've got brights. And what was the other one? Spring. Okay, if you're all 6 of those, that would be less than £90. One P&P of $3.95. Hey, look, let me stack it all up. All of that, okay, I've taken that out of the packet. All of that for less than £90, and who on earth anywhere will deliver that for $3.95? We will, absolutely. If you've already bought something earlier on from maybe Craig or from Sandra, that's a delivered price. $14.99 each one. But many of you are going for more than one. It makes absolute sense. When it's in stock and it's the lowest price that I can find in the UK. And if you can find it cheaper, please let me know. I can't. I went online, I looked. The cheapest I could see, or the nearest to it I could see, was £18. And I didn't actually go onto the website, whatever it was, and look what postage would be, but I've got no idea. But yeah, £18 is the lowest I've seen anywhere. $14.99 is our price. We were going to up it. We were going to introduce it at $14.99 as a special treat and then up the price. But then we thought, you know what? No, let's remain at the lowest price. Let's keep on giving you the luxury for less. Now, okay. I've just been told, you know, sometimes when you're doing online shopping, things happen. Maybe your card doesn't go through or whatever. We've got one Gemporia Craft die cutting machine that's come back in stock. So I don't know the reason for that, but there's one available. If you're thinking, oh, I missed it, darn it. Be quick, call that number. I call the free phone number, 0800 001 4433. Tell the operator you want DGV189. Get the last one. Good luck. I'll let you know when it's gone, but there's one left in stock. That sometimes can happen. Okay, so 60 sheets of your classic white. There we go. I know it's a simple thing, but I do love the fact that it's got its own storage. The actual carry case is its own storage. So everything, you know, if you've got lots of cardstock lying around, the cat walks over it, it gets dusty, maybe it gets wet if you knock something over, anything like that. This just looks really, really smart on a shelf somewhere, stacked up, and you just literally take a sheet out at a time without having to take all of them out. Love it. Now, what about black? Now, I'm a new advocate for black cardstock. The lovely Linda Chapman, who I'm pleased to say is with us now at Hobbymaker with the Crafty Witches, she converted me to black cardstock many, many, many years ago. She always matted and layered with black, because it basically gave a lovely frame to whatever the focal point in the middle of the card was, and it drew the eye. And I think so many people have listened to her about that and taken her advice about that. So if you want black cardstock, look no further. American Crafts, classic black cardstock, but it's got that beautiful linen texture. Now, white is difficult to see on camera, but I think on black, it probably is easier to see that linen texture to it. It's a really iconic sort of finish to the card. You know, if someone just handed me a sheet of this and said, where's that come from? I'd instantly know it was American Craft cardstock. And black core, black core. Now, if that was a white core and you die cut it, if you cut it down so it goes through your machine, you'd end up with a white edge. and that would look absolutely dreadful. With black core, you can die cut it, it's black through and through. You haven't got to go around with, you know, your ink pads trying to kind of colour it in or anything like that. So it seems a sin to kind of tear American craft cardstock. But there we go, 60 sheets. Or is it going to be 240 6x6s? Because that's what you can get out of 60 sheets of 12 by 12. How about that? So if you normally have maybe 5-inch toppers and you want 6x6 as a background for it on the card, so it really kind of pops, you can get 240 6x6s out of this for £14.99. 0800 001 4433. The call centre is free phone. It's in the building, it's in the UK, and they're here 24/7. There's still that machine left, by the way, if you wanted it. Don't think, oh, I'm too late for it now, someone else has got it. No, it's there. It's sat there. One machine left, and it's bye-bye Gemporia craft die cutting machine. One left, just like the one in the studio. It's all on its own. Okay, so there's the cardstock. All very, very good. All very good quality and gorgeous quality. But yeah, order them today. Even if you've never tried American craft cardstock before, it's got a pedigree, it's got a heritage, it's got a history. Maybe a crafty friend of yours has recommended it. This is the place to buy it from. Tell your friends about us at Hobbymaker, because for $14.99, unheard of value. Right, now we've got some dies in the show. Okay, let me show you this from Hunky Dory. Look at this. Now, we're coming up to the gift-giving season. We're coming up to Christmas. No, really, Dave? Yeah. And it may well be, maybe you are a jewellery maker. I'm in the jewellery maker studio, you know. Carol and all the gang at Jewellery Maker, who was on this morning? It was Zena, wasn't it? We take over from each other in the break. So, yeah, if you make jewellery, and I know thousands of you do, this could make a superb jewellery box, because you've got every die here that you need to make the most beautiful little trinket box in the shape of a heart. You've got everything there, all the panels cut perfectly. You've got, of course, the score lines, so you don't even have to measure anything. All you've got to basically do is fold on the score line and stick it together with red liner tape, awesome glue. And you've even got all your decorative embellishment dies as well, which can decorate the box. So, I mean, years ago, I used to have a jewellery range, as some of you may remember. And it took me ages to find packaging that was good quality and was affordable, because sometimes the boxes were as expensive as the jewellery that you were putting inside it. No, I'm not joking, they really, really were. So packaging can be major, major expense. This is going to mean that you can make these beautiful heart-shaped boxes. It could have a chocolate in it, it could have a ring in it, it could have a pendant and an earring in it, it could have all sorts in it. Now they actually, does it say the size? Oh, that's the actual size. There you go. So that's the actual size of the heart there. So actually, that will give you a good idea as to how big that box is. It's probably kind of ring box size, I'd say. Yeah, it doesn't give dimensions, but actually here, I haven't got a ruler here either to measure it, but you can see the size of the panels and so on. There you go. All of that engineering, and there's something about you get a real great sense of achievement making things from scratch, making your own boxes, and all it's going to cost you once you bought the dies is the cost of the cardstock that you're using to make it. And what cardstock would that be? Would that be Centura Pearl? Would that be a mirrored card? Yeah, all sorts. $24.99. Is that price? That's what it should be for all of that. Okay. Okay, it's a Saturday afternoon, it's 20 to 6. Okay, where's this going to go? I didn't expect this. I thought this was $24.99 end of the week. It's half price, it's £12.99. It's half price. If you're quick, $12.99 to mean that you won't have to buy any more ring boxes or jewellery boxes ever again. You know, jewellery boxes are perfect in the shape of hearts, but it could be that you want these to be favour boxes at a wedding. Why not? How about that? I mean, why not use a heart box as a favour box on a wedding table? This could save you hundreds of pounds. If you go and have favour boxes made, or favour bags or anything like that, you can be spending a fortune. How about this? You've got the decorative dies, you can use those in your card making as well, not just for decorating the box. But yeah, imagine, maybe some sugared almonds and favour boxes on the top table and around the entire hall. This it's going to be the best £12.99 you've ever spent, because it will save you a small fortune. 0800 001 4433. Free phone from your landline, free phone from your mobile, and it's free to order on the website as well. Half price Moonstone dies from Hunky Dory. You know they're going to be great quality. FGHD 98. FGHD 98. Now, this is really cool. I remember doing this actually a little while ago. I think it was it Anne-Marie or was it Natalie that I did this with? I can't remember. But this is really funky. Now this is just a little bit different. It's kind of modern art really, isn't it? Now this is the abstract lines background. Now this is £14.99. Now with all of your American craft cardstock, this is crying out to be used. What I do is I get maybe half a dozen colours of American craft cardstock and cut this out of each sheet. So you've got basically a full panel of yellow, a full panel of red, a full panel of green, and then basically swap them over. So take the yellow one out, put the purple one in, take the green one out, put the blue one in. And you'll then end up with 6 different geometric multicolour backgrounds. £14.99. Also, if you wanted to, you could cut it out of acetate and use your alcohol pens to colour them in so it would look like stained glass. That'd be nice. £14.99. What a price. What a great idea and what a great die. It's different. It's one big die for £14.99, PMHD 41. Landscape or portrait. Is that machine still there? There's still one machine left, everybody, if you want it. You're making history. You're getting the last Gemporia craft die cutting and embossing machine, £99 on 2 split pays. If it's in your basket, check out. It's not yours until you do. PMHD 41 though gets you this wonderful background die, okay? Now I've got 2 snowflakes to show you. Now the interlace is this one. Okay. Now, this is actually 2 dies. Now, the way this works, this is really cool. I think you can see on the picture exactly how it works. What this will do is it will cut your card, but it doesn't actually cut out those triangles. It cuts them and then they stay left attached. The idea is that you fold them over. So those V's, you literally fold over and tuck in. So it's a tuck-in. It's a tuck-in interlacing snowflake. That's lovely. Now what you may want to do is use double-sided papers or double-sided card, unless you're happy with white showing through, because basically it cuts and then you fold it over. I'm sure you've seen that sort of thing before. But yeah, it's really cool. So use double-sided papers, that's what it's saying for you to do, and then mount it maybe onto a card blank. But it's like you're weaving with paper. It's like paper engineering. So if you're getting close, you can see where the light-coloured V's are, that's basically been folded over and tucked in. You see what I mean? Fold over, tuck in, fold over, tuck in. So you end up with that kind of beautiful interlaced. Is it lasse? Am I right in saying that? Interlace? It's like a play on lasse, isn't it? I think. I'm pretty sure it is. KDHD 12. And it's a big die, look. That's a whopper. That is a big one. And you've got the outside cutting die, which is separate. There we go, that's all kind of stuck down for you. So that's the outside, so that can be a totally different colourway. And then the rest of the die is all one, but there you've got the cutting edges, but that will cut a V, and then there's, can you see at the top there, that's, the V is the cutting edge, and then at the top, there's no cutting edge there, so it stays attached to the card, and that's what you fold over. I like it. All the engineering's been done for you. £14.99, great price for this. Make your own Christmas ornaments. Make your snowflakes, do double-sided ones and make them into mobiles, hang them in the windows, in the kitchen would look good, maybe the back room. That would look really lovely, wouldn't it? And do it maybe in, I was going to say do it in mirror card, but actually back of mirror card is white normally, so that wouldn't look good. Yeah, you do need to have double-sided papers, don't you really? Yeah. Okay, so that one is the interlaced. Now, the other one that we've got for you is another technique. Put it up the right way, Dave. This one is your iris folding. Now this is a lovely die actually. Now you don't get the papers with it, it's just the die, but you can use any papers you want basically. Now what you've got there is the die that cuts out the actual aperture, okay? So this is creating an opening into your card. So ignore the colour on that for a minute. You've got your card blank, The die cuts out the snowflake, and you've got two small snowflakes, top and bottom as well. They're all attached. That's one die, okay? But what it gives you then is an opening. So you get your pieces of paper, and it shows you here step-by-step instructions on the inside of the packet. You get your sheets of paper, double them over, and then you start to layer and stick each piece of paper. So can you see there, you've got number 1, then you go to number 2, then you go to number 3, then you go to number 4, number 5, and you follow it all the way around. So it's like it's papering by numbers, basically. And what you end up getting is almost like a spiral staircase effect of all these different layers of paper. Really cool. It's great fun to do, and it's really a cool effect as well at the end of it. But you've got to have paper. It's not going to be cardstock. You can use a glue stick if you want to, or you can just use some double-sided tape. Well, not double-sided tape. You know what I mean. Just basically sticky tape, and you just layer the paper up. And before you know it, you've got this wonderful spiral effect in different colours. You know, we've done it in blue on here on the packaging. It can be whatever colour you want. Absolutely whatever colour you want. So great for your cards, great also for ornaments and ornamental designs to have at home as well. But this is using that fantastic technique, which is the iris folding technique that many of you absolutely love. There we go. Now, if you love the iris folding technique, we have actually got a discounted bundle of the papers, I think, have we? You get the paper and the 4 dies, okay. Okay, so you get the little pad and the 4 dies. Oh, over here you mean? Ah, okay. Well, this isn't really for iris folding, but I suppose you could. Yes, I suppose you could use it. Yes, you could. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, of course. Yes, it is iris folding. Beg your pardon, it is. Yeah, going crazy. Okay, iris folding. There's the die with the snowflake. Now this is another set of dies, okay? Now these are all iris folding dies. Beg your pardon, I didn't realise that when I first saw them earlier on. What you've got here is the pad with 80 papers. Now these papers are no ordinary papers. They are actually all foiled. These are so lovely, look. This is the sort of paper you need for iris folding. It's the right thickness, there we go. So look at these. Isn't that brilliant? Oh, and you've got dots as well, bubbles. The machine's gone, everybody. It's left the building. Congratulations, the one person that got the last one. Congratulations to you. It's gone. And you get plain paper as well. So it's a little bit of a mixture in this pad, actually, which is really cool. So you've got all the plain colours, and then you've got your foiling as well. And the idea is that you just trim the paper down. It tells you on the instructions and on the dies as to how wide the paper needs to be, and also fold it over because you then get a lovely crisp edge to it. But here we've got the champagne die. So let me open this up. You get one champagne glass, but of course nothing's stopping you cutting that out twice. So again, it gives you the aperture, and then that's how you actually start to layer your papers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And all you do, you cut the strip to the right width, and it tells you in the instructions what the width should be. But then all you do is just have the tiniest amount of paper covering that section. You don't need to have a long strip. Just trim it so that, you know, with the actual stem of the glass, you only need about a few millimetres. But then when you're getting up to the glass itself, when you get up to 11s and 12s and 13s and so on, you need it a bit wider. But it gives you that spiral effect of the iris folding. So you're going to get the champagne glass. You're going to get the pitter-patter of tiny little feet. Newborn's card. That's really, really sweet. Oh, look at that. And again, it's got depth, it's got texture, it's got interest, because it's got all those different pieces of paper going off in different directions. It's intriguing. And you're going to get all of these. This is a bundle, not choice of. You get the lot. The cupcake. Now, the cupcake is actually the iris folding part is the frothy bit on the top. Okay, I don't think. Yeah, you just use strips for the actual case itself, but you get the kind of spiral effect with the actual icing on the top of it. There you go. Look, how cool is that? And of course, you choose the colours. It can be whatever topping you want. It's like entirely up to you. And then we've got a new home one. I've not seen this set before. It's new to me, this. So much so I didn't realise it was iris folding until I looked at it a bit closer. So there we go, new home card. How cool is that? Open it up. So where do you start? Number 1 is the chimney. Then it's number 2 and number 3, that's your chimney finish. Then it goes on to the roof. And then the fun starts. You've actually got 2 separate kind of spirals on this one, a spiral on the left and a spiral on the right. I mean, it does take a little bit of time to do it. You know, any craft that's worth doing, you don't want it over in an instant. You know, you want to be able to enjoy the process. So this is a great way of getting dimension, getting that three-dimensional look, and the papers are included as well. 34.95 SNHD 95 is the item number. But not surprisingly, it's all about the American craft cardstock. We've got 5 minutes left on the show. Let me recap of what we have available. The Brights is in the lead, which I think is this one over here. There we go. There's your Brights. I think it's because it's dark and it's a bit dreary this time of the year, isn't it? Everybody wants a bit of brightness. Everybody wants a lovely bright colour to lift their mood. Well, this is the set that will do that for you. And remember, when you get your card home, when you get your cardstock home, it will have a strip over the top like that, okay, which holds your paper in place. Just tear it away gradually, do it gently, tear it away, and it then means that you can easily access whatever sheet of cardstock you want, and you can just literally take it out of the middle without having to take all the cardstock out of the pack. So it's like its own little filing system, really. So Brights at $14.99, we are still the cheapest, we think, in the UK. I can't find it anywhere less than £18 online. I did a little search earlier on. Some places wanted an awful lot more than £18 for the same quantity of cardstock. We are keeping it at $14.99 for the time being. I mean, I'm not in charge. I can't say that price will always be there, but I know it is at the moment. £14.99. What colour do you want? Do you want a green? Okay. You can easily see where they are on the side. You just literally reach for it, take it out. Easy as that. You're not disturbing all the others. You're not getting all the other ones grubby and grimy and dirty. And you know, if you've got more than one, I know most people who are avid crafters have probably got every colour under the sun, and they're just stacked side by side, okay? So that one is your Brights. Very, very popular. Loads of you multi-ordering this, actually. When something you know is the best price, you want it, don't you? You want more of it. So there we go. And when we sell out of this, we haven't got a crystal ball. We don't know when we put an order in for more of this how long it's going to take to ship. It might be weeks, it could be months. You know, we're in the lap of the gods, we're in the hands of shipment companies. You know, we don't know. Now, what's another one? Pastels. Okay, this is also doing well. I go for Brights and pastels. Are you Christmas shopping? Will there be any of this left in December? We're in November, November the 5th. Hope you have a great, safe firework night tonight. You know, what crafter would not appreciate this? Or if you are not a crafter, but you're thinking, I wonder if my crafty friend would like this. Honestly, if they are a crafter, they'll know of American craft cardstock. There's no crafter on this earth that would not appreciate and love having cardstock as a gift. $14.99, one cap P&P all day long of $3.95, no matter how many things you buy. And you know, imagine if you bought one of each of these, that would be £90, just short of £90, and one P&P. That would cost a fortune to send, weight-wise and size-wise as well. Which other one's doing very well? Primary? Thought so. Primary's doing very nicely. There we go. If that's going to be your first one, good choice. It's going to be the most versatile, I would say. Here is your primary. Let me flick through the colour so you can see it. Look at that. 3 of the red, 3 of the pink. All of these beautiful colourways, bright yellows, oranges, different shades of green, 3 different shades of green. They're your primary colours. You've got a bit of black in there as well, and also a little bit of grey, and some white, I think, at the back. Yep. So we've got the pack of 60 white, we've got the pack of 60 black if you just want the block colours, and we've got these wonderful primary colours. Look at that. Loads of you putting this in the basket, and lots of you are multi-buying. It makes sense. While it's in stock and it's the lowest price, makes sense. Under £30, you get 120 sheets of 12 by 12, but does that mean it will then be 486 by 6s? You get 4 6 by 6s out of one sheet of 12 by 12. Maybe that's making you think, oh yeah, that's a good idea. I don't normally use 12 by 12 cardstock. It doesn't really enter my head. Perfect if you've got a cutting machine. Absolutely perfect. Anyone I know that's got a cutting machine raves about and only uses American craft cardstock. But it's not just for cutting machines. It's for everyday card making, die cutting, trimming, whatever you want to do with it. it's lovely. It really, really is lovely. And yeah, even if you are a novice crafter and you're thinking, well, it sounds good, but I don't know if what Dave's saying is right. Honestly, ask any crafter that knows about card. They will say American craft card stock any day of the week, all day long. Can't go wrong. So there's your primaries. Let me quickly remind you of spring. All the colours are doing well, actually. Spring is over here. Yeah, this is spring. Similar to pastels, but different. Yeah, look, can you see, if I turn them around, so you can see the actual palette on the back. So that one is pastel, and that one is spring. So yeah, I mean, they go well together actually, but they are different. They are different colourways. There you go. So that's the one, if you go for it, that's the one that we're calling spring. And there it is. Seconds left on the show. Thank you for your company today. Thank you again for all your lovely messages yesterday about the awards as well. That was really touching and lovely. I'll be back on Wednesday, I think. Yeah, got a couple of days off. Enjoy tonight. Stay safe if you're going to a firework display or having them at home. I'll probably be just watching them driving. So I'm driving down the motorway, just watching them go off all over the place. Probably the safest way of enjoying it, in actual fact. Thanks again to Craig today as well, and also to Sandra. And Zena, I believe, is here tomorrow afternoon with you on Hobby Maker. So enjoy the rest of the evening. You can go to the website and shop until, well, whatever you like. Have a nice evening, and I'll see you very, very soon.